Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there you heard it. I wonder why am I glistening like a Christmas turkey? So you heard it from pardon me. So you heard it from our southeastern brothers. Yideba, Yedeba, Yideba, Yenotondeba. So there it is, Yideba. So there it is. Welcome everyone. Good day to you all. Always a delight to be in your company. As I say, never take it for granted. So when you do decide to spend time with us, it's always with gratitude that we receive you. So good day. So plenty to go through, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the space and go with the ride, however it goes. As you know, it's always a wild ride here. So there is your emotions will be jarred. You would laugh, you will get angry, you will feel like throwing your cup at your screen at some point in the course of this session. It is only really because we speak truth to the matters as we know it. So that truth may not be your truth, but then of course they say there's only one truth. The subjectivity of what is delivered somewhat can jar the senses in some instances, but relax into it. Is nothing personal. It is just the way it obtains within the space that we live in, either mentally or physically. So there it is. So relax into it. So, but before you relax into it, though, the usual protocol, I keep asking every single day to click on the like button. But anytime I look across to check, the viewership never at any point in time mirror the like button. So click on the like button. You know, that like button, it is at no cost, but it's a big thing to somebody that does these sort of things, because it shows the YouTube algorithm the sort of response, whether you like or detest whatever is being said. Nevertheless, it's engaging you cranially in some form. Your senses are being exercised. Your emotions are being agitated, either in joy or in anger, and it's impacting on you one way or the other. So the impact alone is something that's been done. Your thoughts are being provoked, either in concurrence with what is being said or in disagreement. So that is a purpose. So that purpose already is just a like button. It's a flick of a thing. And really, it helps the algorithm of the space. So that's why every YouTuber or every social media content space is always asking you to click on the like button. It's nothing bigger than that. It's no cost to you, but it helps tremendously for the sort of a hierarchy of the platform. So click on the like button. It's that long-winded essay that I just delivered. So click on the like button so that, and then of course, if you are not already subscribed, your cursor is right next to the subscribe button. So correct that as well. So click on like and subscribe. So if you haven't done that, do that now. So click on like and subscribe. And then of course, if you want to come participate, there's no point getting angry on your sofa. If there's something that you agree with or you disagree with, come on the screen and voice your opinion. We have only one rule here: no foul language. That's the only rule. Or you can say anything, but then of course, whatever you say, prepare to have it intellectually challenged. But the one rule we have here is no foul language, because it shows you lose the argument already. The moment you start to resort to gutters type language, you've lost the argument. That means then that your intellect does not have the capacity anymore to contain the space that you're in, and that you've resorted to being a gutter snipe. So no gutter sniping here. It's the strength of your argument that wins through, nothing else. So if you feel that you have something to contribute to the session, new voices welcome. The one voice that we have been searching for ever since this platform started, the one voice that we have been searching for, we still continue to search for it, is that northern female voice. So, I have the demography of my audience to hand, so I know who you are and where you're listening to. So I know we do have just a small handful of northern female followership. So if you are brave enough, and you don't even need any brevity to come on the screen, come on screen. If you are Laraba or Aisha 2 or Aisha 3 or Aisha 4, whichever number Aisha you are, come on the screen and you get priority. So that northern female voice would like to hear from you. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come participate. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. You see me coughing all of the time is because I'm perched. So if you think this guy is deserving of lubrication, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. 3 easy steps and then go wild. So go wild though, don't be derisory. If you're going to do the barest minimum, don't click on it at all. So click on it only if you're going to be as liberal as you can afford to be. So buy your host cups of coffee is the long-winded essay that just delivered there. So probably, certainly, this is going to be a controversial session because, of course, it kicks off with this. Igbos, and by the way, this is this headline is a reinterpretation of what the guy actually said. But I'll go with the headline anyway because this is how it's been written. Igbos are aliens in Yoruba land. They should never come near Lagos politics again. TINUBU'S spokesman, Bayo Ononuga, declares. So now this is just stunning. You know, this is quite stunning because if you consider that this Bayo Ononuga is the one that has made it the TINUBU campaign all the way through as the voice of the campaign, either to tweet or in front of cameras, explaining how the position, the campaign rather, is positioned. So he's been doing a lot of that. So for him now to come out in this way, because there's a good chance that this guy is going to be the spokesman of the government. He's going to be the new Garba Shehu and Femi Adesina and all of that. There's a very good chance that he will be. But if this is politics, Igbos are alien in Yoruba land. They should never come near Lagos politics again. TINUBU'S spokesman Bayo Ononuga declares. So that's quite a thing to say, of course, quite a thing to say. But then we're still staying with the politics of it. The morning after the night before, quite an explosive session yesterday, of course, throughout all of the gubernatorial spaces, winners and losers and tears before bedtime. Grown-up adults, full-grown men, shedding tears before bedtime. Governorship assembly polls. Afenifere calls for cancellation. So, per Adebanjo now, there'll be so many casualties after this election. A lot of people will be corpses within the Nigerian political firmament. Not that they'll physically die, but in terms of relevance politics, they're dead and buried. And per Adebanjo, not the Afenifere movement, but per Afenifere is one of those. I make bold to say that will be one of the casualties of this political space. So he's put all his chips on red at the casino, but the ball fell on blue. He put all his chips on red at the casino, but the ball fell on blue. So he put all his chips with Peter Obi, the ball fell on TINUBU. He put all his chips on CHINEDU, but the ball fell, of course, on SANWO. So the chips are in, and none of them are bearing his name. Governorship assembly polls. Afenifere calls for cancellation. So you can whistle in the wind for that. Lagos governor re-elected in win for ruling. For Nigeria's ruling party. So this is coming from Al Jazeera. So this is just how the international space are documenting it. And as I said, documenting it, I'm just using those words advisedly. They are not politically inclined. They're just documenting for the global audience that the sitting governor in Lagos State had been returned. So all of that are hoopla and brouhaha around violence. They have no time for that. Lagos polls a sham. No prices for guessing. Bode George, of course. Who else? So Bode George chimes in. So there is that space. But the verdict to tell you that this election is fait accompli. There is no reversing anything that's just happened. There is no reversing. The Supreme Court or whatever court is never going to upturn anything. And this is why I'm saying so. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. Who is saying this? Is the Aboki from Daura. So that puts the final seal on that election. So if Buhari is saying categorically that my legacy has been secured, I think then that's when you get to the end of the cinema, the screen shows the end, those two words, and the curtain falls. So the screen showing the end and the curtain now falling are these words. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. It is the Aboki from Daura putting the final seal on what's just happened in the course of this last few weeks. Lagos APC wants Labour Guba candidate Rose VIVOUR not to disrupt peace. So yes, there's. I'll play you a video clip just as soon as we finish listening to the care guys, just to see now why the Lagos State space will be positioned in this manner. Lagos APC wants LP Guba candidate Rose VIVOUR not to disrupt peace. So this guy now, I'm sure they can make space for him in Kirikiri if he wants to eat those insect-infested that is the diet there. So there it is. Plenty to go through, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Well, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the screen, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that remains ever ready on the screens. So do all that, and as you do all that, let me take a micro musical intermission before we delve straight into it. You know where we're going, of course, to the Care Guides. Egbe Elemu, the Care Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. freedom o. Apa Onaido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé Ṣódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. A powerful, potent prayers by the Kegites. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. The cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So there it is. What better space to start the session of than there? So Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Igbos are aliens in Yoruba land. They should never come near Lagos politics again. TINUBU'S spokesman Bayo Ononuga declares. Pardon me. Bayo Ononuga, the spokesperson of the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council on Sunday, pushed an outright let's take that again. Bayo Ononuga, the spokesperson for the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council on Sunday, pushed an outright exclusion of Nigerians of Igbo extraction from Lagos political power, making an escalation of ethnic controversies that enveloped the governorship election of March the 18th. Let 2023 be the last time Igbo interfere in Lagos politics, Ononuga said, tweeting a photo of Peter Obi, an Igbo from Anambra State, who backed Gbadebo wrote VIVOUR, a Yoruba from Lagos, in Saturday's election. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Ononuga, one of the president-elect's top aide, who is expected to play a key role in the incoming administration, further said, Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. It is Yoruba land, mind your business. It was unclear whether or not Mr. Tinubu shares Mr. Ononuga's position on the recent political developments in Lagos State. Another spokesman for the president-elect did not immediately return a request seeking comments. Mr. Tinubu, however, sued for national coherence following his victory last month. For decades, Lagos, a state in Yoruba-dominated southwestern Nigeria, has played host to citizens from other parts of the country who also play active roles in its business and politics. However, Nigeria's most cosmopolitan city has been rocked by divisive ethnic tension this election season as politicians pulled ethnic strings to gain advantage. Mr. Ononuga's statement targeted at the Igbo, which has been widely condemned by Twitter users, comes as President-elect Tinubu prepares to take over leadership of a highly polarized country. So let's just leave that there. I think we get the gist of that. Is there? Actually, let's get the fullness of it. In the February 25th presidential election, Mr. Obi's Labour Party defeated Mr. Tinubu, the ruling All Progressive Congress presidential campaign in Lagos, where Tinubu was once governor from 1999 to 2007 and held the de facto position as the godfather of all governors since then. Though Mr. Tinubu emerged winner of the presidential election after all results from all 36 states were collated and announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mr. Obi's victory in Lagos came as a shocker to many. The declaration of Mr. Tinubu as president is now being challenged at the Electoral Petition Tribunal. Saturday's governorship in Lagos saw APC thugs roaming the streets, warning citizens who will not vote for their party to stay at home. This followed an earlier threat by notorious Lagos thug Musiliu MC Oluomo Akisanya, threatening Igbos who would not vote for the APC in the governorship election to stay at home. So there it is. So that's that. So the right to reply. Let me remove that from the screen. So the right to reply then from this element. I owe no apologies for ethnic slur against Igbos. They are a threat to Yoruba. This is by your Ononuga. So don't take that verbatim, of course. This is an interpretation of what he has said. By your Ononuga, the spokesperson for the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, has doubled down on his ethnic slur against Igbos in Lagos, insisting the Igbos are existential threats to the Yorubas. Criticized for his controversial and divisive ethnocentric statement, Mr. Ononuga, in another tweet, said, "Let me make myself abundantly clear. The view I express on Twitter are my personal views. I don't owe anyone any apology for addressing the existential threat of my people. I am, after all, first of all, a Yoruba before being a Nigerian," he added. Earlier on Sunday, also, he goes on to repeat then what he has said. So it looks as though he did double down on that position. So there is that. Governorship Assembly poll, Afenifere calls for cancellation. So I'll only give you about 2 or 3 paragraphs from this, almost predictable what was to come. The Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Organization, Afenifere, in Lagos State has called for the cancellation of the governorship and House of Assembly elections held in the state, saying the exercise was fraught with irregularities. Afenifere, in a statement by its Lagos state leader and chairman, Chief Shupo Shonibare and Otumba Tunde Onokoya, said the outcome of the polls is not a reflection of the will of the people of Lagos. The statement reads, Afenifere has been inundated with reports from its members, agents, and observers who were present and or on duty for the processes of the election held on Saturday, March the 18th. In 13,327 polling units in Lagos State, various acts were observed and widely reported that impinged on the integrity of the elections and renders the results grossly unreliable. These results cannot be described as a reflection of the will of the people of Lagos State. The only option open to the Independent National Electoral Commission is to reschedule elections at those polling units where the process was so blatantly subverted by an unholy alliance of subversives, including INEC staff, security agents, and hoodlums. Videos of intimidation of voters, either by direct threat or physical violence, and the suppression of votes were rife and viral. With the active connivance of some traditional rulers, arbitrary relocation of polling units far away from designated polling areas, and the snatching of ballot boxes were also rampant. These acts of thuggery were pervasive in at least 11 local government areas. After voting, election materials were snatched at many polling units, and many instances of these were captured on video. So we're going back to that sort of what was it that that character, the AMAP character, what he did on television? I think we're back there again. But this is how Al Jazeera sees it. Lagos governor re-elected in win for Nigeria's ruling party. The governor of Lagos State has easily won re-election in a low turnout local voting. Figures have shown, marking a victory for Nigeria's ruling party just weeks after the commercial capital backed the opposition in a disputed presidential election. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, incumbent Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC party had more than 736,000 votes after votes were tallied in districts representing 95% of votes on Sunday. So that's how it's been documented. His closest rival, Bode George VIVOUR of the Labour Party, secured 292,000 votes, according to the figures released by INEC. The turnout was just a small fraction of the 7 million registered voters in Africa's largest megacity, which has a population of more than 20 million people. So that's how it's been reported internationally. So Bode George, of course, so you can rinse and repeat what we just heard from the Afenifere space. But because Afenifere, as you know, is now factionalized, so we have to say the Adebanjo faction, not the faction, not the faction that endorses their own son. The Adebanjo faction that endorses Peter Obi. So that was what their faction has to say. So Bode George now, from his headline, only to re-echo what we already read. So we'll just take a couple of paragraphs from this. Lagos polls a sham, Bode George. A former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Chief Bode George, on Sunday described the governorship and House of Assembly elections conducted in Lagos State as a sham and a disgrace to democracy. George, in a statement, faulted the conduct of the polls, saying it is a disgrace to Nigeria as a country. He said, "As a Lagosian, I feel so shattered, so heartbroken that our democracy is now in shambles. What a disgrace. I am close to 80 years now, but never in my life have I seen such a despicable and dishonorable way of not allowing people to exercise their rights to vote for whoever they want. This election, in some places, was completely shambolic. What is going on? It is disheartening that Lagos State, the bastion of civility, humility, decorum, harmony, and respect for rule of law, was on Saturday turned to a den of lunatics during the governorship and House of Assembly elections. This is no longer democracy. What happened on Saturday, March the 18th in Lagos State was utter lunacy, a complete sham perpetrated by demented souls. Our forefathers who founded Lagos, the Aworis and others, will be angry in their graves as those power-hungry fellows who turn everything upside down in their quest to retain power at all cost. So it all goes. Everything else is in the same manner. So we can, if I read you the whole of the piece, is all in that vein. So we documented what Bode George. I'm not quite sure why his bags are not packed yet. He's meant to be on his way to Togo. So on to the next. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. Who is saying this? The Mala from the north. President Mohamed Buhari has expressed satisfaction with Saturday's governorship and state houses of assembly elections, saying he was glad he had fulfilled the promise he made to Nigerians to ensure free and credible elections in the country. Speaking shortly after casting his vote at his polling unit in Daura, Katsina State, Buhari said his administration had told Nigerians it would work for them and that he had fulfilled the promise made to ensure credible polls. In this administration, we mean what we say. We say what we mean. We told Nigerians we were going to work for them. We were going to maintain trust. We will not allow anybody knowingly to steal their resources. We promised to make sure We do our best, and I believe we have done that. Buhari said he had always known that President-elect Bola Tinubu would win the presidential poll due to his antecedents. This, according to him, is because he had performed well as governor of Lagos State, in addition to the fact that the APC campaign were thorough and detailed. Buhari expressed confidence that the outcomes of the governorship and state assembly and state houses of assembly elections will favor the All Progressive Congress APC across the country, as Nigerians know the party means what it says and says what it means. So there it is right there. So I'm only really giving you this to document it. So if Buhari is telling you that this election is his legacy, then that tells you that the election is not going to be upturned. The election is not going to be, there's not one single thing that's going to be upturned in this election. So accept your fate and live in peace, is what Buhari is saying. Accept your fate and live in peace. Lagos APC wants LP Guba candidate RHODES VIVOUR not to disrupt the pace. Should I actually leave it to the last? Is that the last? So yes, I'll read you this piece and then I'll show you just a 7-minute video clip to just give you an idea what's led to this headline. Lagos APC wants LP Guba candidate RHODES VIVOUR not to disrupt the pace. The Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC has called on the governorship candidate of the Labour Party, RHODES VIVOUR, not to disrupt the peace in the state. APC, in a release issued Sunday and signed by its state publicity secretary, Honorable Seye Oladejo, said its attention has been drawn to the now familiar lamentation and hallucination of the Lagos State, and the hallucination, by the way, it is a coded word because there's a glazing of the eye that you see from this CHINEDU RHODES VIVOUR that a lot of people are suspicious of him having somewhat of a drug habit. So there's the suspicion that the guy has a drug habit, and I think that's what's been inferred there. APC, in a release it issued on Sunday and signed by its state publicity secretary, Honorable Seye Oladejo, said its attention has been drawn to the now familiar hallucination. So it's just a drug. It's just a drug reference, isn't it? It's inferring drug something or the other. To the now familiar lamentation and hallucination of the Lagos State Labour Party governorship candidate CHINEDU RHODES VIVOUR, and they wrote CHINEDU, by the way, in this piece. I can share it with you because they know him as CHINEDU, you see. CHINEDU RHODES VIVOUR about winning the March 18 election. While we empathize with the budding politician on the dazzling and dazzling impact of defeat, it is advisable for him to desist from acts that are capable of disrupting the peace in the state. APC said RHODES VIVOUR had threatened to make Lagos State ungovernable if the election results did not favor his warped imagination. There is no doubt that his disposition to anarchy is not representative of the position of the true and well-meaning Lagosians. That is not who we are. You see, they are referencing his foreignness to the space with that. The result of the governorship and House of Assembly elections are the realistic and true reflections of the preference of the electorate. It was a referendum on the remarkable achievement of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team, who excelled in the face of daunting odds. It was a vote for tested, trusted, compassionate, and committed leadership, rather than an infantile and needless experiment that was bound to set the state back. Negotiants spoke eloquently and loudly for a candidate who understands their expectation with the institutional experience to move our state forward. While we understand the shock that came with the disappointment of the crash, while we understand the shock that came with the disappointment of the crash of the crass optimism as a result of falsehood and propaganda, the experience of CHINEDU's 4 earlier electoral losses should come in handy. So they couldn't help it, could they? Lagos APC said it appreciates Lagosians who trooped out to vote for the party as an expression of confidence to continue on the path of progress that had given Lagos State pride of place in the Federation. We want to assure all and sundry that the trust and confidence will never be taken for granted. We will definitely fulfill our part of the social contract. Our government will continue on the path of non-discrimination, inclusiveness, compassion, and total dedication. So there is that. I've escaped the reading for another session. So I've escaped the reading. So let me bring on the panel. There's still room for anybody that wants to come in. Don't let the room fill up and then you start to hassle me in the comment section. Ola joins us from Canada. Solly joins us from Amsterdam. BQB, location unknown. Gideon joins us from Edo. Adale Koko in Dallas somewhere, and DOG Kent UK. So a couple more spaces still open for whoever wants to join. But before we get to the panel, let me play you this clip now that has led to that pushback by the APC. Watch this.
If you notice, can you go back to that? If you notice, there is a signature here, but this has been altered. You see, the signature originally was for 67. Now it has, Tipex has been used to cover this 6. A 0 has been added, and now you see 7. You look at the APC, originally it was 20. Or 22, most likely. 20 or something, right? And then now you see the Tipex here, a 1 has been added, and now it's 120. So the signatures are there, but these results have been tampered with and then uploaded. And there's so many instances of this. And then also you find that a lot of results are being called as results, authentic results, are being called as authentic results, but you see that they are state assembly results or presidential results. Like, for instance, this is the state assembly result, but it's being submitted as the governorship result, and it is this result that is being calculated and announced by INEC. So there are so many instances of this, right? And it's not going to stand, because we have our results, we're in the lead with our results, and we're going to challenge this in the court of law. Go ahead.
One, 19 local governments are collated and announced so far. It's also outstanding. You won in a board of him. The incumbent has won in 18 local governments. I've seen their situation. They are jubilating already. The next call would be for you to make the call. If you do not make the call, you will issue with a certificate of return. Are you rejecting the results?
I completely condemn the entirety of this election in every clear term. This was a sham of an election. It was a compromise. It was an illegality that has not been perpetrated in Lagos since I've been born. This was an election where entire agents of a party were chased away from their polling units. This was an election where people were standing, and if you came to vote and you were not Labour Party, they were beating you. I've had to pay the bill for over 12 people. One was in concussion, he just woke up today. One's leg is completely broken, he has to go into surgery. And I've been doing this entire morning. I cannot even transfer money again because I'm done transferring just on hospital bills. So I condemn this. I will never call Babajide Sanwo-Olu to congratulate him for this shambolic, this sham of an election, this violence that's literally setting a precedent for war in the next election, because nobody is going to come into elections believing that they will discuss ideas and issues anymore. Because what is it about? It's about who is the most violent.
Second question, you said the police was complicit. Igbos, or who had the commissioner in Lagos, said every situation they responded to, and the entire security scenario did not prevent voting.
They did not prevent voting.
Did not prevent voting. That's what he said.
That is a big lie. It is a big lie. I thank the Army. I thank the DSS. I thank the Navy. I thank the Neighborhood Watch that came. If these people did not get involved, what you see, what all the videos you have seen will be child's play compared to what the reality would have been. In Ikorodu, people died. In Apapa, someone died. In Shomolu, someone died. So how are you saying that people will be aware that a person has been killed and they will come out and vote? In Nigeria, people were sitting down in their house because they were literally threatening them that if they come out, they will kill them. And they were following people and going to their houses. After you vote, they will follow you to your houses to go and threaten to harm your family. This Lagos deserves so much more. Look at Oyo State. Seyi Makinde won. People are jubilating. He did not have to use any violence. He did not have to use any intimidation. When you serve your people will return you to office. We should not be seeing videos of so much violence statewide. And you're saying that you're dancing and celebrating you won an election. You plan to govern these same people? Even Yoruba people were being assaulted because they apparently looked Igbo. This is what Lagos has become under the APC government. So this cannot carry on. And I call on every well-meaning Lagosian and Nigerian, we must stand against this. Because, see, there's a saying that when they came for the Jews, you kept quiet. They came for the Muslims, you kept quiet. Eventually, when they come for you, everybody will be quiet. So we must stand against all of this because real lives are at stake here. Real businesses, people's live streams are at stake. And we are going to do our part. Make sure we collect all the data, go to court to fight for the people's mandate. But the people themselves must stand up against this ethnic violent tribalism that the APC government is trying to normalize in our state. Because this has started all the way from NSAS, where they made us to believe that violence did not happen till today now. And then you have a commissioner of police saying this is a free and fair election.
So are you saying that your team has its own records of these results?
Yes, we have collated all the results as much as we could because there are places where they chased all our agents out. There are places where they burnt results in Ojo. Several places where we'll be calling for cancellation of those results and a rerun. There are places where our ballots were thrown into the gutter. We dried those ballots. We counted it. We've kept records.
So essentially, are you going to call for cancellation of
we are calling for several cancellations where violence was the order of the day because elections did not happen there. And the international community is watching and they also know that elections did not happen in these places. So you cannot create so much violence against Lagosians, write results, and we should celebrate that election happened. Elections did not happen in Lagos State.
So we should expect to see you at the election petition tribunal?
Certainly. My legal team is already on it. We are here compiling our results, and we are going to fight, like I said, because the people that came out to vote did so with so much courage. They came to vote in hope. We were not incentivizing them with money. Despite all the traditional institutions to try and scare them with the Oro Festival, they still came out with courage. So we owe it to them to fight for every single vote, and we are going to do just that. So thank you.
It is like father, like son. I hear all the lawyers in Lagos, they formed a queue at the doors of the Lamborghini and Ferrari showrooms in Lagos. So there it is. So the lawyers feed now. But before we go to BQB to kick off the conversation, let's give SANWO the right to reply. So the right to reply, SANWO. So there it is. So BQB, good to see you. Are you ready to go, or do you want us to skip you for a moment?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Good to see you. Yeah, you are on. Yeah, no, we can hear you. So good to see you and good to have you. So we want to go to the Bayo Ononuga space, but before we get to the Bayo Ononuga space, let's kick it off from the RHODES VIVOUR, who are typically and predictably calling foul and calling for its lawyers. So what are you then making then of RHODES VIVOUR's response to the landslide flogging by Babajide Sanwo-Olu?
I'm actually surprised about this exaggerated anticipated acceptance, that he actually feels that he was going to win the election. Is this exaggerated sense of acceptability, which I don't know where the confidence is actually coming from, because I was surprised. How is a Labour Party going to win places like Ekpe? How is it going to win places like Ikorodu? How is it going to win places like Kalimosho if people like Aregbesola comes back to canvass their people? How is it going to win in Badagry? It might win in maybe Oshodi Solo, Itiosa, because of the politics around all these celebrities and all these obedient sponsor. Most of those them in Lagos are in that Itiosa. Then we can understand the reason why he might win in maybe Amuwodof in Nigeria inside. But in generality, I'm not expecting him to win. So I don't understand why he's surprised. And he was even saying that the result they got from their coalition unit, I don't know the result they got from their coalition units. About
is that not typical language of Nigerian politics though? When because Goodluck Jonathan been the anomaly, have you ever known an instance of a Nigerian politician to lose and not cry foul?
But at least you present some information with facts. But about at least I know about 6 or so polling units in my area. So Sanwo-Olu won massively, and it's not like it was rigged in the polling unit. We saw the result. And that is what replicated in most of those areas. And we know the reason. The ethnic issue has really brought out the venom and the intention to really vote and increase the number for the governor. So that I think is part of the reason why I feel the governor got some votes, more votes this time around. So I'm surprised about his media something, but I discovered something that is usually the Arise people that is the platform that is using. So I don't know the connection between Labour Party, Arise, Bode George.
Well, sorry, BQB. Arise, as you know, it's a PDP platform. The chairman, of course, of that channel is a senior member of the PDP. But then is that synergy then between the PDP and the Labour Party? That's been their politics.
Yeah. So even in their reportage of the whole story about the states, they are more focusing on where there are issues, where there are some violence, where there are some disturbances. They are not focusing. We have more than 10,000 polling units in Lagos, which was largely peaceful, and votes were casted without any harassment or intimidation. But they are just focusing on those pockets of places where there are violence. Of course, we condemn violence, but that doesn't reflect the generality of all the votes casted in more than 10,000 polling units across the state, which I think that is my belief system. The Rose Vivors people and the belief system are more on this vengeance, annoyed, and having this kind of agenda and wanting to bring the guy in as the governor. It's not really based on any form of previous experience, competence, or capability, which is what some of us look and said, no, Peter Obi's vote cannot automatically translate to your vote this time around. So, and I think I'm not surprised about the outcome. If you go to court, all Lagos election has always been contested in court anyway, from possibly 1999 till now. So if you go to court and contest the election, of course, we know what is likely going to happen at the end of the day. So that's just my initial response to his outburst.
All right, and to the bio Ononuga space, so we have his tweets, and so there is no equivocation on what he said. This is what he's saying verbatim on his own tweet. Let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. it is Yoruba land, mind your business. So that is a senior functionary who a lot of people suspect either the Minister of Information or certainly a presidential spokesperson are very ethnic tweets. What are you making of that?
Yes, I'm going to respond to this as a Nigerian and as a Yoruba man. As a Nigerian, you want to look at it as this kind of tweet and narrative doesn't promote unity. But when it comes to the issue of politics and election, unity is secondary. Politics is interest. So any beliefs, any union, any group that doesn't align with my interests is my enemy. So, and if you follow the politics of Lagos, the Igbo interest has always want to be the only antagonist to the APC machinery in Lagos. It's not the first time. It happens when Ambode was coming. That was the genesis of the Oba Lagoon story, where Jimmy Agbaje was trying to have an agreement, an arrangement with them that he's going to give them some vital position in his government so that they vote for him massively. That was what necessitated the king to call them to a meeting. And as the king that we know, the way he talks, so he made the assertion that he's going to throw them lagoon. They didn't vote for anybody. So we know this, but it has not gotten to this height now that it was obvious that if you see an average person, if you interacted with an average person from Eastern extractions, they don't want to engage with you on any level of intellectual reasoning. They will even tell you what did SANWO did in the last 4 years. So I was in a conversation. I was in another platform. Somebody was asking me what.
No, we saw you there when
so,
we saw you there when they were slapping you around.
Yeah, so it's not even for today. He was asking me, one Jude was asking me, what did he do in the next 4 years? Well, last 4 years. I was saying, how would you want me to answer you what he did in the last 4 years? The question is even derogatory for you to ask me what the governor did. There was so much improvement, so many developments in terms of when you talk about education, schools, name it. You can see it if you are in the state. Ask those people in the state, the Aborigines, the owners of the place. They felt there is an improvement. But you that you are not living in the place, you are saying that there is no improvement. You can't be the barometer to measure a progress of an area. If the people in that area felt that there is an improvement there, why can't you leave it for them? So if you now say there's no improvement, is it the MIT guy that studied architecture in MIT? They're studying architecture in MIT, give you the cognitive leadership and administrative experience or economic management to run a state like Lagos. So those are the political aspect of it. But anytime an average Yoruba man makes this kind of argument, they tend to label you and mob you and attack you, which is what was happening in that space this evening. And of course, playing the victim ethnic card that some people are against you, they are attacking them, they are sending their family are sending messages that everybody
BQB. And by the way, what does BQB stand for? Well, just out of curiosity, what's BQB? Is it boys quarters? Do you live in a boys quarters?
Or barbecue? Or barbecue?
Or barbecue? Yes.
BBQ is just the acronym for my. Of course, we have 3 names now. Your son.
Okay. So your initials. Okay.
And last it's just initial. So that's just right. the stuff. So, and I was thinking that you wanted to enter the space before they don't even allow you to enter. If they just attack you from the door and shut you out.
No, that's how. No, that's how it goes there. Hopefully, Rudolph will calm it down after the elections because we all like him, but some of the goings on there cannot carry on. But some of the goings on that cannot carry on, taking it back to Bayo Ononuga, it's his position now untenable because he is a senior politician, and you can't be both. You can't be an ethnic Yoruba man and a federal senior functionary as well. So has this tweet that he has put out, has he put an end to any ambition of him being a presidential spokesman, never mind being a minister, sort an ethnic phobic sort of a pronouncement from a senior space? Yeah.
It might be if I was the president, being that ethnic a person that he is and his belief, and you can't blame him. We understand, and what you feel and understand about Nigerian varies. So he might be in the kitchen cabinet. He might be one of those people in the villa, but not necessarily the spokesman or the minister. Because anybody that you're appointing as a minister must have this kind of nationalistic appeal.
Outlook.
So it's not so outlook. He's not somebody that will be putting up a tweet and even going to be emphasizing it, that he's not going to apologize for any reason. So he has not felt that he has done anything wrong. The way the Easterner want to intervene in the politics of Lagos is daring. It's not just want to play in the politics subtle, but it's daring. They are putting it to the face. Even if you are just a normal person that doesn't like policies, you are not interested. You just want to be interested. It's only people from Southeast region that will be doubting your origin. If you tell anybody that you're from, if you tell a Benin man that you're from Lagos, it's not likely going to doubt you. But if you tell a Southeasterner you're from Lagos, you need to explain yourself. Why are you going to be from Lagos, or why can you be from Lagos? So when you start talking about those kind of narration, it's tend to irritate and provoke some unwanted reactions. We condemn
does it show sorry BQB, does it show a level of naivety, even a lack of intelligence on the part of this Ononuga to have tweeted it? Because the moment he tweets it, it's publicly documented. Everybody has captured it. There's no point in even deleting it anymore. But if he had said it privately, even publicly, he can say it was misquoted and everything. But for him to tweet something like that, somebody of his seniority and importance within that TINUBU space, is that a level of seniority and almost lack of intelligence that disappoints somewhat? Is it disappointing that he would such a schoolboy error?
Yes. I would not call it schoolboy error, because you don't know the level of interference and the level of the caliber of people those guys met with, and the amount of information they have. And it's not everybody that knows how to handle this emotional intelligence. There is one minister of communication from Oyo. Initially, he was speaking for TINUBU, or this spokesperson of the campaign council. But if you discover anytime the guy is out on a media interview, he usually doesn't handle the space very well. That he will be angry. So many times he will have to be in the form of like an argument. So they had to step him down. I think Bayoshi too. So
yes,
so many of those,
was it the one fighting Showore in some studio?
Yes. So yes, he was even fighting Rufai sometimes. So they had to step him down. So later he was no longer communicating with the media on behalf of the. So I think some of them, the level of tolerance that they have varies. So, and if anybody, just like what we say, it's democracy. Now. That's what he feels. When Trump to call Africa a shithole country, do some form of racist posts in an attempt for him to win an election, it's politics. So we just have to, since he doesn't portray more of an ethnic person, he might not necessarily give him a national appointment. He might be a spokesman of the president or something like that, so that it will not be like he's a minister. He's representing Nigeria in quotes. So I don't really see any fuse in what the guy is tweeted, because you don't understand the level of involvement he was. You don't understand the level of attack the guy must have suffered, because the response we put out is based on the informations and the reaction you got before. So all those kind of information would make him to come up with that tweet. He will not just sit down and be typing that. He must have been typing it based on some level of. But people expected him for his level to have some form of maturity. But anybody can make mistakes, or anybody can, and he will be responsible and bear the consequence. So I think that's just what I feel about. No, not really. There's somebody in the kitchen.
All right, I can hear rattling about.
Yeah, there's somebody.
All right, brilliant. We're all getting ready, so make sure our own is part of it.
No problem.
Now to the Buhari space, Buhari has come out to say that he has fulfilled this promise. He says, "I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians." So this is Buhari making this headline. So I'm only really bringing this to say that this is the seal of approval of what has happened. And I don't think, because Buhari, there's every sense that he wants this election to be his legacy, at least to be part of his legacy. So with him now coming out to say this, is this fait accompli now for this election? So all matters done and dusted now and no court to overturn. And there is no anticipation that any court will overturn anything significant. So Buhari coming out now to make this pronouncement that this was my promise to you delivered. Is this now the final nail that completes this crafting of this election?
Yeah, if we look at the history and antecedent of presidential election, so I've not seen if we have a Supreme Court that has the balls to cancel a presidential election or change a sitting president. Before the case will get to the Supreme Court, TINUBU would have been president already. And some form of cabinet, not cabinet reshuffle, some form of changes, so to say, in the configuration might have taken place. And all those kind of movements will affect the reasoning and the way they are going to see the election. So in the long run, the learned people in the court would agree that there might be some flaws, but those flaws might not be enough reason for them to change government, because changing government has a lot of implications, security reasons, financial implications. So they look at the overall picture than just to now change that. Let's spend another 400 billion to conduct another election. I think Buhari has done well for me personally, especially
with this election or his administration. Is it this election or his administration?
No. This election,
right.
specifically, especially at the coalition point, because if Obasanjo wrote a letter, if they've suspended that coalition at that time, probably we don't know what would have happened now. It's just going to give a space for so many things to start cropping up. And of course, the story of June 12 that we read will come into mind. When you start giving a vacuum, you tend to give room for so many issues to come. So the way the guy, INEC chairman, moved the process, of course, because the guy will get signal from the presidency too, that you can't suspend this process. You just have to complete this process. And anybody that is aggrieved, then can go to the court of law. So on that, he has delivered the election now, and he marked himself as successful. This is the first time we are using VIVOUR. The only problem that they are saying part of it is that the presidency was not transmitted immediately, but it was not in law, electoral law, that it must be transmitted immediately. So those are just the small area that's, but by and large, improvements will be made on the subsequent election. So I think for him, based on this
actually, hold on, BK Bill. You said improvements will be made for subsequent elections, but did you actually notice any improvements from the 25th of February to what we had yesterday? Did you? Because a lot of people were saying the INEC staff were on time, their materials were in place, and people noticed somewhat of a marked improvement already.
There is an improvement in the process because they understood the process better. It was faster. The process was concluded faster. On February 25th, that was the first time they were using that. Although, of course, they had a mock training and practice, but it was not the real election. But this one, they've done it, so it was faster. But that's also region dependent, because in my own area, we started the election late. And that one is due to, of course, Nigerian factor. They were not being paid their allowance. As at on Saturday, the allowance for the February 25th has not been paid. So they were protesting that until they receive their allowance, they are not going to set out. That was responsible for the delay. But in terms of the process of taking your, collecting your voter's card, checking your name on the list, authenticating it with the machine, giving you the ballot papers, thumbprinting with that ink, going to that cubicle and dropping it in the box. That process was faster and smoother in this governorship process.
All right, brilliant. And a couple more spaces. Bode George saying the elections was a sham. Afenifere, the Adebanjo branch, asking for cancellation. All of that predictable, would you say?
No. I don't. Of course, we are Yorubas. Bode George is my father from the same local government as our header. Adebanjo is our Yoruba header. We respect them. But of course, we know that they have their biases. So the biases affecting what they put out. And these people have their issues rooted in the candidacy of Jagaban. If you have any conversation with Bode George for 5 minutes, you will mention TINUBU. If you have any conversation with Baba Adebanjo for 5 minutes, you will mention TINUBU. So you know that they are feeling their hatred is deep-rooted for that man. So I don't understand why you now say that in 10,000 units. Do we have violence in 1,000 units? Just as we have 10,000 polling units in Lagos. Do we have violence in 1,000? What is 1,000? What's the percentage of 1,000 in 10,000 units? So even based on this simple statistical analysis, are we not going to cancel the whole election because of that? So they are elderly people, and this is democracy. Anybody you can always have your say. That is just the space. That's just my response to them.
All right. Before I go on to Ajanle Koko, I'd like you to respond to this. This is a moment in time in Nigeria's political evolution. So I'm not sure if you have a screen, but this is a moment in time in Nigeria's political evolution. It says a big win. Aisha Binani of Adamawa State emerges first elected female governor in Nigeria. A big win for Nigerian women as Aisha Binani of Adamawa State emerges as the first elected female governor in Nigeria. So give us your thoughts on that, BKB.
Yes, I'm actually watching that space, but you know, this space is actually confusing because the camp of the opposition, they are congratulating themselves. The female governors camp, the APC, they are congratulating themselves. And not quite about a few minutes, I saw a tweet from Festus Kiyamo alleging that the INEC official is being coerced to reduce the vote in some local governments, something like that. So I don't think it has been finalized. So and
I hope it is finalized. Yes, our politics needs that. We would rather achieve one. Our politics needs it. So I hope it's finalized.
No, I hope it's finalized. I hope at least for us to achieve women. And it's even surprising that it's even going to be in the northern part of the country.
Look at that, and you keep calling them backward.
Backward, that will claim backward. We are civilized. We couldn't. I don't know if they present any female candidates. Whether it's going to be
possible now.
Okay, we had a female candidate in Rivers State. I don't know the number of votes the woman will get. Labour Party for Rivers State, the female gubernatorial candidate. So that's just my reactions to that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let us know when the bokoto is ready because I'm hungry. So that is a BQB, doubling as a chef and a political analyst both at the same time. A man of many skills, a chef and a political analyst. Let's go on from BQB to Ajanle Koko, who the voice I'm sure a lot of you want to hear. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So straight to it and immediately to it. So now let's take you to the Bayo Ononuga tweet. That seems to be the one that is agitating people the most. I was stunned when somebody at that level will come into the political space on Twitter. They say the internet will never forget, and make such a schoolboy tweet to say that it's an ethnophobic tweet. No, there's no other way to read it. You can hold those views privately, but why would somebody of his seniority tweet such a thing? Bayo Ononuga ends his career. Adanle Koko.
Bayo Ononuga ends his career. Okay.
I want to talk for now because
All right. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. That tweet was very embarrassing. And it is very, very bad indeed. And right now, I think he's still, I don't know why he has to make such kind of tweet, because his principal already won the election. He's a president-elect, and by the virtue of his position, Bayo Ononuga, whatever he says, people will perceive it that is coming from TINUBU, because he's the spokesperson of TINUBU. And I think he should have, he shouldn't have done better. He shouldn't have made that tweet at all in the first place. And what he is trying to achieve, I don't know. It's very divisive tweet. It should be condemned. It shouldn't be coming from the high level. Person like him at the high level position like that. This is a man that is well respected when it comes to the profession of journalism in Nigeria.
He's a senior journalist. Yeah.
So it's a completely. It's completely ridiculous tweet, and it should be condemned.
But how do you think the Southeast would respond to that tweet? Because, of course, they've always made inferences that there's a hatred towards them, especially from the Southwest and really by the wider Nigerian society. But now a senior politician openly displays that hate.
Let me tell you, it's going to be interpreted by them and those on social media that are still not particularly those that have lost confidence in Nigerian state, people that are still nursing the wound they suffer for the defeat of Obi in the last election. These will give them an kind of oxygen to fire up and started raining some kind of narrative against TINUBU. They're not going to. TINUBU is the person that will be robbed with this negative image being created by Ononuga. So I think by now, the president-elect, his team, they should put themselves in a position of, should
they sack him? Should they sack him and publicly denounce that statement?
I will not recommend that he should be sacked. I think the president-elect should be able to force him to make another tweet or statement to apologize.
But Ajanle Koko, he has already made another tweet. Let me tell you what he said. because it's not backing down. Let me tell you what he said. It says, by Ononuga, the spokesperson for the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, has doubled down on its ethnic slur against Igbos in Lagos, insisting the Igbos are existential threats. So he's added that existential threats to Yorubas, criticized for his controversial and divisive ethnocentric statement. Mr. Ononuga, in another tweet, said, "Let me make myself abundantly clear. The view I express on Twitter are my personal views. I don't owe anybody any apology for addressing the existential threats of our people. I am, after all, first of all, a Yoruba before being a Nigerian." So he has to be sacked at Ande Koko. There's no way around it. He has to be sacked. Otherwise, that's the view of the presidency or the president-elect.
I mean, the way he worded the statement is too strong, saying that Igbos are an essential threat to Yoruba people. That's a very, very bad statement. And the president-elect has a duty to unite the country. That is the number one duty that Tinubu, number one responsibility that he has to deal with the moment he assumes office. I mean, right from the moment that he's a president-elect, he have that duty to achieve, and he should be making some move, traveling, meeting leaders before May 2029, because that we are sharply divided against each other in that country, along religious line, along ethnic line, and it is the duty of the president-elect to make sure that they can bring everybody together and we can have one focus as for him to run a successful administration. So Tinubu should be able to force him to make a statement. All this one is saying that it's not backing down, it's just making mouth. So if Tinubu called him and said, "I'm not happy with this," and I think for us to continue
I think by tomorrow he'll be sacked at Danle Koko. I cannot say any other way around it.
Well, it's left for Tinubu to do what he feel that is good for him. So, but I believe if Tinubu call him and tell him that, look, go on the air and apologize, reward your statement, say it right, I'm not part of this, you are robbing me with this negative image, and this is not what I represent. I believe he will do the right. He will do the right thing. So if not, I want to hold Tinubu responsible for this irresponsible statement. If Tinubu doesn't do anything about this, we should be wary about how Tinubu going to run the administration. This statement yes.
Adamle Koko, as irresponsible as that statement is, would you say it's the abiding sentiment of the Yoruba space? I heard an anecdote today about one of my in-laws. He's in Akure, and he's going to give quick notices to some of his tenants renting some of his shops from the southeast, of course. So would you say this is the abiding sentiment of the southwestern space? What that guy said.
Look, woman, yes, I want to believe that. Politics have divided us more than any other thing in that country, particularly between Nigeria and Yoruba and Igbo. Yoruba and Igbo never agree on any political interest. Since before independence.
But Adamle Koko, can you say has any tribe in Nigeria actually agreed with Igbo at all in any political interest at all? the north, the south. I don't know. I think it's the entire Nigeria against Igbo at this point.
No,
I won't just say it's a
no, that's
problem
not,
with it.
that's not true.
Is there
Sorry,
any?
can I interject? Can I interject? Sorry.
Oh, hold on. You can interject, but let Charles interject first.
So I don't know. It might not just
yeah,
be just Yoruba.
yeah, go on, Charles.
I think the major populace of Nigeria, because for some reason I think there's some stereotype of Igbos that are just generally not acceptable, especially in the political landscape.
No,
in
that's
Nigeria.
not.
Sorry, Charles. How did they vote in Edo land?
Edo, which Edo land?
In Edo land now. Edo. Where did they vote? Where? How did they vote in Edo?
They voted for. Is it not the presidential, Peter Obi? You're talking about presidential
and Delta.
I'm not really following Delta and Edo. I'm not really.
No, at the presidential level.
Yeah, I know they voted for Peter Obi, if I'm correct.
And in Plateau.
I think Peter Obi as well.
So what are you saying?
Let me even answer him. Let me answer.
Yeah, sorry, Ajale Koko, carry on. Yeah.
Don't ever say that there's never a time that Nigeria, I mean, in every part of Nigeria, they never agree with Igbo or don't want to do anything politically with Igbo. In the First Republic, it was Igbo and Hausa people that run this country, Nigeria. In the Second Republic, it was the Hausa and Igbo. Shagari, the president, and Ekwebe. So even in the what do you call it? In this Fourth Republic that we are running, it has been Igbo and the North when the what do you call it? When the PDP run that country down for 16 years. So this narrative that Nigeria doesn't always marginalize Igbo or doesn't bring Igbo closer, I think we should be very factual about this. We should not allow emotion, to run the narrative all the time, and particularly misinform people, and because Igbo are not at the center stage now, and that means that Nigerian doesn't like Igbo and something like that. Igbo was part of the national politics since 1999 to 2015. They played a very, very prominent role. And the same thing in Second Republic, prominent role. Yoruba was in opposition. During the Shagari, we are in the opposition. We are not part of the administration. And Ekweme was able to boast that during his time, he was able to make 44 Igbos millionaire. It was a big deal back then to be millionaire in Nigeria. For 4 years, he said he was able to make 44 Igbo millionaire. The same thing in the First Republic. It was Nnamdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa that ran the administration. Awolowo was opposition. What are we talking about? And as a matter of fact, it was Nnamdi Azikiwe that surrendered the power, the political power of the entire South, and particularly that of Igbo people, to the North. It was offered by Chief Obawolo. It was offered the what do you call this thing? The prime ministership by Awolowo. For Awolowo to be finance minister, he turned it down. He went to strike a deal with the North for him to be ceremonial president, and he gave the prime ministership to Tafawa Balewa. When, as a matter of fact, he had the highest vote. His own party had the highest vote in the election. NCNC had 2.5 million votes. Action Group had 1.9 million votes. And the same with Northern People Congress, or what's the name of the party? That one had 1.9 million votes. Our party, Action Group, had 70 million above. above that of Northern People's Congress. But what did Zik do? He turned around against Awolowo's offer to surrender the interest of the southern political power to the north. And that was what brought us to where we are today. What do you guys try to paint all the time, that the whole country doesn't want Igbo or doesn't want to have anything to do politically with Igbo? That's not true. Charles, don't run this. Don't be part of people that are spreading that lie anymore. That's the biggest lie.
I'll be honest with you. There are two theories to this whole fiasco.
I'm telling you what is factual. This is not.
Charles, you have to listen to Papa Ajali Koko. What he just said now is just pure facts. Let me tell you.
Let me say something. Hold on, Charles. Let Solomon come in and then you come back. So let Solomon interject and then you wrap up both their narratives.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah.
Good morning, Solomon.
So what Baba Jali Koko just said is true. When this OB movement started, I was not really in support of it, but it has already come. It has happened. But I think I will not blame OB. I will still give him kudos for what he has done, because right now he has still made some changes. He brought about some changes in the southeast politically and in Nigeria as a whole. So this is one of the reasons why I will not, or these are the reasons why I will not blame him. I will not blame him anymore, because yeah, he has done what he has done. He has gone for the election and did a lot. And right now in the southeast, Obi will be the person to be negotiated with politically. As long as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned, he's the one that will be negotiating with right now from every region. And like what Baba Jali Koko said, yes, Igbos has always been in play. In before, I used to think this election right now, say from Buhari's election 2015, and this one has made me know now that, like I say here, is strictly on negotiation. And this thing being strictly on negotiation now is any region that agrees with another region that can win the presidency in Nigeria. Igbos has always been there. We've always played this policy. So I don't like.
So is it that we find it difficult to agree with a region now, or is it difficult? Why is it easy for the Yorubas but difficult for us? Why is it easy for the South?
Difficult to, assuming Obi did not do what he did. Who told you that Atiku would have not won this election? And Igbos will not be Igbos. I see why I wanted Atiku is because I knew this kind of things would play out. It's not like I wanted a full animal to go back there, but because I know it is where my region, where I know that my region will be carried along. Because after these 8 years of Buhari's administration, the kind of setback, the kind of marginalization we've experienced, I don't want any other person that will come in and my Igbo people will not be carried along. So that is why I was supporting Atiku, because I know if Atiku, assuming it was him that won this election, now I know the Igbos are going to really benefit from it. But I won't blame Obi.
Okay, let's flip the coin. Let's flip the coin. Let's say Igbos were the ones ruling in PDP all this while, and we had a gentleman agreement that these elections we would have given it to the north. And all of a sudden, the Southeast should just say that, you know what, you guys should wait. Let us go have another go. Then it should be your turn. Do you really think the North will have accepted that? Do you think they would have said, okay, well, let's negotiate. We'll take it like that. Anything you say goes. Or do you think it's just an Igbo thing? Do you think any other tribe will accept that? Because like I made this argument with one man. TINUBU was probably in the same boat, and he fought. You understand? But I don't know, for some reason with Igbos, it's not up for discussion. It's a take it or leave it situation. So when you bring up this narrative of we need to negotiate, it's not. I really don't believe they give us that leeway to negotiate.
What I want to tell you now it might sound stupid, but it's a fact. See, an outsider, an outsider would when your house is not arranged, you don't expect an outsider to entrust certain or entrust power to you. Do you understand? Or you not expect an outsider not to take advantage of you. Our house was not arranged in the southeast. Look at the way they went for. Look, but you can't compare TINUBU'S pathway to victory to is anybody in the southeast there. That,
so what do you mean? Let me just ask the final question. What do you mean by your house is not arranged? Is it that if you give an Igbo man the presidency,
look at the primaries? I'm talking about the two major
the
parties.
primaries,
yeah. Look at the primaries. Did any Igbo man step down for anyone? Or did we even have any meeting, any political meeting? That because we are supposed to, the Southwest, they've been having political meeting, I believe from 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Have we had any political meeting to say, oh, this time it's not about Ohaneze coming out? Ohaneze is not a political forum or political platform. It's just a social cultural group. Have we had any political meeting? See, let me tell you something. I don't want to just talk about Obi because the man has tried. I'm impressed. I was really impressed by his movement. This is our turnout. This election that he contested in. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not blaming him again. I don't have anything against him, but let's not come here. What I don't want is anybody come here now to say this one, that one. I've already told you people here that let's understand where we are, the space we are in, and it's not like we follow them and do the. See, look at this kind of violence going on in Lagos now. It is not going on in the north, but they are playing their politics. We don't need to follow them and do the kind of politics they are playing, but we would have to arrange ourselves and bring things to the table. But right now, I think Obi has really, the next administration or the next election, we have a lot to. People will come for us. Yeah, they would understand that.
So let me give you my theory. I think in this whole ethnic this divisiveness is going to last till after the next election. I don't think there will be any quick fix to this. I think even in the next election we will still be divided. Labour Party will contest separately. I don't see PDP.
Can I come in, Charles?
Yeah.
Sorry, mute yourself for a moment, Solomon, because we're getting heavy feedback from you. Can I come in, Charles? You say that this ethnic divisiveness would last for the next 4 years, and I have the suspicion that it may. But the only people that can manage that space, I suspect, is the Southeasterners. So, and I think they have one of two directions of travel. They can either continue to go down that path that they're all against us, or they can try and realign in a way that is more inclusive and warm to the space rather than agitate against the space. So if they continue to agitate against the space, then of course it will carry through to 2027, and they will use that against them again and slide them off, as they always have done. But it's about integration, and there's a sense that the Southeast is not fully integrated. And correct me if I'm talking out of turn, but there's a sense that the Southeast is not fully integrating itself into the Nigerian experience. So yes, it almost will carry through. But if it does, for it not to carry through, is the Southeast that have to do something.
Can I interject just very quickly?
Yeah, hold on. Let Charles respond to that first. Maybe he thinks I've just said nonsense. Yeah.
No. See, look, my theory, I won't lie to you. I really sat down and I really don't even trust Obi himself. I understand the whole Obi movement, but the way things have been orchestrated doesn't just. I'm not really comfortable about the politics being played right now. I still feel this whole gimmick that is going on is all planned by political elites in sense of this whole ethnic divisiveness. First of all, in terms of you have a political party, PDP, who had the opportunity really to actually win this election. There was nothing stopping them. But all of a sudden, they divided they just broke up. I don't understand is it to give APC a chance, or I don't understand. And even within this Lagos State elections, this whole ethnic divisiveness is only playing out.
Hold on. Yeah, mute yourself, Solomon. It's only because of the feedback. When Charles finishes, then come in. Yeah.
This whole ethnic divisiveness is only playing out in Lagos. And I'm beginning to wonder why. Why is it Lagos that all these old attacks are just coming out from?
That is not true again. That is not true again.
Is there any other state? Is there any other state that has this problem
What of Rivers State? What of Rivers?
What's wrong with Rivers State?
Rivers State, there are information that there were vote suppression. Wike was suppressing voters in areas where Igbos are prominent, or where Igbo population were more than any other ethnic group. I mean, why the hue and cry on Lagos alone? It happened in some other places too. And
I've not heard any news about it happening in any other place.
Sorry, can I come in? Can I come in, please? Yeah, Charles, let me tell you something. You see, Rivers State, let's stop being hypocritical in this country called Nigeria. Let's stop this hypocrisy, everything. Do you know the violence in Rivers State is far higher than the one in Lagos State? I have a friend that is serving currently, that is serving in the Rivers State currently. This guy, if you see what he told me, the things I've seen in Lagos are far less than what happened in Rivers State. The brutality that is going on there in the Rivers State is something else. Even to them coppers, he had an encounter of, because he was a polling he was one of the presiding officers in the polling unit in his own ward there, and as a copper. And the kind of stories this guy told me, even that if you see the way he right now, he needs to go to the hospital now to go and check himself. That is to tell you that the level of violence in Rivers is. Let's not just be talking about Lagos. I'm not in support, and I don't I'm not happy about the whole thing that is going on, and it's not really good.
My fear really is with Tinubu. I really don't know how he's going to, because I won't lie, I think the way this thing has been painted is Igbos were really the ones responsible for actually challenging him for the first time in his domain. You understand? So now ask the question: if you are Tinubu, what will you do? Will you actually try and amend things and give these people that power again? Or would you continually emphasize that you guys do not ever think of challenging me or my people? I really don't know how he's going to, and that's why this whole fire Ononuga thing, I don't think he's even going to come out and say anything. I think he will even bring him in. I really don't. And Tinubu's next move is what is going to reflect on whether this thing looks like a tribal attack, or it was just a slip of the tongue, kind of a mistake. I really don't know what will.
Can I reply that question and interject at the same time?
All right.
That's your thought is a very valid thought. They are in my predictions, they are just going to crush the Igbo space. Forget about 2027. Forget about the next 16 years. They are going to crush all hopes. They are not going to shout too much. They are just going to strategically crush that space, so that kind of thing will never happen again. That statement that he made, I have a very high suspicion that they are not going to do anything about it, because that's how most of the Yoruba space feels. Because you cannot even respond, you cannot reply, and you cannot defend yourself without you being labeled a tribalist. So you are suppressing people's voice. You cannot even let them defend themselves. You want to talk logically. Nobody wants to have logical conversation with you. Propaganda till now, after the election, propaganda is still being pushed. Lies are still being pushed. Victimization is still being pushed. They are not going to let that continue. They are just going to totally crush that space.
So what will you advise?
It crushes opposition.
What's the next step
space for fight back?
So what's the next step of Igbos in Lagos? Are they meant? So would the right?
They are not going to tribally attack you.
No. I'm not even saying tribally. Not even tribally attack. But I'm saying that is the next move for Igbos to align themselves with APC now.
It's too late. It's too late. You showed your cards.
You
showed your cards already. They are going to politically crush that whole Igbo space.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you know enough about politics to be saying that.
Tinubu crushes his opponent.
You don't know Tinubu. You don't know Tinubu at all now. Sorry. Hold on now. Solomon, please. Mute
Look
yourself.
at that
There's a heavy
primary.
feedback from you. Yeah.
Look at that primary space. Didn't it totally crush it when they were having the primaries?
You
Back
don't know
2
enough
years
about
ago.
Nigerian politics to be categorical about anything.
Well,
You don't now, by your own admission, you don't.
So
But
can I
what you say
interject?
I mean, it makes some sense now. Well, I mean, it's saying
I'm
that
talking about this character.
no. Listen to the point it's making. He
Yeah,
said
the point is,
they're
is just the language
politically
of crush them that I don't want because
The other question,
because it's aggressive language.
aggressive. Yeah,
I said politically.
the other question I was going to ask.
but he said politically. He said politically.
Let's say LP candidate was fully Yoruba, like really indigenous Yoruba, could speak Yoruba and everything, and Igbos made the statement of this place is no man's land. Do you think it will still have this effect? Do you think it will still make
It will
like that, even if the candidate was fully Yoruba, like not maybe
the response
the person was not under Labour. Let's say the person was not under Labour, because the way Labour Party is coined is like an Eastern party. Do you understand? What if the person was under PDP and fully Yoruba?
Charles, the response to that Lagos is no man's land. It wasn't political. It was visceral. It was indigenous. It was tribal. It was innate. It felt as though your being was being challenged somewhat. You know that the Yorubas are very indigenous people. So that sort of a statement is almost a challenge to Yoruba-ness outside of politics. That's how some Yoruba people saw it. It's almost a challenge to Yoruba-ness.
You don't understand the question. So the question is, so the way I see things, I think Labour Party in itself, the way it was coined, especially the way it was projected, was like it was more or less like an Igbo party that was just using a Yoruba front to penetrate the Yoruba political Lagos, to win over Lagos. You understand? But if it was the other way around, if there was no Eastern attachment to the political party at that point in time, let's say it was a PDP candidate, a Yoruba person, and he made that statement that Lagos is no man's land, would it necessarily mean that will it be seem to be posing a challenge to ownership of Lagos, even though the party itself is Yoruba based and the candidate is
Charles, let me tell you this. Let me remind you of what happened in 2015 when Jimmy Agbaje was running as the PDP candidate for governorship position in Lagos. A similar thing happened. Similar campaign was carried out against him, that he was trying to surrender to Igbo because of some information that that we had then, that he promised Igbo people 5 commissionership position, in an effort to woo Igbo for vote, that he will give Igbo 5 commissionership position in Lagos. So Lagosians were furious that why must this happen? Are we trying to? Why must that happen? So campaign went round then that this guy is not a good candidate. He wants to surrender Lagos authority to Igbos. So campaign was there and it was crushed at the poll. They defeated him badly. It resonated with Yoruba people, that kind of campaign, that, this guy has promised Igbo people 5 commissionership position, and why must that happen in Yoruba land? Has Igbo people given any Yoruba commissionership position in their own land? Why in Lagos? So Lagosians stood up, they said, we are not going to allow this happen. So the same thing is happening now when you see a lot of absolute majority of Igbo behind this Labour guy. It sent a signal, it sent a kind of perception that Igbo is pursuing an agenda, and that guy is in the lead to help them achieve that agenda.
And look, we are talking about tribal space. You can't.
So going forward, the way I see things, I think Labour Party itself is the way things are set up for that party. I think it's going to crumble because I think
more
they've,
like an Igbo.
yeah, it's
party
they've given it this
for
Igbo eccentric kind of party that is not national in nature, and I really don't see.
Can I come in? Can I come in, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Let Charles land. Let Charles land. Then come in. Charles land. Then come in.
So I really don't. I don't really see any bright future for Labour in 2027 because I think the notion now is that they've given this party, they've labeled it an ethnocentric party and not a national party, going especially by what has happened in Lagos, and I really think that is going to change the fortunes of Peter Obi or whoever contests in that party in the next election. So right now, I think Labour didn't play their politics well. I'll be honest about it. I think, especially when it came to Lagos, I think I really don't know what. I think it got too tribal in some aspects, especially in the poor choice of candidates and their representation. So I think I'll be honest about it. I think 2027, I think APC is going to win with a landslide. One, and I think the only hope is for Labour to merge with PDP. But if Labour comes up in another outing, honestly speaking, I don't think they'll be able to pull the numbers, especially in the Southwest going forward.
But
all right, Brian. So sorry, before you come in, DOJ, let me insert Kulata's super chat into the conversation. So Kulata comes into the whoever that was, mute yourself for a moment because we're getting reverb. I think that's you, Sincere. All right. All right. Sorry, mute yourself. All right. So sorry. So Kulata inserted into the conversation. Gbadebo made some moves in Labour Party. He replaced some Southwest people, and that created a stir. His flirtation with IPOB and his online writing also got him. So yes, there's a lot more to Gbadebo than just his association with the. That guy. There was just too much that raised suspicions, and so that's that. So yes. Back to you, Solomon, or was that the? Let it go first, and then Solomon after him. Yeah.
All right then. Thank you guys. I don't want to say to Charles that there is no way. If it doesn't, I don't see any difference even if Labour Party merge back with PDP. And forget this, in the next 4 years, there won't be any wave of even Peter Obi himself, because I think we are trying to not accept the fact that even this tribal and religious issues we have now after the election, part of it, Peter Obi is partly to be blamed. And a lot of people might not agree with me, but that's the way I say, because he actually really capitalized on the Muslim ticket, and he actually capitalized on the agitation in the Southeast with the way he was delivering his messages to his people. We must take our country back. So like for agitation in the Southeast, a lot of Igbos that have been trying, they feel, oh, this is probably our opportunity. And that is why they all switched to that Peter Obi movement. And sadly, I think what is just been done in Lagos is just to show the Igbos. I don't think the Lagosians want the Igbo out of Lagos, or they will start giving them issues. They just want to make a statement that this is our land. And I think it is too bad for the Igbos to go in that direction as well after Peter Obi won in Lagos. Because if you look at what Peter Obi even won in Lagos with, the numbers are not that, the gap is not that much. So that shows you even the Yorubas supported Peter Obi. But when it now turns to after the presidential election, Gbadebo now came, because Gbadebo's mom is Igbo, then everybody started with all this, because TINUBU lost Lagos. Lagos is no man's land. Nobody. We are all here. We are from a particular place. Nobody will hear that and be happy with it. Most especially if you've been welcoming to those people, you've accepted them as your own brothers and sisters, and all of a sudden, And that's why I'm saying a lot of Igbos are not like that. I know a lot of Igbos. I know a lot of people that doesn't even buy that idea for people to start saying. I've seen a lot of Igbos have come online to say you can't be saying Lagos is no man land. Lagos is Yoruba land.
DOJ, Cubana chief priest, he made sure to campaign publicly for Sanwo-Olu just to this, and a lot of senior
Igbo, because these guys they have multi-million naira businesses in Lagos, and the government has been providing things and doing projects that is helping their business and promoting their business as well, and they can see it. And Cubana chief priest is one person that I think he has just supported the candidature of people, not the party.
Do you think if INEC needs to revisit the clause, the qualifications for whoever contests elections in states, in terms of not necessarily.
Do you mean to add an indigenous clause?
Yes.
Is that what you're?
I think this will.
No, I don't. I think that will go against the constitution.
Yeah, exactly, to go against the constitution. And let me tell you something. What I've realized, like in the Southwest, and I think even before this election, I would say even more than over a year ago on this platform, when we used to talk about, most especially when it comes to the agitation in the East, we've always been talking about how the Easterners have been playing their politics in Nigeria. And there is still reflection of those things in this past election. Fine, if you look at Southwest, I know people in Oyo State that are not even from Oyo State, and they contested and won election in Oyo State. And that is generally like that in the Southwest. You can be in Lagos State, but if you live in Lagos State, your local government, everything, if you are Yoruba, wherever from the Southwest, nobody checks these things out. I don't think Bode George issue would have been that bad if the Igbo-centric people amongst the obedient and the Igbos don't start that noise up, because they started it. They asked for all these things, to be honest, because if we can't deceive ourselves, for the vote Peter Obi got in Lagos, a lot of Yoruba must have voted for him.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, come in, Allah.
You see, one thing is this, like DOG rightly said, today we can say TINUBU is from Iragbiji, we can say Fashola is from Ekiti. But let me say something here. I didn't mean that TINUBU was bold enough, or like the like of Fashola, to say, oh, Lagos is no man's land. You'll be shocked that they might not become Lagos State's governor, because like we keep saying, if a son and father has a particular farm, you must have your boundary. So you can't come from nowhere and just be telling, because already you are sending some kind of existential threat to those people, and those people you find of those land, probably they fought battle, they were in war to secure their land. You don't want to just come and tell them, oh, you are not the owner of the land. So they are just like they are wanderers. So we know some people that are still wanderers today, that they are looking for places to settle that they don't have. So when you pass a message in form of existential threat, and you think the people will sit back and will not fight back, then you are a joker. Like he said, there are so many foreigners in the politics in the western states, but because they've not crossed the boundary, people will just keep quiet. But any day Ekiti man comes to Lagos, and this is not even an Igbo now, Ekiti man or your man comes to Lagos and say Lagos is no man's land, let the guy go and try any position in that Lagos and see if he's going to win. Because
definitely, and they know you are from Ekiti originally.
All right. All right. Yeah, no, let's hear from you can, but let's hear from Solomon first, who was waiting. I muted him because of the reverb in his system, but Solomon, let's hear from you.
Yeah, Wama, can you hear the noise again? Like,
no, it's only when I'm speaking now I hear it, but when everybody is silent and you are speaking, we don't. So I'll stay silent and you speak.
No, it's Solomon. Yeah. You have to stop.
Solomon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You have to reduce the volume on your system. That's right. When you are talking, you have to reduce the volume on your system.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, carry on. Yeah.
I don't support. What is his name? Badibo, but it's not because of anything. Just like I have personal. I just like Saulu because I see Saulu as a humble guy and somebody that is I just see him like somebody who is just as a simple guy. Yeah, I'm not against him, but you will be saying Igbo. They are still Yoruba people. Let me tell you, if not for the way Nigeria is, yeah, we know that this boy would have still matched with Saulu. Let's just be as in let's just talk this put this remove like the thuggery, the electoral malpractice things and all that. This guy would have still stand Sawolo in this election. Let's just be honest about this election.
No,
It's not just
I
about Igbo people
disagree.
because Yoruba people still were still there that were still backing don't forget that and the Ikorodu king's daughter, I think, is still part of the election as she's his deputy. So you cannot just say the thing is just it's not just Igbo thing. I
Yeah,
don't want
now
us
that
to
you
be
even mentioned it, I really don't know why in presidentials the deputies don't have any say, right? Because I don't know why he didn't emphasize a lot on his deputy too, to try as much as possible to market himself. I never even knew his deputy was even from this state. It was just his face I was seeing in that LP election.
Like easy, just
Solomon,
okay.
Solomon.
Yeah. Let's hear from Fatai. Fatai.
Let me just quickly address.
One man.
Yeah.
Okay, go Solly. I come after you.
I just wanted to say I disagree with that Gbadebo statement with Sanwo-Olu because Lagosians did not really have any problem with him. They actually liked the man. So even if it was free and fair, he would have still won. You know, that's just where I disagree. They had no problem with him. It was the same thing as
with Sanwo-Olu, you mean? With Sanwo-Olu?
Yes, with Sanwo-Olu. Yeah. It's the same issue in Oyo State. All of them liked him. They had no problem with him. In Yoruba states, that's automatic win. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if an angel comes out next and he's already the sitting governor. It's automatic win.
Exactly.
So I think the problem with Sanwo-Olu were of two factions. One were the NSAS people. That was one. And the other one was the people that are trying to oust Tinubu from power. So, but in terms of general representations of Yoruba, I don't think they were against him as such. They were just factions.
Charles, I'm not sure that the NSAS people were as against him as you would think, because one of the spaces that he really campaigned to was that NSAS space. And he went from studio sofa to studio sofa, trying to narrate what actually happened there, explaining that he had no oversight over the security agencies, and this was what his role was. And I think his explanation, some people somewhat they bought into it. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure the answer space really went after him.
The answer space, once they give explanation, it was gaining more voters that way. The people that were undecided, the people that were going to vote for Labour Party, the moment he cleared that, he got those voters back and he got new voters.
Solly, I think what got him the vote back is the way the Igbos started that talk. Because obviously, if you look at Sanwo-Olu, not like anybody really have anything against him. Apart from the
hold on, Solly. Yeah, carry on.
Apart from the NSAS space, they don't really have anything against him. And the only person they have something against, I think, was Bola Tinubu. And if you still look at the numbers, it was still close with Obi. So I think because I realize, even on social media, where you have majority are obedient, even people that are not in Lagos and all that, you will now start saying that the people that would have commented before to say, oh, it's GRV, the obedient, we are this, because I seeing people countering other people saying GRV, you see people say Sanwo-Olu, because that thing triggered a lot of people like, people are now turning this thing tribal, because that's what I'm saying. I keep pinpointing. During the election, a lot of Yorubas, young youths, voted Peter Obi. But when it comes to Gbadebo and the election, people were trying to weigh the option like, okay, this guy looks competent. What does JRV have in stock? What has it done before? And when all those questions come and they hear all those things, they started thinking, okay, maybe Sanwo-Olu is better. Then most of the Igbos started pushing that Lekki Toll Gate thing on Sanwo. They started pushing it on him. So there was a shift within that 1 week of postponing that gubernatorial election. That was a shift that you can even tell on the comment section, because I study what they say, because most of the time the comment section is full of the obedient. But you will now see after that postponement, within a week, some people will say it's Sanwo-Olu, some people will say it's GRV. Then a lot of people started saying Sanwo-Olu. Then when you look at people saying GRV, if you look at their names, they are mostly Igbos. Igbo names. If you will notice that it's mostly Igbos now supporting. So when it comes to that part, people can tell. You see, the Peter Obi momentum, is easy to ignore a lot of all these things like, oh, it's tribal, because a lot of youths were in support of Peter Obi. But when it comes to where Peter Obi is not really in the picture, not in the contest. The only thing this guy was even riding on was because of Peter Obi in Labour Party. That was the only thing was right. So there was a bit of loophole when the Igbos started saying all those things. It triggered a lot of people. It woke a lot of people. What are the Igbos trying to do? This is our land now. How can you say it's not? We supported Obi. So if we are trying to tell you this, why are you disagreeing and trying to win this Lagos state alone? Why is everybody focusing on Lagos? Then that triggered, and you will see that switch in the space of last week. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me add. Yeah, let me add this super chat. Because the person who said this super chat also sent in a video. He says, the "We Must Take Lagos" video did the magic, and I think that video, it actually played a role in how this election went as well. And it was this clip. It was on our Twitter space.
They are empty. They are empty. They can no longer have anywhere to stand. They will have to run from Lagos. Don't you want to chase them? Me, I would like to chase these people from Lagos. The way to do it is to take power from them. They will have no place to hide. There will be no under bridge for them. All those traditional rulers that are using talks up and down will be removed from there. You know what power is? We'll remove all those crazy people. Lagos will become a city that works. They will not. will have to find a place to go. I would implore you to ensure that you vote and your anti-vote and everybody you know, because the danger is too much. The stakes are too high. It is akin to a battle. Everybody.
So there was a lot of that video, and the one that really seemed to tip people over the edge was the build up to that guy's narrative, because it was
we
this
must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling unit. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. TINUBU has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
So I don't know. I really don't know.
That video speaks to the it speaks to the tweet by Ononuga that the existential threat. Yeah.
Like I said, I think Labour Party, I don't know. For some reason, I think they lost it, especially with they didn't have a national framework. I think it became at one point in time, I don't know what point, but it became quite tribal. it became a tribal party. I'll be honest with you, because those statements was highly tribal in nature. If he was talking to a group of people, a mixture of people that were,
you know, that video went round the whole country, especially Lagos. It went round Lagos. That video,
at the
that
same
clip.
time, at the same time, in his defense, would you, just like Ononuga, with him, can you attest his comments to represent the entirety of all Igbo people in Lagos? And can you also say that Ononuga's comments represents the entirety of Yorubas in Lagos?
No, it's both answers. That clip by that rascally boy, whoever he was, is certainly not representative of what a thinking mind thinks that Igbos represent. No. And Ononuga, he's just a silly old boy. But both spaces, the visceral response at the street level, it doesn't think at the level of that we're engaging with it. They see it as raw. They see it raw and they digest it raw. And when we must take Lagos, Lowotani will be what they will say on Lagos. Lowotani, are you taking it? From whose hands are you taking it from? So that video destroyed him. But let's hear from Fatai.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to say, but okay. Let me make an answer to that question. So there is always a quick jump to if you say something, they say, oh, it represents. It's like I think yesterday or 2 days ago when Ogbeni mentioned a name, and then they quickly make it to the whole Igbo land. No, if somebody says something, it doesn't have to be taken to the entirety of the whole places immediately. It doesn't have to represent the whole Igbo. Nobody is saying it represents the whole Igbo. The point is this: whether or not you think it represents the whole Igbo, when you see what happened on February or whatever, 25th, the presidential election, and they are telling you that Peter Obi won 90% in Lagos and TINUBU won 10% in Lagos, you wake up and say, oh, this is a real possibility. This is a real possibility. And then you say, Peter Obi won 97% in Anambra. Okay, so Igbo people love their child, but we Yoruba, we are so foolish. We don't love our child to the extent that they will have the boldness to say in Lagos, a Yoruba man won 10%, a Yoruba governor, right? That whatever happened, on the average, everybody at least, even the people who hate him, maybe they say, where is the money, whatever it is, but everybody can agree that at least it worked. So a Yoruba person that worked, a Yoruba child won 10%, because they say almost 1 million and something for Peter Obi in Lagos. But a Yoruba person won 10%, if you want racially. So a Yoruba person won 10% in Yoruba land. The Igbo man won 90% in Yoruba land, but in Igbo land, he won 97%. Look, everybody, look,
okay,
like the commentary, our Momo too much.
If the Labour Party candidate was a Yoruba, we would still be having that same idea. If it was a Yoruba that was a Labour candidate, would we feel threatened that we are being stupid for
what are you saying now? No, it's not. Look, don't
let me give an example.
If it is a Yoruba person, of course, okay, yeah.
Akintola was a Yoruba person. When Akintola was in alliance with the North, you must have read what Yoruba did to Akintola. So if Obi were to be a Yoruba person, the same treatment given to Obi, Yoruba will give. That's what I wanted to say.
All right.
It doesn't even have to be. It could be different treatment. The point is that our own child, if this is so bad that somebody from another tribe will be rubbing it in our face that they can win 90% in our land, but our own person will win only 10%. Of course, that costs you to make an assessment of what is going on. Is it that this person is this bad? Is it that something else is going on? This is what gives credibility. Nobody will care about that video, right? Or not to that degree. If that real possibility is not even like, the actual figure that was reported by INEC was kind of close. I mean, you could wrap your head around it. But when they start this narrative, you are going to go to court because we won Lagos 900,000. First of all, it's
See,
foolish.
I'm beginning. I'm
That's an
beginning to
idiot.
think that Tinubu played the fast one on us. So this man is too smart for his own good. Like it's looking as if he allowed us to
Of
he
course,
allowed us to
they
win,
will.
give us that
About that,
confidence,
yeah.
and used it against us at the end of the day again. Because I don't understand.
No, you don't just allow you to win.
Everything is a
Yeah,
strategy.
indeed.
You know, there is a sense in this. I cannot escape a sense about this election that we've just been played. But how we have been played, I don't know. But there's a sense that we have been played. That somebody has just we have just been played. But Ajale Koko,
It seems unpredictable. You know.
No, it's not predictable. There's so many dimensions to it. It's just what it is. But then
Let me just land the sentence and have it over.
That Lagos
Let me just
theory
land
too,
the
I
sentence.
believe in it. They gave Peter Obi Lagos. They gave that guy Lagos.
I don't know about that.
They said one of the slogan of Lagos is my Bembe scout to Bembe scout. When you are jumping, you misread the room. Okay, they give you about averagely equal, or okay, so you're a little bit higher in Lagos, Labour Party. You now came back and said you was 90% to 10%. That is too much jumping. You are jumping too much. Okay, first of all, it's a lie. Second of all, it's too stupid. It's too foolish to forcefully be making that claim. You shouldn't be doing that, right? You make people defensive, and when it has to do with their existentiality, they are going to come back. Human beings are humans are territorial animals, right? When people feel their self-existence is a threat, a lot of things can happen. Many wars throughout the world have happened on territory. Even this current war, Russia and Ukraine, okay, a little bit of it is like NATO, blah, 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 military stuff, but a big chunk of it is territory. Territory is not a joke. When you play with it, you can get a war out of it. Even the civil war, Nigerian civil war, a big part of it was territory. Territory is not a joke. You can't go, that proverb that Ola was trying to say, right? Okon is better said in Yoruba. Okon jeti baba ati ti omo ko ma lala. A farm, even though it's owned by a father and a child, there is still demarcation. The child say, this is the one that I bought with my money up to this point. That one I didn't inherit from we didn't inherit from grandpa. That one, this one up to here, I bought with my money next to that our inheritance. This other one is the one I will inherit when you don't go. But up to this one, I bought it with my money. No, there's a boundary, and we all have to respect each other's boundary. If we don't respect each other, nobody can tell what will come out of it. You know, but I'll leave it here. When it's my time, I can go what I wanted to say. Actually,
all right, brilliant. So Ajale Koko, back to you, LUP. So LUP, so what has this? You were with Bayo Ononuga and his off-guard remarks.
Yeah, I think the president-elect must start acting as if he's in charge country now, because when you are president-elect, you are as good as a president running the country. So I will expect him to direct Ononuga to reverse his statement, and in order not to create a negative image of him, the president-elect. And another thing we have to, I think if we take a look of that statement of Ononuga, what could it be that is responsible for that statement? Could it be because of the defeat they suffer in Lagos State that is still pain and they still couldn't get over it? Could it be what was responsible for that statement?
But they should have gotten over the defeat, Ajale Koko, because they got everything they wanted. They got Lagos State, they got the presidency. I think they should be too celebratory in mood for them to be making this sort of commentaries.
Yeah, because the obedient and particularly the Igbos make a very, very, very louder voice rather in that during that presidential campaign. And they painted TINUBU so bad, and it worked for them. And they won Lagos State. They defeated. It was a big setback in the political journey of TINUBU. So could it be that? I mean, could it be that defeat that is suffering? Could it be the defeat that they can't still get over it, even though they have won, their governor has been elected, but they are still paying and they are still suffering from that defeat. But, I think that the president should direct him, president should direct him to do better. That's for this thing. The obedient too. On the other side, the Igbo in Lagos State, majority of them always play opposition party. They've always been in PDP right from 1999. Was it 99? Yeah, right from 1999. And I think they need to re-strategize now. They need to start looking at themselves that what they have pursued, the strategy they pursue for over 23 years, that hasn't worked, that never worked for them. Every candidate they supported for the position of governorship never won the election. So is it time now for them to come together and re-strategize by not coming out frontally in the politics of Lagos, having a layback, concentrate more on their business, and not play a front role or backing any candidate when it comes to indigenous, political, indigenous qualities of the land, so that the people will not have to see them as constituting as a existential threat to Yoruba people in their land. So the statement of this man, a lot of people believe in that statement, the statement of Ononuga, because of the pattern, the kind of politics that Igbos have played, politics of opposition in Lagos, and it is perceived by core supporter of APC and the indigenous people that always give them that support to win all the time as a threat. It's been perceived as a threat. That what is it that, why are they always in opposition to where we align politically? Why? What are they pursuing? That was what was responsible. It was because of their opposition to the authority of Lagos State back then that was responsible to that statement of Oba that said we will throw them in lagoon. That was a reckless statement though. So, but I think the Igbo must start to leave the indigenous people in every state of the federation, other than the Igbo land, leave them alone with their politics. Don't participate. Don't be very active in it. Be a voter so that they won't see you as a threat to them in their land. So maybe this is the time to re-strategize what the politics they've been playing. It's not been working for them. It's drawing a kind of hatred by the indigenous people against them, and I think something has to be done. So
but
that
why should a minority group be a threat? Why should a minority?
Sorry, can you stop that? Sorry, go on, Charles. Yeah.
Why should I don't really get it. Why should a minority group be seen as a threat? like they should
Are
take
you
the
saying
back
that
seat.
Igbo are minority group?
Well, apart from in Igbo state where they get the 97% and all those things, but in other states, I see them as minority groups now. It's like saying a Yoruba man, because he's voting in the East votes for APC, is a threat to Igbos.
But the Igbos are a significant minority in Lagos now.
They constitute the largest.
They are the second largest ethnic group outside of the Yorubas.
What do you mean by minority? They are not minority in Lagos. They can overturn events politically in Lagos.
So in this way, are we not driving for a one-party state especially in
No,
Lagos?
it's not one party. No.
So who will now be the opposition? Okay, give me an example. Let's say Igbo takes the back seat. They're neutral. They don't participate.
Let it be Yoruba versus Yoruba.
Excuse me.
Let it be
Charles, this your question is very funny. You saying who will not be the opposition? You will leave your town.
No, I'm just trying to. I don't know.
You leave your place and come and be doing opposition. Somebody.
What I'm saying. Let it be Yoruba.
The opposition will be the same opposition that it is in all Yoruba states. Yes. I don't even understand that question.
Yeah, because PDP is an opposition. Wait, PDP is an opposition in Ekiti, right? But can you say PDP in Ekiti? It's Igbos in Ekiti that are against Ekiti people. Why doesn't that narrative flow there?
No. It seems you don't get the politics. You don't get the politics of Lagos State. You are looking at it as
from a national.
The way they play it in Ekiti. Ekiti is a core indigenous place. Mm-hmm. Igbo there are few in number, and they cannot even have say when it comes to politics there. Whoever they support, they cannot, change anything politically there. But they could do in Lagos because Igbos are in their millions in Lagos. And if they should come out in that large number, lying behind one candidate in Lagos, they could shift the game. They could overturn the table.
You know what? Like I rightly said, I think INEC needs to put that indigenous clause in the election.
No, they can't. They can't. The Constitution won't allow it.
Yeah, it is constitutional matter. It is not INEC issue. It's constitutional matter. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm suggesting, maybe it is time for our Igbo brother stay out of indigenous politics, get your labor, focus on your business, keep growing your money, let the indigenous people face themselves, and they won't have to rob any.
Ajele Koko, do you see PDP? How do you categorize?
No, sorry. Let the conversation take place between Charles and Ajele Koko, and then I'll move on.
Do you see PDP as an Eastern party? Is it an Eastern party or is it more of a national party?
No. PDP is not an Eastern party. It's a national party. It's a party that have a spread across the country. And we have a lot of Yoruba people in PDP in Lagos.
Example, Governor Makinde is even from PDP as well.
Yeah, he's a PDP man. And
So are you trying to say that if LP had the same composition as PDP in terms of representation across boards, Yoruba and everything, this problem wouldn't exist?
All right, Ajahn Lekoko, wrap up that place. I think we've spent too much time on it, but wrap it up and then we'll move on.
Look. When you are talking of LP is strongly perceived as Igbo party.
That's a problem.
So, and as such, any political role they are playing or step or any political interest they are pursuing in Lagos is perceived as Igbo's interest, strictly Igbo interest, Igbo's agenda, and as such, Yoruba people will campaign strongly against it as anti-Yoruba interest party, a party that is trying to take Yoruba land, a party that does not like Yoruba people, a party that, does not see anything good in Yoruba. And as such, and it will resonate with people. It will, time after time, election after election cycle, it will resonate with people. So it is just the best thing for them to do now. It is too dangerous
for Igbo people to be playing a leading role in politics of indigenous people. Let them stay out of it, leave it with indigenous people, let them fight it out among themselves. You can go and vote on election day, but don't be too frontal, don't be too coming out, don't be too outspoken in your support of any candidate in that state. Just lay back in the interest of peace. Otherwise, they'll be robbing you of one thing or the other, negative image and stuff, and that will cause, imbroglio and all this. I mean, it is just not good. Some people, life has been terminated, during this election cycle now for one reason or the other. We don't want it. And the relationship between us, business relationship, long-term relationship, friendship, and everything that we don't want to destroy it. We still want to be brothers and sisters and eat and dine and enjoy and the intermarriage, let it flow. But the politics of it, when it comes to politics of the land, leave it to the landowner, leave it to the indigenous people. Let them play their politics and just leave it for them, for the interest of peace. That's the way that's the new strategy I would suggest for people to do.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Let me take you to a more neutral space.
Sorry, one man, before you go on, sir.
Right.
If you can put me backstage, and I don't know if you have Oguni Lee trying to come in. If you can put me backstage and let Ife talk. I think he's in a rush.
All right, I'll have to take you off the screen completely because
that's fine.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for doing that, DOJ. So let's take DOJ off, and then we send the link for Ife as we listen to Ajan Lekoko's commentaries on a more pleasant space. At least it is pleasant for the moment because they are telling us from what we're hearing from Kulata, things may well change, but as it stands, big win for Nigerian women as Aisha Binani of Adamawa State emerges as the first elected female governor in Nigeria. So, of course, all of this narrative of being backward and being malams, they continue to score first and another first for the North. Aisha whatever her name is, will certainly master the name soon. So what do you then say then of the first elected female governor in Nigeria?
Well, one man, that is the beginning of political victory for women in that country. For a woman in Nigeria to assume the executive position, the executive governor of a state, that is a big deal. And I think this woman will play a very leading role in, influencing other women as well in other countries. To be very courageous and then teach them the strategy that she used to attain this most exalted position in the state. And I think it's APC I think she's on the ticket of APC in Adamawa.
Yes, I think she is, yes.
Ajele Koko, the strategy she uses by printing the ballot paper now. She's not the contractor of ballot paper printing.
And they've not even announced her yet too, because there is even an outcry now that they
want to
now. Yeah, and I think they should do it to her because that woman, she was the one that was in charge. I think her printing company.
Is that even right? Is that right?
No, it's not good now. It's not good. And how will a woman be the governor of Waziri State?
There's nothing wrong with the woman part, but that's for her being responsible for printing ballot boxes and the whole electoral documents and be contesting at the same time. I don't know. It rubs a bit wrong from my own end.
Yeah. Sorry.
Somebody trying to.
Adalekoko, sorry. You say I'm looking at this from this point. We've always abused those who generally in the South, we've always abused the northern space that, oh, they suppress women, they do this, they do that. Look, let's be sincere with ourselves. These guys, I think it would be nice for us to just sit down in the South and talk about the northern space. For them who are even call Islam, maybe call Muslims, to come out and vote for that lady tells us something. I don't see a lady, I don't see a lady winning in the Southwest, even which is even where we think we are more liberal.
No, hold on. You can't say that. If a lady gets the ticket of an APC or PDP, she has a good chance of winning. But will
Yes,
she
let
get
the
the tickets
ladies,
is the next question.
let the
When she
ladies
gets
be
the
one man.
so it won't be hold on. It won't be for the voters rejecting her. It will be more that she wouldn't get the tickets.
One man. How many ladies are in the Southwestern politics? Let's start from
I
there.
don't know. I'm sure there's enough of them.
How many I believe there are some in the Southeast and South, but how many ladies are in the Southwest, even in the
How
parliament?
many of them are good enough? How many of them are good enough
You
compared to
cannot
the
tell
men
me
that
they
they
are
are?
not good enough. Look,
Are they
you
better than the
cannot.
men that are there that are competing?
No, I don't see you. No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure that's an argument. That's somewhat a gender patronizing sort of.
Not
What do you mean? How many
gender.
of them are?
It's
What do you
not
mean? How many
gender.
of them are good? It's a patriarchal system, is what I was saying. We run a patriarchal system in the Southwest. You know, I want that day sort of system.
I'm talking
A
about
lot of them are better.
competing on a level playing field as politicians, not about the. At this point in time, I don't feel like we have any smart political.
No, sorry, you are not getting what I'm saying.
No, you are not in a position. Yeah, let a fair carry on. If
Okay,
carry
do
on.
you know one?
Oh no, let a fair carry on.
You are looking at a state where I think Adamawa people are more of Kanuri, where culturally they are Islamic.
No, they are predominantly Christians.
Okay, are they? Yeah, even though they are Christian, I want to believe they have the male figure domineering type of cultural setup.
Yeah, we consider the North more patriarchal and more of that
exactly, and they are
differential. They're more differential in terms of the hierarchical structures of society than us, which is an elegant way of saying more backward. You know.
Exactly, but they are the first people who would give us the first female governor in Nigeria. Look,
can I ask you a question?
They've set a record that they will always bank on. Let's be sincere with ourselves.
I'm hopeful that the ticket keeps, because it looks as though they are trying to get it off.
And mind you, we are looking at a state that have emirs. We are looking at a state that have maybe sultans or sheikhs, high Islamic figures, but they were able to to break this yoke of
it's not a
female
yoke.
politics.
I'm looking at Lagos executive members. We have, out of 43 people, we have 9 women.
Executive members are not elective position.
Okay.
Are you getting
but it still speaks to the patriarchy. But let's hear from Solomon. Solly wants to come in. Solly.
No, I was the one asking.
No. Solly wanted to come in first. Yeah. Solly,
can you name about 2 females in the South that could compete for governorship right now?
No. Don't go that route. We don't want to go that route. Let's hear from Ola. Sorry.
Patience Jonathan.
If are you talking about low participation of women in the politics? Because I'm aware, maybe I don't know the number now, but I know that for the Southwest, I have a figure from 2003 up to 2015. Maybe they are not enough. Is that what you are trying to say?
No, I'm saying, look, if we want to go by that route, I believe we have more female in politics in the South than in the North. If we want to look at it.
I don't agree to that too. I feel like the North have more female than the South in politics, to be honest.
Okay, can somebody give us the number of House of Representative members in the North that have more female, and we look at the male to female ratio we have? I'm telling you, we have more South than North. But it seems as if, for the first time, looking at their own cultural setup, because I want to believe in
sorry, hold on. Mute yourself, Solomon. We're getting feedback. Yeah, thank you. Carry on.
Yeah, I want to believe that from the cultural setup, we believe we are more liberal minded. That is not like what one man has said, that we normally see them as maybe backward people. And the last time, you see what happened when we had an opera of how a Malam married a young lady. The shout was very much in the South.
Are you interjecting, by the way, or taking over Ajale Coco's slot?
No, I'm just trying to interject in this case. Right. Like, look, either we like it or not, they've set a record that they will use as a case study, even in in sub-Saharan politics, maybe. Okay, Liberia has a presidential, but they have shot the first shot, which is very fantastic. So that's what I'm trying to say.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajale Coco. So, cause for celebration, this woman, I think she should be applauded.
But let me ask a question. Has she been announced by INEC as the winner?
I'm not sure she has been fully announced, but I have to check that. But I'm not sure that she has been. But because Kolata was telling us in the comment section that they're disputing her victory, which is to say they might overturn it.
Well, I think we have to be patient. We shouldn't be celebrating it yet. We should remember that Mama Taraba always won as the executive governor in Taraba.
Yeah. That's true.
Our home was overturned. So she was overturned. Our election victory was overturned. So these, we don't know yet whether they are going to overturn it or not. But if they did not overturn it, it is a victory for women across that country. And it is a political setback for Atiku Abubakar that he can lose his state to APC in this election season, because PDP is the current governor is PDP man. So him contesting an election as the presidential candidate, now with his governor, now losing that state to APC, it shows that Atiku Abubakar have been totally rejected by his people. Anything, whatever he aligned, whatever his politics and whatever he aligned with politically in that state has been totally rejected by the people of that state. That's on the downside for Atiku right there. And PDP.
But Ajale Coco, it was designed so. It was designed so.
What do you mean?
Was it was a calculation to uproot Atiku's apparatus from that win will not be overturned. That is APC versus PDP there, and APC.
I think we may. Sorry, gentlemen. I think we may be speaking too early and too out of turn. It looks as though they might have overturned her.
They might have overturned her. Okay.
Yeah, they have overturned her. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, let us see. Maybe it's going to be clearer to us by the time tomorrow when we come back. But
all right, and I really wanted that to be true, so we can build that narrative.
Yeah.
But yeah,
one man were on the same. I think it's only myself and one man that wants that lady to win.
I don't want
I think we all do. We want I want a female,
No, I don't want it to be true, because
why?
How will APC come and win somebody that ran for the presidential election? Wait. Not just APC, a woman for that matter. Do you know what?
Look at that. A woman for you are the youngest person here.
Let the woman, let her go back. Let her wait for appointment.
Let her go back to the kitchen. Let her go back to the kitchen.
Let her go to the other room. Let her go back to the other room.
Oh my! Oh, well, what a pity! I was hopeful, but there it is.
But I mean, what we have to take home here is that northern women in Nigerian politics has always played a leading role. There was one that contested presidential election, I think from Kogi or Kwara, something Sarah, something in the aborted Third Republic. I can't remember of that woman. And she also, she did contested as well under PDP in this Fourth Republic. I can't remember. So it's from the northern part of Nigeria. She contested for presidential election in the aborted Third Republic. I mean, under the platform of PDP. I mean, as an aspirant, rather, not a candidate. So she contested, and now we heard of Mama Taraba, who, shook down the politics of Taraba State. But these disgruntled men, these coconut men, went and overturned that thing, fraudulently against her. So this one again is trying to make history, and they're trying to overturn it. So the women in the north, I think their men have been very, very reasonable to allow them to make impact, a leading role, particularly give them the opportunity to play a leading role in the politics of their land than we in the north. We don't give women any space at all. We don't give them, when it comes to a position of governorship or senatorial seat, we strangulated them. Men strangulated them in the north. I mean, in the south here.
Yes, that's the truth.
We don't allow them. We think it's for men with muscle. I mean, women with it's not meant for women. So we strangulated them to the back seat politically, except in some cases when they agree that, okay, maybe for some Senate seat or House of Assembly seat that they consider, say, okay, let us give this portion for women, and then they will agree among themselves, whatever, where they will let that come from, other than that. But when it comes to, the real contest, no, women is never given any opportunity at all by greedy men in the south. But the northern men, particularly in that region of not central, and northeast and north central, I think they've been very moderate in the way they deal with their women, and they always give them an opportunity to play a leading role in the politics of their land. So I hope and I pray this woman can win, and for the first time we can have a woman as the governor in Nigeria. That, I believe, will encourage other women to come into, and she'll be able to use her position to teach them, to tell them the strategy, and so that other women as well can jump into the race, and so that we can have a balance, of men and women in the position of authority in our country. So, but let's wait tomorrow and see what the actual position is, whether she won or maybe the coconut head men have done it again.
Can I go next, please? You know it's late here already, please.
All right. So let me come to you then. Ajale Koko, let me go to Solomon, just because, as you know, he's in Nigeria, and and all that
Yeah,
that entails.
that's good. That's now Atiku son. Maybe we give
Atiku son, at least we've given him a week to cry,
Atiku son from
so
Igbo land.
it's not crying anymore. All right, let me come to you then, Solomon. Just mute yourself for a moment because the feedback is so heavy. All right, brilliant. Mute yourself for a moment because so when I land the question,
one man, please, before
Yeah.
you go, Jonathan, let me make this statement. I want to direct it at Jewel of Nashville.
Yeah.
They're trying to spin what I didn't say. What I said, Jewel, if you are listening, is that in Lagos and in other parts of Nigeria, Igbos should allow the indigenous to practice their politics, to play their politics and their dirty politics among themselves, and not be part of their politics, but rather remain as voters, concentrate more in developing their own, their industry and whatsoever, so that this kind of hatred, or what do you call it, that being tagged against Igbo will be stopped. It is time to re-strategize. It is time not to continue doing what you've been doing since 1999 that never worked well. That is my suggestion. I never said that Igbos must not vote, because I saw your district. You are saying so Igbo cannot vote again in other parts of Nigeria against Igbo. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that we need peace. They need to re-strategize. Do not champion any candidate among the indigenous people, so that it will not be seen as a threat to other people in their land. That is my suggestion. It could resonate with you or not, but I'm just suggesting that. I'm not saying that you guys should do it or not, but it's just a suggestion, so that there'll be peace among everybody with Igbo wherever they live around Nigeria. So that's it, Mama. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. You know Joel of Nashville, of course. Wherever there's trouble to be made, Joel of Nashville is always there. Troublemaker. But to you, Solomon, the landscape of the Nigerian space has certainly changed. I've got a map of the elections as they are coming out just on my screen now, the gubernatorial one. Kano State has gone to NMPP, that is Tokwa Kwanso and his band of merry men. And Abia State has gone to Peter Obi, and it looks as though he may well have taken Enugu State as well. That's still, I'm not sure if litigation can overturn that or not. 45% to 45%. There's less than 2,000 differential in the votes that tip. So that might well still be contended. But as it stands, it looks as though Peter Obi, he may well have taken Abia State and probably Enugu State as well. So Kwakwanso takes Kano State. It looks as though that's a bit more comfortable, but there's still room for litigation. And then, of course, Abga already holds Anambra State. So are we now seeing the evolution of Nigerian politics as people's interests are now coming through in the political map? Solomon. So,
Yeah. You know, like we always say here, politics is very local. Like right now, the politics is they've started playing the politics, or they have played the politics already right now. You see, for Abia State own, it's just that places like Abia State is very obvious that these people don't want PDP anymore, and there is nothing. I don't think there's anything like as it stands now. Service and there was a tweet I saw some minutes ago that is remaining Obingwa. That is where Ikbazu is from. That is the local government that is just remaining for them to call the result. And Alex is already heading with 120 votes, so 120,000 votes. So there is nothing Ikbazu can do about that for him to beat up or rig the election day again. Abia is going to Alex Oti. Then for NMPP is already that one. I already knew that NNPP is going to take Kano State, because what they did in that presidential election is something that, no doubt, that one it's not between two tribes, or there's no other tribe in Kano there, or there was no tribal conflict or religious conflict there. That one is within them. It's them got politics that they played there. And Kwankwaso, it still comes in. It still what will I say? These good characters, your past antecedents too, it still matters a lot. So it is his past antecedents and what he's doing now, because that guy have people he's really sponsoring, and he's doing things, his philanthropic work that is making making him gain this thing he's doing now. And right now, Kwankwaso is the godfather in Kano State. And this is to say now, let us stop deceiving ourselves. Godfatherism will still play in Nigerian politics, because that guy now that is coming in Kano State, he will listen to Kwankwaso, because he ran on his platform and he used his structure to get in there. So definitely he's Kano State now is indirectly Kwankwaso's space as it stands now. And to me, nothing changed. It's just parties that changed. Parties that changed. You want to say something?
No, carry on.
Yeah, parties that changed. But the only thing that changed is just that the obedience movement, that is just the only thing that changed something in this election. It will make the people that will be sworn in now to sit up and do things, because it is a very big disgrace that your second term or your second time to get back to office, you just lost the ticket and you just lose that election for no reason, just because you are not competent. But right now they will sit up. The obedient movement will make people to sit up, but the politics will still this pattern of politics, I think, will still be in play, and it will still be effective. But for people going into office, they would sit up and they will do things. They will really do things, because right now, if you don't do anything, they don't even need to tell you that you're leaving and you will go. Yeah. So, but to me, it is just that aspect that changed. But the way the politics has been, Kwankwaso now is even going to be there now for negotiation. Anybody who is like in the next election, Tinubu will just tell him that he already knows he's going to be there for Tinubu to deliver Kanu to him. So it still boils back to the way the pattern of politics will be playing negotiation. So that one did not change. But in terms of people going into office and doing anyhow, they won't. They know that they have to work. They really need to work. Yeah.
All right.
That is it.
All right, brilliant. So Solomon, there are several winners and losers in this election. Some of the winners are Tinubu, of course, the obvious one. Peter Obi, you have to say, from all of the things, all of the trinkets that is collecting in this election, Peter Obi is certainly one of the winners as well. But there are also several losers in this election. And as I'm sorry to have to tell you, though, Solomon, that one of the biggest, if not the biggest loser in this election was your principal, Atiku Abubakar. Watch this.
Gentlemen, my name is Ayo Fayoshe. You know me and I know you. I'm so excited tonight, celebrating the victory of the PDP. And my friends in the APC, all of you has won your elections. Congratulations. We wish you very happy tenure. But let me quickly say this. I'm so excited, particularly by the loss of Governor Tambuwa's candidate in Sokoto. You see, when a man is treacherous, that's a payback time. He betrayed the party in 2015. He ran back. He betrayed the Ashwaju he went to meet in APC. He betrayed Wike that sponsored him in 2019. This is payback time. And I appreciate the people of Sokoto for voting against Tambuwa. And I enjoy you again. Vote against him in the senatorial rerun. You see, you are wonderful people, and God rules in the affairs of men. It's time to pop champagne. Tambuwa is gone.
So there it is, Solomon. Tambuwal Lule. What says you?
This guy and his brother, they are just ifulefu. Yeah, they are, but especially him. I see him like somebody who depends, who deals on stomach infrastructure. He deals on stomach infrastructure. He wants to just be on the side that things are happening. I don't take this guy serious. This guy, his brother own, I might just say because maybe his brother did not make his money through politics. Boy, this guy is a hungry man that where belly face anywhere he knows that he's going to that will be soft for him. That is where he would go. So I don't take him serious. He's all these things he just said now. He just made fool out of himself. Yeah, he's now with TINUBU. So why won't he say all these things he's saying? And he did the same thing. He's accusing this guy in this election. In fact, you see, most of the guys in the south, people like this, they cannot even talk. If TINUBU'S administration should go, they will not be relevant in the national space again. Just trust me, because even the North are watching them. They are watching the kind of treacherous act that they just exhibit in this political space. These guys are very treacherous. This guy are wicked. I don't rate them at all. But they shouldn't worry. The luck that they have is that if that TINUBU has won this, as they've given TINUBU the ticket, that is going
Solomon,
to
which guy you talking about?
I'm talking about this Fayoshe. This
is that Fayoshe guy that is running that article video?
Which article video?
Which video we they watch? So who they drink? So
your Fayoshe. Just to give Ajanle Koko the background. APC won Sokoto State, which is to take it from PDP. So now Tambuwal was not on the ticket, but he had somebody that he was pushing quite aggressively. So he's lost that space. Tambuwal essentially he's lost his hold over Sokoto State. So what Fayoshe was saying is that he's popping champagne, that the act of treachery that we saw from Tambuwal, stabbing everybody in the back, that has now gotten late but delicious justice.
Okay, I thought because before you show that video, you are talking about Atiku.
No, I'm talking about the defeat of Atiku in totality, because Atiku has not gained anything in this election. He has lost virtually, and he has lost his mystique as well. He's lost everything.
Oh yeah, he lost everything. Look, even that Sokoto State, APC is very strong in Sokoto. Tambuwal, that was governor, the last election that got him the last 4 years, he won by a slim margin. It wasn't an overwhelming victory for him. It was just maybe some few thousands of votes, maybe 5,000 or 3,000 votes that he had above the APC governorship candidate in that state back then. So APC is very, very strong in that state. So I'm not surprised that APC got that state from him. I mean, they got it from PDP. APC's strongest hold is Northwest. Everywhere in that Northwest, they are very, very strong. They are APC people in that Northwest. So I'm not surprised. So what is Solomon saying, that they are watching who? They are watching who? Who is watching?
No, I'm not talking about the Sokoto.
Who is playing treacherous? Who is playing treacherous role?
I am talking about this Fayoshe. This Fayoshe guy is
playing any treacherous role.
No. He was in PDP. He was in PDP, and look at everything he's just doing. He would have, if he was man enough, he would have made his intentions clear even before now.
No, that's wisdom. Now you don't shout.
Look,
you don't shout.
Look,
you do your things in silence.
It's not wisdom. That is treachery.
It's wisdom. That's how you play Nigerian politics.
He's not a straightforward person.
Solomon.
But that's how you play Nigerian politics.
Yeah, just one voice though. One voice. Yeah.
Solomon.
I don't think he's really that much interested that deep in politics anymore.
Solomon, if you are following politics well, the Wike, the what do you call it? What's the name of that Baba in Lagos?
Bode George.
Bode George, and all the governor of Oyo State, Makinde, former governor of Ondo State, Mimiko, Fayoshe, all of them were anti-Atiku. It is not that they hate Atiku, but they said, look, you can't have it all. Give us little thing out of this that we take home to people. So for them not listening, and then they totally lost the election, then the other side is making mockery of them. It doesn't mean that, oh, they are not treacherous. It is Atiku and his team that are very treacherous. They wanted to take it all. They thought everybody in the South, they thought they are full. Look, just like one man just said, he lost everywhere. Edo State, what again?
It lost Delta as well. The whole of the South, the whole of the Southeast.
All of these that is happening to PDP in the South, in the South now, particularly in their strongest South and South.
And he has now lost Sokoto as well.
It is because of his selfishness, treacherous, and I mean, they acted in such the most treacherous manner against the party, and it cost the party. And if they are not careful, that party will be wiped away because they want to deal with a super politician as president that can dangle carrots to a lot of their leadership and swing them over to APC, and that party will die in the eyes of Atiku. Look, it's not treacherous, so it's Atiku that killed that party, or greed. So don't call fire the treacherous this thing, just to let you know that they didn't act any, not at all.
Solomon, the day Peter Obi left that party, I already predicted the end of PDP. That party is gone. It's gone. It's never coming back.
I'm not sure you can say that. It will come back. It will be reconfigured under Wike, but it will not be as strong as it once was. But it will reconfigure.
Yes.
Certainly.
I think Nigeria should be ready for a three-party system now.
No, I don't think there will be any three-party system. See, these Labour guys themselves, and once they start, this next administration just kicks off. They get to the house and certain things, except Labour would be solid within themselves, that the way they are coming in now, that they will be very, very solid. But I don't really see them being that solid, to be honest with you, because once they come, this APC now, they would come and they would show them things that will make them even. I'm just scared that some of them that are claiming to be, well, I'm going to work for the people, I'm going to work for. Once they reach there now and they show them one or two things, they will just leave their agenda and follow APC.
Going by these elections, how many states currently does PDP hold? How many states after these elections? How many states do they hold?
I have something on my screen. I can check that for you.
Because that would determine their relevance. So because
as it stands, they hold so PDP 10 states, APC 15, and a Labour Party 2. That's what I have on my screen at the moment.
Are these the ones that have been announced?
It looks as though yes, they are the ones that have been announced.
Can you give us the spread in terms of how many in Southwest, how many in South, like geopolitical zone? That will give me the mental picture of okay.
Better still, I could just share the screen. Let me share the screen so you can see what I'm seeing. Let's do that. So there it is. Let me remove this. So there it is. So it tells you APC is leading. APC is leading. Well, I'm not sure if they hold it or not, but it says APC is leading in 15 states, which almost maybe they will hold. PDP leading in 10. Labour Party leading in 2. and that's the spread on your screen. So the bluish color is you know what they are. So that's APC. The reddish color PDP. This one here, I think these ones are still to come in, or maybe they're not in contention. And then that's Labour Party in green, and then that's Kwakwanso standing alone there in whatever color.
Wow. One man, which other party is Labour Party winning? Which other state is Labour Party winning apart from Abia State?
And they're doing well in Enugu State, but it's not sufficient enough to, because they are saying leading in. So mute yourself for a moment. Yeah, they're saying leading in. It says 100,226 votes to 98,755 votes. So it's they both have 45%. There's about less than 2,000 vote margin between the two of them. So that's still too close to call, I suspect. Enugu. Solomon.
Yeah. So Enugu, I just hope this PDP guy, the PDP guy is good. That bad guy have things to offer. He's going to. Are you there?
I'm here. Carry on.
The PDP guy is good. He should. I hope he wins the election in Enugu State. And the Enugu people, they should. Don't understand the way they just play this politics this time. But well, I just pray there will be proper arrangements when
you know what, going by this party structure, there's no hope for 2027. I beg. Asiwaju is just going to clear that thing. There's no need of contesting anything, honestly speaking. It's just a waste of time.
You see, the only thing that happened to who is it?
No, it's Solomon. Carry on.
I think the only thing that just happened to the southeast, unfortunately, is the Asiwaju factor. I want to believe there are still some part of the southwest that still have a feeling that it should be ideally it should be their turn,
Of the southeast?
Yes, when it comes to the south. But the Asiwaju factor was
but that's academic now. That doesn't mean
no. Look, one man. Remove Asiwaju from the equation.
No, hold on. That's academic now. We've already had the election, so that doesn't.
Yeah, that's okay. And that's why I'm trying to say that's why the Labour Party thing portrayed an Igbo-centric leaning, because that was the only place they had a candidate. Even if you want to look at it, some South states voted for them. So that's the way I see it. And that was why most of their people who were primary voters in PDP voted for the Labour Party, not necessarily because they were Labour Party inclined, and you can see as it has happened in the governorship election, it was just because they felt that it was more or less their turn. That's the way I want to interpret the that's happening. If you look at what is happening in the northeast, where PDP normally have a little bit of stronghold, and if not one of the strongest state, now they have a candidate who is the vice president, is also affecting them. So the selfishness of Atiku really affected PDP.
All right, brilliant. So let's get back to Solomon. Gentlemen, let's give him a go without manage the interjection, just so we can hear what he actually has to say. So Solomon, back to you, and then to that space, the political landscape of Nigeria is reshaping before our eyes. And I suspect that where we are moving to in Nigeria now is that we will no longer have all these juggernaut parties. What we will have are satellite pocket interests that will then shape a national narrative. Because we are already seeing that in Kano, and we're now seeing that in pockets in the southeast. And we saw that Atiku was able to take Osun State. So that tells you then that there's a reshaping, there's a rebalancing in Nigerian politics. Would you agree with that, Solomon?
Yes, I will agree. I will agree with that. I will agree with that. My own is, for instance, this southeast now. Let's not just behave like everything is all right and say that just come because Labour Party is winning. Will not feel like everything is all right and not have in-house in-house agreement or meeting that or more, because right now we need to, because it's not just to come and win in Labour Party. Can Labour Party, can they feature in the next national election and win? Can they? So what they need to do now is to re-strategize and know how to go about the next presidential election, and how it's not by this thing that they just did.
Solomon, should they really re-strategize, or should they just go down the path that Peter Obi has already defined? Because it looks as though Peter Obi has already created. It looks as though. Oh, sorry, I must mute you. The woofing is just too much. It looks as though Peter Obi has already created a political narrative for the Southeast. So, do they really need any more thinking, or should they just go with this narrative that Peter Obi has created and then build their politics around that? He controls quite a sizable parliamentarians, and it seems as though he's now going to control 2 state houses as well. Should the Southeast not just coalesce under Peter Obi's politics and brand that as their politics?
No, I don't think they should stick to just his own politics now. They don't need to stick to his own politics. He has done a good job, but they don't need to stick to his own politics, because if they continue to stick to his own if they stick to his own politics, they will continue to shout about those complain and shout that they've been marginalized, that they are being marginalized in the country. So now, what's the thing there? Why I'm happy about this movement, that now he have something to bring to the table. Do you understand? As somebody now that is standing for the Southeast, he should now be open. I want him to be open to advice from reasonable people, not just from people using their emotions to shout, but people that are politically strategic, that will tell him, that will give him the real info, the real calculation on how to clinch that, get that ticket of, or not just the ticket, getting into Aso Rock. So he has done a good job. He has tried, even though I blame him. I fought him for this thing that would happen in Nigeria, because I know Asiwaju will be president. He's already the president, and he would he's going to be sworn in by 29th of May, and there is nothing that will change it. This is Nigeria. When you tell certain people things, they will be like, look at everything that happened. At times when I see that, I laugh at certain people and I say, can you see what we this kind of thing, that they'll say, what an old man will sit on the chair and see. You tell it's one boy, even if he climbs an Iroko tree. Well, funny enough, it was old men that were even making everything look like making this thing look somehow.
Something tells me that the way we're even blaming Peter Obi. I think Peter Obi actually knew he wasn't going to win, but I think even the way he contested the politics, it was more or less like. Do you think it was more or less to spite Atiku? Was he really interested in winning, or was
Obi
more?
thought he could win?
Hold on, Solomon. I think I may agree with you somewhat, Charles. And just my view, of course. I think Peter Obi started off to spite Atiku, but then the thing grew. It grew beyond his ambition. That's what I think. But Solomon, back to you.
Yeah, no. See, I feel like Obi wanted Obi's intentions. He brought in this kind of mindset, or he took this took the advantage of that enters forever thing, and we want to give them that mindset that this is Nigeria, like this, we can bring in we can practice the kind of things the Western countries do of democracy, that let us our democracy, that your vote is the key, is that you have the power to do this and all that. But he forgot. I don't know if he forgot or he don't know that this place where the kind of at times self, I feel like, are you sure he knew certain things that were happening while he was VP to Atiku in PDP? Because if he knew, he would not really have done this thing he did. And I don't want to blame him anymore. For real, I don't want to blame him, because right now, even everybody know that at least the Southeast now, they are figure in this country and they have something to offer politically. But it's just, are they going to the next election? It's not having something to offer like they have the numbers, but are they going to go into a proper negotiation? That is just the case. And for Obi now, I think Obi cannot be the president of Nigeria, because he has painted certain narrative to other region, especially like see, you see the North. I'm not trying to hype the North or make them look special, no, but the way the country is designed, it makes me, I see the country in a way that, yeah, everybody needs each other. Nobody can do it on its own. So, but I don't see Obi being the next being president in Nigeria, because there's this religious thing. Even though he never took it, I don't want to talk about him in a bad way, or in a way that will paint him bad. But this religious thing and so certain things, so people will not say, no, this one is not a national figure. Do you understand? So it can't be
Do
president.
you think Labour should?
Sorry. Let Solomon land. Solomon, let me just ask you this. Do you think Peter Obi do you think he should regionalize his politics? Do you think he should regionalize his politics now and then bring that politics in from the southeast? Because at the moment, his politics it has the veneer of national politics, but the underbelly of a regional politics. So do you think he should go regional and then from that regional base try and come to the central space? Do you think he should regionalize his politics and his movement?
I don't think he should, so that because he already said, and to me, I feel like he's honest when it comes to that he's not a regional person, that he's a national figure. But other people will not see him like that because of the kind of support he gained from the southeast and the way the voting pattern there. So nobody will really trust him. I don't think he should. He can't any national office, any office will be holding in the national space will be based on appointment, because I don't think they can give him any national that he can I don't this one he has done now, he has tried, but he has paved way for the next person that will come, and the next person coming after him should make sure he doesn't take some route he took in this election that just got that this last 25th of February election. He should not take that way. He should not use that pattern in using politicking, but he should use that platform well and come as a national figure. Like, he should be somebody that would make use of this thing, because some people now are saying upon everything they did, that the Southeast, to some people, they feel like the Southeast vote is still not useful. But to me, I feel it's useful if you channel it and you use it in the proper manner you're supposed to use it. It will be very, very useful. Just like the way TINUBU did in the Southwest now, that it is negotiation. That is just the thing. It is negotiation. Negotiate where. Don't deceive yourself. Don't deceive yourself. Even the founding fathers of the country, they started on negotiation. So it's not something that's supposed to be there. And Nigeria is still a very young country, even though it's 50 something. It's not like you can compare like USA that is 200 or something, or other countries that you say that where some people are, and they will be like that this country is like Nigeria. So for now, you have to play accordingly. We use understanding. We know that we're different people, and use understanding and be together. That is just what we
all right, brilliant. Let me take you to another space, Solomon. Let me take you to this space. Oh no, I have to abandon this female governor now, which is a shame. But let me take you to this space. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. So this is Buhari now. So that seems to be one of the last parting pronouncements of Buhari to the federal space. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. So this is what Buhari is saying. And does that seal the faith? Let me just give you a few paragraphs. It says, President Mohamed Buhari has expressed satisfaction with Saturday's governorship and state houses of assembly elections, saying he was glad he had fulfilled the promise he made to Nigerians to ensure free and credible elections in the country. So do you think by that pronouncement of Buhari, that puts the final seal on this electoral cycle and nothing significant is going to be overturned by any courts? What are you making of Buhari's assertion that he has done as he said?
Buhari. This is to show that during his administration, this guy never knew what was happening. Truly, what Aisha Buhari said that the Aso Rock has been hijacked by cabal is true. To be honest with you, so in this election, now you say that this election is free and credible. No, now it's just a big lie. Himself, he faulted this election. He faulted this election by even the day he voted. I know that one is a party thing, proving that he's a lawyer and he's lawyer and he's in support of Tinubu, but he went against him. Yeah,
come in. Yeah.
Yes. Speaking on the Buhari space, I think Buhari quite understand exactly what he's talking about, and he has indeed delivered in this election. However, we want to look at it. What Buhari promised is an electronic voting that will sanitize our electoral space. Did he do that? Yes, he provided VIVOURs. And did VIVOURs work? Yes, VIVOURs did work. Let's step away from the sentiment of a Peter Obi that largely did not understand the difference between VIVOURs and IREF, and it takes him out to bring him back to order.
I don't think you say that Obi doesn't know what VIVOURs is. I don't think I feel like maybe he just said he just said that in his head as for illustration or like just to talk, like you know how he talks like for you to be addressed as Your Excellency, you should get into that position in an excellent way. So something like that was what he was trying to just use that VIVOURs thing to do. But you can't tell me that he don't know the meaning of VIVOURs. It's not something we should say.
But on that interview,
no, he didn't understand the difference.
On that interview,
his illustration was wrong.
And he still argue in another direction. Even if he's talking out of frustration, he made a that what you were saying is wrong, then you should toe the line of the right thing. When Malquest still called him to order, he's saying they are serving a meal, they have served a dessert, and that the man on the street does not understand the difference between VIVOURs and IREF. Then what narrative is he preaching? Even if the man on the street doesn't understand that, him from the position of knowledge should be clear about what those things are. But he still stand on what he is saying. VIVOURs and IREF means the same thing to a layman. So if we are looking at Buhari and what he has done in this election, I think he has perfectly delivered, and his statement standing is just in order.
Are you saying that because a Yoruba man won? All right, back to you, Solomon. Back to you, Solomon.
Yeah,
Can anyone hear?
So Buhari
said because a Yoruba man won.
Oh no, yeah, no, don't worry. Back to Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah. So Buhari, to me, I don't think I feel like everything that happened during the election period was just scripted. Because how will you tell me that I really thought he was against Tinubu, but I don't know. There are many things involved. It might be that truly that those outcry of people like the likes of Erufai going granting interview and saying things and all that made Buhari to turn to change his ways of going against Tinubu and supporting him. It might be possible. It might still be that it was scripted to make the people. You see, this election, I just look at it and I laugh. But the I don't want to still blame Obi. I just say I will not come on your platform here and say Obi fucked up Obi this. In my mind, I know what is in my mind already. You understand? It hurts me, it breaks my heart that because it's just simple thing that we're supposed to do. Simple thing
Solomon, if you say Obi did wrongly, you are very right. You are very right.
Because look at there are some things you will do. There are some actions you will take. This election made me know that there are some actions you don't need to take. There are some actions you just need to just leave and just allow certain things play out so that it will avoid certain things. Because right now we gave Tinubu the chance to come in, even if they rig the election. There's no election that they don't rig. No election. That is why you can see these guys. When Obasanjo was coming, making noise, saying all those things, I supported APC because in the response they were giving to him, because he was the one that laid this foundation. So you don't expect people you taught the work when they now do the work more than you now come and start crying and be doing this. No, and I like the way. See, I like the mafian way of APC, but I don't like the way I don't like it. But I just when it comes to people like Obasanjo, the way they show him, because he's the one that brought them into the mafian club. So when they bring out the mafian attitude towards him, I really say yes, I like it, but I don't like it when they use it on the Nigerian people. It's not Nigerians don't deserve this thing that is happening. I swear they don't deserve it. But people like Obasanjo are coming now to claim sense and saying this one, saying that one, doing this one. He should go and sit down. And people are saying that he's trying to repent. Why didn't he repent from when he was doing all these things he were doing? And you see, I don't blame APC rigging the election. Thank God I did not put my emotion. I've already known how the politics in Nigeria is. I can never put my emotions in it that I will start feeling bad or no. Anybody that comes in, I will be cool with that person. That is just the truth. So yeah.
All right. So Solomon, let me take you to the bio. Sorry, let me mute you. Let me take you to the bio Ononuga space and his tweet that seems to be generating quite a lot of pushback and controversy. He's inviting that. It's quite stunning that a senior politician would tweet something like this. It says, "Let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. It is Yoruba land. Mind your business." So by your Ononuga, you may well say it's some random Yoruba man. No, it's the spokesperson of the TINUBU PCC, the spokesperson of the TINUBU campaign. And that is the tweet he put out into the social media space. So what are you then making then of those irresponsible words of this senior Yoruba man?
Yeah. In a way, there are atoms of truth in this thing he just said, because I don't know why. See, I want what me now. I like the way this election played out, because I don't know why you put your energy in talking about Lagos. Look at our southeast. Look at states like Abia. Look at these places. We don't even talk about how to even elevate this place from the level they are now. And you're coming here and be talking about. It's not like I'm in support of what the Yoruba people or what happened in this election. No, but the energy you are using to fight for, to want the betterment, even if you are living there, you want the better. Have you talked about your place? Look at your place where it is. Are you coming here to be making noise and be saying that Lagos is no man's land or this one, that one? No, put that in. Let's put that energy and build our place. When we build our place, I believe when we build our place, it will make sense than everywhere in Nigeria. That is the belief I have. than you coming here. You can be politically active in another man's land, but in your own land, you're not politically active. If not for this obedient movement now, this way they are dying for Lagos now. Some people are dying for Lagos. They will not die. They will not even, as in talking about Lagos, shouting about Lagos. They will not shout like this in their villages. So, but at least thank God that this movement too, this obedient movement too, was effective in the southeast, or is still effective because elections are still going on there in the southeast, and I believe it will bring about change. But for people shouting, this guy, what he said, there are atoms of truth, but it's not good that it's coming from somebody like him. It's not good.
Do you think that ends his political career?
What we end, nothing is Nigeria. The APC. See, this APC, APC is a very corrupt party. Yeah, I see. People were saying that PDP, they are very corrupt, but APC, this APC, bunch of criminals. Like from any young person in APC, I see that person as a criminal. For real, like the person is a criminal. So, which end of career? Nothing. Even like Chimaroke lost his senatorial ticket. Yeah, he lost that election.
Yeah, Nnamani. Is it Nnamani? Yeah, he lost. He lost. Yeah.
Is it Ken Nnamani? Chimaroke.
I think Nnamani lost as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but which of them is a banner? I think it's Nnamani. Okay, yeah, Nnamani. Yeah. That guy lost his senatorial ticket, but he's not going to. He has nothing to lose. They will even position him in a better. They'll give him a good slot that even that he's supposed to be effective for the southeast. Now he will not be effective again. He will use, because some people are very, very stupid. They want to go against, because these people did this thing to me now. And, they did this thing to me. I would still show them paper, but it's not good. If they give him any federal slot, he should use it and he should redeem his image in the southeast, because it's a bad thing that your people look at how the people are with him. It's a very, very bad thing that your people. It's a shame that your people will not be with you. It's not something you should be proud of, or you should brag about. You have to redeem your image. Your people should love you. Your people should be there, should follow you. Yeah, they should support you in what you do. I really love what Obi did, though. Like, in a way, I really.
But you used to hate him. Now you used to hate him.
No. One man, I knew that. He's not going to. They will. I know this Nigerian space. I knew they will not give him. But what I say, I like what he did. Yeah, there are certain people but that they did not come back again. Even some that I thought they will not come back, but they still came back. But those ones now, I really respect them. People like Orji Zokalo, those ones understood the game. They understood politics. You know what Orji Zokalo was doing? Orji Zokalo, as soon as he stepped down as a governor, his constituency in is it Abanot or where? That guy was really holding them down. He was really doing things. He was really, and when he comes on, like some months back, and they'll be asking him, "Are you sure you get back your ticket?" Saying me that he's sure that he's going to definitely get his ticket. That there is nothing. And I was like, what is giving this guy this ego? What is this thing giving him, beating drop for him, making him want to come, as in with the confidence of talking like this, that he's coming back and all that? And this guy is somebody that have sense. He's his people that will always deliver him, and that him coming back as a senator is within his constituency there, that they will do it, and he was really working hard for them. So that is how people should be doing. That is one of the advantage of this obese movement of making people now. You have to work so that you'll be relevant in the next, so that you can win election. Not just going there thinking it's your right. It's not your right. Yeah. So that is just the only advantage, one of the advantage of obese movement. But in terms of national level, more nothing.
Yeah, so Solomon, the fact that this guy he put this thing out on tweets, that means that everybody would have captured it and saved this. So how can it be either the presidential spokesman, the minister of information, or anything. I'm talking about Bayo Ononuga, when he's already, by his own admission, a self-confessed Igbo hater. I'm saying that this guy's political career is over.
His political career. His political career. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
His political career is not over. It is not. It's not over at all. It is not over at all. The guy would see. They will give him slot. They will even promote him from being a This spokesperson itself is not, because he's not this election era spokesperson for APC. He will be upgraded. He will be promoted to another bigger portfolio, and he would do things. But he should know that he will not. He can't come out anyway. I don't want to talk about that one, but he would have not made such statement. It should just be something within his friends. He can just talk about, not coming out, making it open. But I know he will not. There's nothing. He don't have any. Just like Festus Keyamo that lost his in his polling unit, but he will still get office. So no threat about him getting any office again. He will get office. He's APC, yeah, but he would have not come out to say all those things openly. It's not really making sense at all. So, but Obi really tried, to be honest, because since after the election, this is my first time coming here. I really want to. Obi tried. He tried, but
Solomon, Obi did more than try. I think he has done excellently. You've been here with us all the way through, and you know where we started from. All we're doing here was to point and laugh at him. We thought every day we just mocked him. But who is laughing now? He is laughing now. Beyond anything you could imagine, he is. I think the real winner of this election is Peter Obi, Solomon.
Yeah. Not, you don't say the real winner of the election is Peter Obi, because he's not the one that they gave the returning ticket. You understand? But he tried. He made it. He made changes. He did things. He really tried. He really tried. Like, Obi did well. He did well. That even in Delta State, that I was thinking that almost everywhere. But in this election on Saturday, they still showed the opinions that politics is very local. Like I know what piece we know this place, and not just South local government. There is this guy they call, and I thought that guy has lost that election. That is losing this election of House of Assembly. This guy won that election. Even like somebody like Ned, he was supposed to lose that is constituency, but he won it. Do you understand? But the people still they still went against these guys, because they've not been trying. Especially this guy I just talked about of House of Assembly. That guy has not been trying at all. He has been four times a local government chairman, and he has held some political office and the appointments too. And he was not really doing things. In fact, it was only his family he was doing things for. But I believe now, when he gets in there, he will know that he needs to set the youths up. Like, he needs to do things for the youths. Just do tangible things. And these are the people that made me understand the way politics in Nigeria works. Do you know, if somebody should give you this kind of guy, if he gives you an office, as a, maybe for instance, now you come in as a vice chairman to the local government chairman, he will share your salary with you. All the benefits you have, you'll be sharing it with you. Like, it's really crazy. These guys, they are very, 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 very. I don't think you can grow with them. But now, they will know that they need to be that they need to help people to grow. They need to help the youths to grow, and people like that Delta State election is very, very interesting. But I know Sheriff is going to win the election. I'm more interested in Delta State than even in Abia State, because I know that in the Southeast, once they've decided. But in Delta State, they I don't think they're like that. They would hold ground. They will not vote party. They will not vote party like the way it will be done in the Southeast. In Delta State, it will be individual, I'm sure Sheriff is definitely going to win. Omar Agege is just, and for the Nigerian space,
What do you think Omar Agege's chances are?
he's not winning. Even the boy that he took, the man that is his deputy, the guy is a confirmed PDP guy. I was surprised that he just switched to APC and say and start contesting for and contested for this as a deputy to Omar Agege in APC. I was really surprised, and I knew that these people are not even ready for any change. As long as this kind of people are still coming in as government people, they are not going to do
So
it.
who
They're
is
not
winning
doing
Delta State now?
Sheriff is definitely winning Delta State.
Huh?
Sheriff is going to win Delta State. I think he's
Sheriff
even the
from
one
where?
winning
PDP?
Yeah, from PDP.
Has the result been announced?
It has not been announced, but so far he has been the one leading.
Oh, he's leading.
Yeah, and the people are with him more. Let me tell you, the people are with Sheriff more because Sheriff too is
that's the candidate of Ibori.
Okowa.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Omar Agege is the candidate of this guy Ibori. And you see now they are breaking backs now, trying to break that make Ibori. Just that Ibori don't like that Sheriff of the guy too. So definitely that is why he and Okowa. But at least Okowa now if Sheriff should get in, it shows that now that Okowa, I think Okowa will be more in charge of Delta State than Ibori. And it's really bad. I like Ibori personally, but at times you don't need to use your own selfish interest to to disturb or rob somebody off, not because you don't like the guy and you want him to just you should bring up another person. I don't see Omar Agege coming in there. I don't even want Omar Agege to get in to that office. I want Sheriff. Sheriff is a younger guy and he's somebody who is I think he can network properly. All those other ones that we talk about, what they all like women, young guys that are just behaving anyhow, want youth to come and be worshiping them, and it's not something that can happen again. Especially I think in space like Delta State and even in Edo State too. So Sheriff is definitely going to win that election in Delta State, no doubt.
All right, brilliant. And a brief commentary on Rhodes VIVOUR, Solomon, who is huffing and puffing, a bit like his daddy. He's now showing us slideshows of electoral results and claiming that he has been cheated out of his rightful space. He's threatening to set Lagos aflame, and he's been issued a stern warning. So what are you then making then of Rhodes VIVOUR and the predictable sore loser narrative from him, Solomon?
Yeah, Chinedu, my brother. You should. That guy is an Yoruba guy. You see the way the guy is in Lagos. That is how I am to Abia. But it's just that they're not born anywhere tomorrow to come and challenge my Abia identity. That person will even run away, even if I don't go to the village for 10 years. But the person will run away from that place because you can't come and tell me that you know be Abia person. Why will you tell me such? Or why will you open your mouth to say something like that? I'm not. My mom is Delta, my dad is Abia. I grew up even in Delta. So, but you can't tell me that I'm not an Abia person. I'm not somebody from Abia. You can't open your mouth and tell me that. But for this guy now, he's a Lagosian. He's a pure Lagosian. Just that I understand the way things happened in this guy's space, and it's really bad. How will you bring down all the Yoruba guys in your party, start giving tickets to other people and the Yoruba people there? You know, it's not good. And I know it was kind of a rival politics that they were playing, and they do you know one thing that even made me zero that guy? He's a good guy. He's a guy that I believe when he gets in, he don't even like he will function well. But why are you deceiving people, telling them that no to godfatherism, and at the back there you have godfathers there pushing you, and you're still deceiving, saying that no godfatherism, but you have people, even your own father's friend. Is that that is the thing that has spoiled Nigeria? Father's friend. is the one pushing you to go and become a governor. He first pushed you to be deputy, they rejected you, told you go and you are lying to the people, telling them that nothing like godfatherism. So that is one of the things that made me zero that guy. Personally, me, I like Saulu.
You know, Solomon. I think one of the key reasons that Sanwo-Olu won is what you just said. You like him personally, and a lot of people, most people just like him. He's just a likable guy.
Very gentle. He's a gentle guy. Like, even though he have his own, I don't know him personally, but with what I see, how he's a modern governor. Apart from we're supposed to have passed this godfatherism stuff. Nigeria is supposed to be a country that once the people say we don't want this person, we don't want him. But it don't be, we say it don't be. But I know on a very good day, by the grace of God, things will change properly. We change without hidden agenda, without like this CHINEDU'S movement now that they're saying no godfatherism, but you have godfathers everywhere that are still fronting you and you're deceiving the people. So Sanwo-Olu is a very simple guy. He's a cool guy. He's a very, very cool guy. And I told people that this thing Tinubu would have been the one that would have told him to go and do, because they were saying, Sanwo-Olu, they do the many make his sweep road, there was one logistic guy, these guys that do delivery things in Lagos. The one guy that was putting on that glass that looks like Sanwo-Olu, the guy was just trending that this is Sanwo-Olu doing delivery. That they were I told them, see, they are just doing this one to fool the masses, because they've already know what they will do. They've known what they will do. There is no how Sanwo-Olu will lose Lagos. There is no how. Sanwo-Olu cannot lose Lagos. Who would move Sanwo-Olu? Nobody. So all those ones he was just being strategic, because he went to the mall, say, fear of obedience in Lagos. But trust me, these APC guys, they are bad. That inciting tribal sentiment is really is something that really that is not good. We need proper
hold on. Solomon, I agree with you, but is inciting tribal sentiment is that not the surefire way to guarantee votes in Nigeria? Tribe and religion, those are still our political spaces, though.
But one man, how did APC incite the tribal sentiment?
By whipping a narrative of Igbo around what is essentially a Yoruba man, and not only a Yoruba man, one of the senior premier Yoruba families as well. The VIVOUR family, RHODES, RHODES, lawyer. This is a name that has been in the Lagos lexicon for 3-4 centuries. You don't get more Lagosian than the VIVOUR name, than the RHODES name.
Yeah,
and then they've just rebranded them as some yellow Gary munching Okoro from back or beyond,
One man. But what I'm asking is that, how did they do it? What did they do specifically that they used to?
The Igbo fight him first. Although he didn't help us parading himself as CHINEDU, but then that CHINEDU was only trying to leverage his maternal space to curry votes amongst a particular ethnic space. That doesn't turn him into an Igbo man with a name that goes that deep.
Oh, man.
So the Igbo fight him, and then they wrapped a bogeyman narrative around that Igbofication, and then they then demonized him. They turned him into some demon, like, look at the Igbos, so they are coming, and they are calling themselves. That's what they did.
What I'm asking is who, how, what was the process? Because
what do you mean who, how? Go to APC headquarters now. What am I doing?
Because in my opinion, I don't think APC is the one that incited it. I think it was all these internet comments that incited it in the first place, and APC just flowed with it. Because I don't see how
you must be joking. The internet space, all the bloggers are on their payroll. What do you mean the internet space? Is the internet space not?
The bloggers are on their payroll.
They are not. Look at this guy.
The bloggers are not on payroll now.
The bloggers are not on payroll.
Which blogger is on payroll?
They are. Even the Labour Party have bloggers are on their
No,
payroll.
nice.
Every party does.
no, me, I don't believe that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you believe it
Sorry,
or
is on
not.
another diet.
It doesn't.
Sorry.
When I say it doesn't know Nigerian politics, that's what I mean. But yeah, let's hear from you, Fair.
You see, the only thing that just pained me was even our own fair looking Yorubas. Do you know that they were, what's it called? Disenfranchised, not to
Are you
vote
half
to.
asleep? You sound half asleep. Carry on.
No, I'm awake. I just
Yeah.
want to tone my voice down a little so that I don't disturb people
All right, carry on. Yeah.
while sleep. So, look, like you said, one man, what I'm learning now is if you want to play the Lagos politics, if the non-indigenous are speaking, try as much as possible, even though you know that they would want to vote for it, try as much as possible to tell them, please let us vote for whoever you want to vote for. Let us as Lagosians face ourselves, but you have the right to vote for who you want to vote for. I think generally, even the Yorubas in Lagos are tired of the thuggery brought into the Lagos politics. We saw what happened in Oyo State, one of the fantastic states I followed their politics during this dispensation. If you've worked properly, for you to be voted again will be more or less smooth. But one way or the other, I don't know. Part of the grudge people had with Sanwo-Olu's government in Lagos was the lopsided appointment that he did, whereby everybody in his cabinet were more of the people who are from the islands, Etiosa local government and co.
All right.
So if you hear what is happening now, Ikorodu, Badagry division, they are telling them it's high time you guys start respecting those of us on the mainland. So those are the problems. And I really want a Lagos where if we know that we don't want external people to define our politics, let the external people to, or the southeasterner, southwesterner, southerners, let them more or less have some form of control over their own space too. And I think that's one thing we have to learn from the northerners. During the election, all the northerners normally go back to their various states to go and vote. There's only a few that stays back, you know.
Sorry, let me say something about this place. Sorry, before it will just leave. You
Yeah.
see, one thing about the Northerners, I like is the fact that they do this political negotiation in any way they can. You know, for instance, now, if they are not in their own territory,
Yeah.
but they will have the number in another territory. What they will do, they will not come and say, that they have the right to contest in this place. What they will do, they will keep their platform in a way that you come and negotiate for their votes and you tell them what you have for them. Do you know that is how smart they play their politics?
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the
You know, the
extent.
northerners are very, very political
As
savvy.
in,
Then
like
there is
this period, I really admired their political sense, like the way they play. I really admired it, to be honest with you. And even in Lagos, they did not even make noise. But Sanwo-Olu just went to meet the Alausa, the what they call it,
He
like their.
actually sent Aregbesola, who is an Alpha, you know. So yeah, he sent Aregbesola to the houses in
You see how smart they play their politics. That where they are safe, they will be provisions for them already. And is something other regions too should try and.
I think there is an illusion or sorry, delusion among people who are in Lagos, such that because maybe they've danced disco to some international arts, they've seen Rishi Sunak in the UK, they've forgotten that an average person is, what's it called, indigenous to his space.
Oh, we lost it there. All right, carry on, Solomon. I think if I dropped.
Yeah. Let me just round up
Yeah.
here. So
Round up and then round up.
yeah. So the election is already over. They've already, even if they've not announced other results, but they've see it has come to an end. The election has ended, and what we need to start talking about now, we need peace in Nigeria. We don't need war, because I can't fight war. That's just the truth.
Solomon, do
Yeah.
you not think before we start the healing process, all of the litigations have to be out of the way first, because people are still agitating against the elections, even though it has been lost and won. So everybody is still up in arms. Everybody is still holding their machete somewhat. Do you not think they need first to douse that space before? Yeah.
I like the way somebody like Obi is going about his own. He's being diplomatic, trying to Obi. See, one man. I don't. The only thing I don't like about Obi before was I never wanted him to just do what he did to just stop Atiku from getting that ticket, because on my own, it's not like tomorrow now I have contact with Tinubu that I can't do anything with him. I will do things with him in his government, in his administration. But I never wanted his this thing, because we the South, if we've not really the people that are with Tinubu from the South are not the people we need. They're not people that will represent us. It's very painful, but you will not blame them. That is why I wanted Atiku. Atiku will carry all that everybody along, will carry all that people along too. But this Tinubu, I just pray that he brings in people from these outseas that will represent us should be reasonable people, not selfish people. You see somebody like my uncle, all this Okalo now. That guy, he talks with his two sides of his mouth. I don't really trust him. But he makes me laugh the way he behaves, like he don't know what he's doing, and he knows what he's doing. Do you understand? Very, you should, as in, this is why I wanted Atiku to get in. Like, look at right now. Forget that we now have a block properly that is well known. If we don't channel that block well, the vote will still be useless. So we have to channel it well in the next election. Let's shake hands with the people that are sure. We have to shake hands in the next election. Because without that, it will still be circling, except maybe when these old people, some people now, look at young people now, like somebody like Soli now. Soli is a very tribalistic guy. Let him know there's nothing he wants to tell me in this place here. He's a very, very tribalistic guy.
Extremely.
No. I'm not tribalistic. I just
no, you are. Soli. You see somebody like me, let me tell you, do you know why I like Atiku? The stories I've heard about Atiku, even Tinubu in a way, just that maybe because of bad people from our side, now maybe they meet him or that kind of thing. But the way these guys, even like me in Abuja here, they made like I got this orientation that as a Nigerian, you need to be flexible. You don't need to come and be doing because a Igbo person, all your friends will be Igbo people. No, you have to be open. You have to associate. Just keep good association and associate with everybody. We're all Nigeria. Like we're still.
Can I quickly say something?
But you have to tell me how I'm tribalistic.
You see one thing, Eze. See, we in Nigeria, we like throwing words around and pretend not to be tribalistic. See, every animal is territorial and tribalistic, if you like. The only difference is that the way we manifest that tribalism. See, if someone has not got to your limits, that is when you say, well, I'm not tribalistic. But once someone crosses the edge, the tribalism in you will come out. It's impossible for a human being not to be tribalistic, but you want to do it within a reasonable time. For example, you have equal opportunity and you have competence. You want to make sure, okay, you give everybody fair share of that. Say, okay, don't let's choose tribal to choose competence. But you are your grand, and someone now suddenly told you that, oh, this man is no man land. The tribalism in you will come out immediately because you are now defending your territory. All of us are tribalistic, but the approach, some of us can pretend, some cannot pretend. That's the difference. Those that cannot pretend, they flare anytime they have, every opportunity to display their tribalism, they display it. But others, they keep theirs till the time that you move beyond your boundary and the tribalism will show. So nothing like I'm not tribalistic. Atiku you are supporting. You are supporting that we think is a non-tribalistic, is a non-tribalistic Nigeria. He's a politician, don't forget. But our politicians are cunning. They plan ahead, they are so strategic. They build some kind of level of a strategic partnership. And they use that to deceive you that, oh, we are not tribalistic. Who told you that? Allow him to get to power. And that time you know that it's tribalistic. So to me, let's assume we are tribalistic, but don't let us use don't let use tribal sentiment to always decide, because someone may be from your tribe and may not be the best for whatever you want to choose him for. So, so to me, I don't believe in that concept. It's just grammar, and that we are not tribalistic. It's grammar. It's not true in my own perspective.
All right. Wrap up that space in a couple more sentences, and then I'll move on. Yeah.
Okay, so let's we need to try and restore peace in this country. This country is not really at peace now with the way everything. It's not even this country. I beg, in the south, they not even get the south time. Their own agenda have been met, like their own this thing, their own strategy, their own plan has, I think it has even worked out for them, because right now, as TINUBU is there, like when they had their Northern Elders meeting, they said the North will be the ones to solve the Northern problem. So the TINUBU already understand that Nigeria is, the North will be the one to take. Shetima is there, and they have their own platform how they will take care of the Northern problem. And it's the South now. We need to really come together, and we need to stop this thing. For real, Yoruba, Igbo. No. We need to stop this thing, to be honest with you. We need to stop it and find a way. There's people saying that build port for us, leave power. How will they build port for you? You can't just be building port like that. You still need power. You still need power to make some things right too. You're not just talking. Let's not be feeling stop this I don't care attitude of we've been in the country for 8 years now. No, we do not have any political thing. You think it's a good thing? It's not a good thing, man. Anyway, but thank God there will be movement now. They've removed certain people, but they did not still remove certain people. People like RHODES and Carlo. That guy, he makes me laugh. Him still being there is a good thing. It's a smart one for him. So let's just try and bring peace, and let's promote peace on this platform too. Use this platform to promote peace in Nigeria. And certain people that come here to just let's stop this Igbo thing, and know that Obi's movement is not just only Igbo people too. It's still other tribes, other ethnic groups are still there. Even Yoruba people, they are still there. So let's just stop Igbo. Let's stop. I do not really appreciate anybody coming talking about, because I feel like maybe some certain persons might not even like it. But please, I don't want. It's not like we're talking to please people, to paint words to sweet people. We come here. Why I like this platform? We come here and we just say the truth, and it's good to say the truth. But please, there are some other things you are not supposed to just say, but we have to always say the truth on this platform. Thank you, man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So always well put by Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So I was going to go to Fatai, but Fatai, with your permission, let me go to Zita, only because I don't want us to lose her to sleep. And you know how the fans, how the platform always likes to hear from Zita. But on my way to Zita, let me make a pit stop to acknowledge Ayo's super sticker. So without Ayo, thank you, Ayo. Without Ayo, the lights will be switched off on the platform. Ayo, the only person that has a wallet in this platform. If Ayo puts his wallet away, then the platform's light will be switched off. So thank you, Ayo, and then we make our way then to Zita, who joins us. So Zita, the Nigerian political landscape is a gift that just keeps on giving. A gift that just keeps on giving. So when we thought everything was settled and we're starting to peter it down to regroup as a family in one warm embrace, the presidential spokesperson, no less a person, He has come out into the political space. And this, and by the way, this is the spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, is the spokesman for the TINUBU presidential campaign. And he says, let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let it not repeat in 2027. Lagos is not like Anambra, Imo, or any state. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, and any state in Nigeria. It is not no man's land, not federal capital territory. It is Yoruba land, mind your business. So this Igbo hating speech from the senior-most echelons in our caucus of the TINUBU space, what do you make of that? Can this guy still keep his job? Is his position untenable? Good to see you, Sita.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay. One man, if I were his boss, I would fire him. Because he sounds like a sore winner. You know, people used to hear sore loser, but some people sometimes can be a sore winner. Somebody of his position is not supposed to say such a thing. It's something he's supposed to keep within himself, like a beer parlor discussion, having a drink with some friends. They can not tweeting that kind of a thing out. But then I would like to say that there are a lot of things that happen in Nigeria, more especially for those of us that live outside of Nigeria. We get so angry, we get so agitated. And we say a lot of things about who did that, who said that, or why that kind of a thing will happen. And some people will even say, if a thing like this happen in the West, the hell will let loose, somebody will be fired. What he said is nonsensical. He should be sanctioned, he should be fired. But he didn't say anything different from what most politicians do say. They do say things like that, even when they have won overwhelmingly. I tell you a story. In the country where most people in your platform are living today, there was a time a man won an election. That election was globally accepted. Countries were jubilating. That election, he was not put there by just one race. He was put there by every race. Yes, he won overwhelmingly the public vote, won overwhelmingly the electoral votes. Everybody was happy. Everybody was celebrating. But there was still some chunks of people who didn't vote for him and those that contested against him. I'll tell you something. I'm very sure that people living in that country that didn't know will tell you they didn't even hear him say that. He came out and said, after being sworn in, hey, there is consequences for after election. Consequences after election? Are you kidding me?
Who are we talking about?
Barack Obama.
All right. Wow. I never knew that.
Consequences after election? I said, what is this sadness now? You won? Everybody is happy? So it is not different. Yeah, some media houses in the US went ago. Some sat on it. What is the difference from what this man said? What Buhari said? I will take care of 95% of people that voted for me before we think of the 5%ers. They are a dot in a circle. I mean, they do say all these things sometimes. That doesn't make it right. But we should understand that human. They're just saying the way they feel. That's why I used to tell people I like elections, and they think I'm talking about the result and who won. I like the rallies, what they say, the campaigns, their media shots, their tweets. Because you know why? It makes me feel very intelligent. Because most of the things they say, if I'm contesting for such an exalted position or holding such an exalted position, I wouldn't say it anyway. But they do. And still they have supporters. So they do say that. What the man said is disheartening. But anyway, he said it. And I even heard he's not doubling down.
Yeah, he doubled down. He did double down. He said there are existential threats to Yoruba space.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
He just won. He lost some states. They lost Lagos State. What about the person that won overwhelmingly? Countries were celebrating. People were happy. Everybody was dancing. Oh, this is the first time this thing happened. So we're even having tears of joy. And what did he say? Hey, there is consequences after election. You're going to punish people for daring to compete with you? Or you're going to punish people for not voting for you? But he said it anyway. So, woman, it is what it is. He might not get punished. But that doesn't mean what they said was right. They do say it. They say things like that. So, I don't know. Even when somebody is winning, I don't get that. Next space, please.
How widely held a sentiment would you say that is? Do you think that echoes what the Yoruba tribe thinks? Do you think it's putting words to the sentiments of the Yoruba tribe? What by Ononuga tweeted?
You see, one man, when I came into this platform, I said some certain things, and my people were not, I don't think they understood the angle I was coming from, but the day I had an Igbo 30-second or 1 minute chat with Uptown, I think it was Uptown or Dest. After 1 week, that's why I said my language is my name. When they said that Igbo girl, that was why when this boy was contesting in Lagos and they said he cannot speak Yoruba, I said, no, my language is my name. You will not tell me to throw it away. That Yoruba man, that Igbo man, that's a story I will tell you people for another day. How your language is your first name. Now, the guy, what's his name? I said that thing, I argued, we had a little chat with Uptown. Another day, after 1 week, there was one thing that we are saying. I overheard this, saying, what is this woman even talking about? Is she saying we should just keep quiet? I said, that's it. He's beginning to understand the angle I'm going. Even though he might not accept it, but at least I'm not making sense to him. He's understanding the angle I am going. You see, you shouldn't be loud. You can vote anybody you want to vote. Gingering and fighting, you are sending a wrong signal. The way another person is understanding it might not actually be what you meant. Maybe probably you just want to be there, you just want to be seen, you just want to express yourself. But that's why I asked, what about the concerns? You cannot be in an environment and you don't care about the concerns of your neighbors concerning you. Then who are you? You can get hurt. You can get killed if you don't put those concerns. Either you upgrade or you downgrade in whatever you are doing. So it is a message that is being sent out and you get response. That doesn't really mean, I won't say it's exactly the way the Igbo people want it, or probably that's the response they want to get. If anybody is somewhere in a land far away from his own land, and he's calling that land no man's land, honestly, sincerely speaking, Even if my town in Nigeria turn out to be the Washington, D.C. of Nigeria tomorrow, and somebody there call it no man's land, I tell you something, I'm gonna send a killer hornet to that person. And I would make sure with everything humanly possible, the person is not gonna escape it. You don't say such things about people's homes, people's culture. But maybe you are just saying it or doing it to satisfy your emotions, but you don't know you're sending a wrong signal. So it is what it is. I don't know if that's what Yorubas are seeing it. I don't know, but the man has spoken. And I don't think he's speaking only himself. He's working with some group of people. So for him to come out and tweet that thing, I don't think it's only him. That's all I can say.
You know, Zeta, there are anecdotal reports that in the interlands, in the Yoruba land, some people are actually giving quit notices to tenants and whatnot that this is my land, so you can make your way back home. Yeah,
that's going to extreme. It's going to extreme, but we should live together as one Nigeria. More especially where everybody is a Nigerian. At least at that level, we should coexist happily. I am not in support of anybody coming to another man's land to decide what happens there. But you can still decide what happens there. You can. Without being loud about it. You can. But being so loud is like rubbing it on that person's face. And I don't think there is an adage in Igbo land that says it's only a tree that you will say, I'm coming to cut you down in the next 2 days. And the tree will stand there. You come the next 2 days and cut it down. But if you tell a human being, guy, you're gonna run, it won't wait for you to come back. So one man, it is what is it. But let me say something here. I'll keep saying this because I noticed that most Nigerians that left Nigeria, they don't know what is happening in the environment, or rather in the country where they live. In Dubai, I don't know if anybody in this platform is conversant with Dubai. Just last year, they amended their economic law. In Dubai and Taiwan, you don't owe a business 100% if you are not a native. You people can go and check that. You only owe 42%. But
that's most Arab countries, though. Even in Kuwait.
Okay, so you owe only 42%. That means if you have a business, you have to go and look for a native to buy some of the shares or be partner with you. Last year, they amended the economic policy, and then they picked some businesses. I think it should be what they call about 1,000, close to a little below 1,200 companies or businesses. They gave them this thing to own it for 100%. So what am I saying in essence? People will be where they are, jumping up and say, Dubai is doing so well. Have you ever sit down to find out what makes them tick? I think there should be, the other day I said, I think Nigerian government, I think they should write a charter between the government and the citizens. Somebody said I'm Idi Amin as a woman. I know why I said that. Because there are things to avoid chaos. You have to put some certain laws here and there. Maybe presidential election, you can stay anywhere in Nigeria and vote. Maybe when it comes to local, you must go to your state. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe, one man.
Are you talking about some indigenous law? Is that what you're saying? Some indigenous law?
I wouldn't call it indigenous. I would call it a bill. I won't say indigenous. They should pass it as a bill. If you don't want to go to your state, be informed that it's only the presidential you can vote. Because the president can rule for the whole nation. But the local representation of a state, they should allow the indigenes decide. I'm just saying, before they will start throwing rock at me, how wicked I am, that I will kill everybody if I'm the president of Nigeria. I don't want anybody to think I'm just, that's my opinion.
Zita, I want to add to what you've said. You know that because of all these terrorism index in the UK, and they found that most of the people who are leaning to terrorism are either children of immigrants. UK passed a law to say that they can revoke your citizenship at any point in time, even though you are giving birth to in the UK. It has affected that lady who went for ISIS mission and wanted
Shemina Begin.
Exactly. So I believe every space still have some form of indigenous lining. Even in the UK, where if you go to Scotland and you misbehave, they will tell you they are still Scottish. Look at how they are revolting against that changing in demographic due to settling of immigrants. So everybody tends to protect his or her space or interest.
Even in the US, they do that. Even in Norway, they do that. They will throw you away. In Norway itself, not only that, they will revoke it, they throw you out of the country.
We
They do what they call euthanasia. Huh?
It happened in Canada. We repeat the law. We voted Steve Harper out because of that, because we just believe that Canada is a Canadian is a Canadian, in the sense that if a son of immigrant or daughters of immigrant commit the same crime, you want to give them the same treatment, put them in the same prison. You don't need to send them back to their country.
You see that grammar you are speaking, they're not ready for you yet.
No, they were ready.
I repeat myself again. You see that grammar you are reading.
I said they were ready. They actually passed the law.
Oh
they
my
passed
God,
the law
bros,
and
they make me laugh. One man.
No. I'm just telling you. No, I understand what you are saying. I understand the general topic of what you are discussing, but I just brought what happened. What you are saying, what is happening in UK, probably we did it before, even the UK, and because it was under Harper. But the way they program that thing, that you want just immigration person, which is not called, can just take decision on you without even giving you room, and later you start defending yourself. So they saw that thing, that it was not serving justice, that it was against the principle of justice administration. And when Trudeau came in, the first thing we did was just to get a bill to repeal the law. So if they want to deal with people, once they believe that you commit the same crime as a citizen, they want to apply the same measure. Serve your punishment. Don't give room for anybody to use sentiment to keep sending people back. If I tell you one terrible case in this Canada, you'll be surprised at how did that happen. So that's one of those things they are trying to guide against. I understand what you are talking about.
How wish Thomas is on the platform? I will ask him if he's monitoring Australia space. And I will ask him about the Aborigines. There are things I would have said. As I said before, they're never ready.
That's the truth.
The
Zita,
day they go ready, you go here.
Zita, let me even add this. Do you know that in the UK, before you can be accepted into the Royal Submarine, you must have your generation, I think up to third generation, before you can be asked, third generation who don't have affiliation with the country of birth again. So it's not as if your father comes here, you become a UK citizen, then you expect to be admitted to the Royal Submarine. So there is always an indigenous lining in places.
Yeah, because people need to protect their land. Because somebody, even a family, do have a scapegoat. Not to talk of strangers. So I think that the West try to open the space for a global coexistence, but the response and the feedback they are getting is not favorable. So in the next 5 years, I bet you a lot is going to change. One man, take me to the next. What else?
All right, let me play you this clip, Zita. Watch this. So that's the new governor of Kano State, Zita, and his name is Jibrin Kofar. So his name is Jibrin Kofar, but what may surprise you is that he doesn't come from any of the major parties in Nigeria. He comes from NMPC. So that is Kwakwanso's surrogate there, taking Kano State. So if we look at the Nigerian map now, it's beginning to take an unusual shape. This is how the politics of the country is evolving. So Kano State now stands alone in the north as being outside of the two major parties. So that stands alone. But then in the south, you have now new introductories in definitely Abia State and looking likely Enugu State as well, going to the Labour Party. And then, of course, you have in Anambra State, you have APGA. So the Nigerian landscape now, the Nigerian map now, we have 5 parties now holding state houses within all of the federating units. So are we looking at now what is an evolution in our democracy as it starts to continue to mature, Zita?
One man, I've noticed that in your platform, I have said this several times, but I noticed that nobody is buying the idea. What is happening in the political landscape of Nigeria is not of any politician's doing. It's the handwork of Buhari. I keep saying it is the electoral law. Because I've been monitoring the space of Nigerian politics way back when I was in the university. They will rig you out, rig the hell out of you. Go to your house, warn yourself. How dare you, from a non-party, Obasanjo did it for how many years in Nigeria? Do or die affair. Bulldoze everywhere. People go to court, they don't get their mandate back. But Buhari passed the law. And in that law, it gives space to places where somebody is friendly with, somebody is likable, to pick votes there and become a governor, a house, federal house, senate, even when probably he's not qualified. You know why I use the word qualified? Maybe most of the people living in the United States don't know the brain behind the electoral college. They don't know. Their forefathers saw it coming. They didn't trust the voters. So before they put a madman in White House, they have to introduce that electoral college to help so that well-sound people can go and then vote. And they give the electors the happiness, the freedom to go and do their madness. From what is happening in 2023 in Nigeria, my legs are beginning to wobble. I'm scared. Because Buhari just handed over power to the electorate. In as much as nobody is trying to give him that accolade, unfortunately, but he did that. And people are winning election here and there. Can you imagine somebody like SANWO panicking that he might lose an election? Even when he was doing well as a governor. That is that lack of trust the forefathers of the United States had with the electorate. And they say, the voters. They say, before they mess the whole thing up for us. The way Nigeria is going because of this little electoral law, I won't be surprised if I see a man on posters in Aso Rock one day. There should be electoral clauses.
Do you think we are getting past the era of big parties? Because this Obi phenomenon, it will boil down, but it's not going to fade away. And Kwakwanso's stranglehold on Kano is going to leverage it and expand. So those eras of one party sweeping up the whole country, are we getting past that phase?
Let me tell you something. As I said before, I am not going to attribute what is happening now in Nigeria to any politician. I've said that, and I know why I'm saying it. I still bench it on the electoral law. After now, let's see who is going to annex what he got, expand on it, move it forward. Then, inshallah, we'll come back to your platform and discuss it. But for now, I'm going to give it to the electoral law. But if you ask me, what do I see in future? I will say, just like in the United States, primaries is going to be very, very tight for the parties that stand. In the primaries, they're going to vote a reasonable person. Because in a good democracy, in most cases, when you win the primaries, you're as good as winning the election. If a party, they know in that area, their party is good at that area, and they fight, and you win that primaries, you are almost close to winning the election. I'm seeing Nigeria going to that level. Not a lot of multiple party system. I don't really see that. But let's wait. In the next 2 years, we come back here and talk about who got what and how they made appropriate use of it. Both PDP, APC, LP, and everything. Then we take it from there. But now, what is happening in Nigeria is the electoral law. And people are angry. People are very angry. They don't want to have anything to do with PDP. They don't want to have anything to do with APC. And just as I said last time, I am an advocate of free speech. The only thing that can get me very angry is when you tell me, how dare you say that? Shut up. I don't really like it. But from what I saw in 2023 in my beautiful country, Nigeria, I'm beginning to see why there should be a little censorship. Because the propaganda, the lie, oh my God, and people run with it. No investigation, no verification. It was just going, just like that. So I still repeat, Nigerians were very angry. They don't want to have anything to do with PDP. They don't want to have anything to do with APC. And they believe that another name is another person.
Zita, let me ask you this question. Do you think what we are seeing now is going to push the Nigerian politician in government, is going to push them into performance? Because what we are saying now is that now is now looking as though the electorates now have the power of decision. Is what's transpired in this particular electoral cycle, is it going to translate into performance by the Nigerian politician as they now feel under threat?
Woman, I said, in the next 2 years, we come back by the special grace of God to discuss this thing you just said. Somebody signed an electoral law. That electoral law is not comprehensive. A lot of things might be added to it. And in the process of adding a lot might be removed. So many clauses might come in. The person is leaving. Let's see what the new person is going to do. That's why I said in the next 2 years, Are they going to thwart it? Are they going to harness it? Are they going to make it stronger to come to that thing you are saying that will lead them to performance? So for now, I don't think I am seeing anything until it kicks off. The electoral law just kicked off at the voting level. We are yet to enter the functional level. Let's see what they're going to do. So until then, we can now say, yes, this thing is going to, because unless you are not monitoring, most of them are extremely angry because of what the electoral law is doing them. You know how many of them that have been kicked out? You know how many of them, because of the electoral law? A sitting governor cannot pick Senate ticket. He cannot, even if he struggles in the primaries to get it, he won't win it. You think they're happy? Maybe in the next 2 years we find out.
All right. Zita, give a very brief response to this super chat by Prince, and then I'm going to play you a clip afterwards. But Prince super chats to ask, restructure is the answer. Can Tinubu do it? So that question, restructure. So give us just a very brief understanding of what you feel restructuring is, which is an ambiguous term. Oh, hold on. Which is an ambiguous term within the Nigerian space. And then answer Prince's question. So a brief response to that.
I think he can. It has already started. I don't even really understand what people think is restructuring. Like telling states you can build your own railways. Signing that electricity, any state can generate it. That's a restructuring. It's like, let me just say it in where, like a primary school student. Restructuring is just like making the federal government, making sure that the federal government is no longer a businessman. It's just an administrator. That's the way I would tell a primary school student. The government, let them administer, check on what is happening. They should not go into business. Leave the business for the state and the people to do and pay them their tax. That's what I was. Buhari has already done it. He's handing over everything to them. Now,
You know those constitutional amendments that just went quietly through. Those are very big things that just happened. They are huge, but it just went quietly under the politics and whatnot. But those are huge moves. It's giving Tinubu a soft landing.
I said, one man, you should pick your phone and call Aso Rock. They need to send you Buhari's legacy. As I said before, we will fact check it in your platform. I want a lot of people, up to 1.something million people, to listen the day we will do it. Because from the information I had with me, the man is living plug and play. Easy ride, soft landing. He did a lot of job. A lot. So bring it in, let's fast check it. Because anybody that goes in there will like, as if he has a magic word.
Yes, I think you're right. Buhari is living a soft land. It's a soft landing. It's a lot of things will come on stream just very quickly after Tinubu takes over, and then he will look like some magician. Dangote will come off stream. All those as deep sea ports, they will come. By the end of this year and the first quarter of next year, so many things will come on stream that Tinubu will look like some magician.
Can I interject for a minute?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You see, yeah, it is good to give credit to Buhari for something that he ought to have started in 2015 that he's doing now. Although good that he's doing it, but he knew all these things as part of APC manifesto. But this guy decided to put his away in the shelf, like he told one of the journalists then that I dropped that report somewhere, and it's not doing it. If this man had known how to do good before, he pretended not to do it until the tail end of his government. To me, I don't see how I just want to praise him for that. Yes, he's doing something that he ought to have done. Yes, he tried, but to me, he has already failed. All those things we are talking about were the things that Pat told me, the like of TINUBU, they put together. That if this guy has done around 2015, 2016, probably we won't be in this sorry state today.
Please,
So
may I know who is speaking?
That's Ola.
Ola, let me tell you something. Where do you live? Do you live in Nigeria?
Well, if where I live matters, I live in Canada.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, it's easier to say a man walked into fire. Why didn't he put it out immediately? That's exactly what we are doing. And I tell you, that means you've not been monitoring the Nigerian space in terms of administration.
I did a lot.
Okay, if you did, you wouldn't be saying this thing you are just saying. You wouldn't. Because
No,
I wouldn't.
I will say it because I'm one of the critics. So I'm one of the critics that I fight. You know, I wrestle against APC guys and pro PMB. You know, so because
you are right in your own opinion. You are very right in your open opinion, and you can be his critic forever. It doesn't really matter. But what I'm saying, and I will say it, is that he is living plug and play. He did a lot of work. It took him time. He fell ill. He was very sick. A lot of things was going on, but he worked. And that we are here today calling YPP took this thing, this, that, took this thing. Oh no, I don't want to talk.
Is
one
this
man,
stealing?
as
Is
I
this
said
stealing
before, one
TINUBU
man,
and Pat told me?
please,
What
can
they
you
put
call
there is
Aso Rock and get the man's legacy from 2015 to date? We need to fast check it in your platform. People will listen. Let's deal with it decisively.
All right. You know, I'm on Nassau Rock, their website now looking for a telephone number, just like you said it, but it's something I will do.
Yeah, you can even write to Garuba Shehu. Tell him about your platform. You know, we learn every day. Tell him about your platform, that you need to discuss Buhari's legacy. It will be very nice that we discuss it, because there is something I noticed, and I've said that in this platform. A lot of Nigerians that live outside of Nigeria, they say a lot of bullshit about my beautiful country, Nigeria. And where they are, 80% of them are naive about their environment. One man, I need you to do this for the sake of Nigeria, the young ones that have been deluded with what Nigeria represents. I need you to do this. Go call Aso Rock, let them give you a list of what Buhari, he has his critics, he has his supporters, he has those that praise him. I'm even one of his critics. I'm shocked when they told me one or two things that I don't need to say here. That's why I say you should get it.
And you can say it now. You are not under security check.
No.
Madam AI, see, I got what you are saying clearly well. What I'm saying is this: part of those legacy you are talking about started by Jonathan. Good, he completed it. Credit that he didn't drop it. Now, I believe it's a wrong assumption that I don't know what is happening in Nigeria, because I don't want to talk too much here too. Otherwise, I'll be giving out too much because of where I get my information to. But the way it is, the way it sounds like this, it sounds Buhari took time, most of his time, to pursue his personal agenda that divided the country. We started having Yoruba nation. We started having IPOB. Everybody wanted to go on their own ways. That is what Buhari did for good 6 years of his administration. And toward the tail end, when this man could no longer achieve what he wanted to achieve, he started giving all these things. This is how we repackaged Buhari in 2015. That we package a very bad product, maybe I should not call bad product, but substandard products. And we branded Buhari as if it was the best thing since the creation. And we put Buhari there, and Buhari dragged us back like 57 years backward. All this infrastructure we are talking about, normally in a good country, if you are here now, if you are doing infrastructure, what do you use it to do? You use it to reinflate your economy. But we are doing the infrastructure in that country, and yet unemployment is growing. Insecurity is growing. So we cannot connect all those things. So it is now during the type of election when all politicians will just sit down and we just say, okay, let this man carry the Karaga and go. He started doing the right thing that he rejected right from 2015. I listened to the interview when we were talking of review of constitution. He said, what is wrong with the constitution? They were not talking about the policy. Now just drop it somewhere and they just talk lackadaisically as if those people that prepared that report they were stupid.
You know this electoral bill that that Buhari signed. Do you know that this thing had been on the table since I think Obasanjo?
It was supposed to start in 2019. This guy dodgy.
Yeah, no. Did you hear what I said?
No, since Obasanjo, when those people just junk everything because of Obasanjo third time. I understand what you said.
One man.
And then from Obasanjo, we had Yar'Adua, we had Goodluck Jonathan for 6 years, but he signed it.
One man, can you move me to the next topic, please? I'm going to bed. I've told you what to do. Get his legacy. The legacies will come with dates, so that we can talk about
Madam Zita.
Hold on, Zita.
As much as we can.
Hold on, Zita. From the example that I just cited now, Ola, do you not see what Zita is saying? Because that electoral bill had been on that presidential table for 4 administrations, but he signed it. And it's a quantum leap in our electoral process.
No,
this restructuring thing been on the table for 4 administrations, but he signed it.
The question I had, yeah, he signed it. That's what you said, right? At what time? At what time did he sign it? You may say the timing.
Did you even hear what I said? Okay, so address it. So, how long did the Obasanjo serve in government? Why didn't he sign it? How long did Yar'Adua spend? Why didn't he sign it? How long did Goodluck Jonathan send? Why didn't he sign all these bills that this guy is now signing? And you are saying it took him so long.
I heard what you said clearly. Third time was the reason for throwing Obasanjo's bill out. You know, politicians, they played bad politics.
All right. So Obasanjo did not sign it, right? Yar'Adua, he did not sign it.
At least we can understand the situation under Obasanjo, why they didn't sign it, right?
What do you mean you can understand? The electoral bill moves the country forward. He did not sign it.
See,
the constitutional amendment that Buhari signed, it moved the country forward. Obasanjo did not sign it.
One man, I'm not buying this. That's just me. In 2019,
you can't buy it, but what do you mean? Forget 2019. Start from 1999. Were these things on the table since 1999?
The question that we ask now: what were the consequences of this man not signing this in earlier? What are the consequences?
Okay, what were the consequences of it for Obasanjo not signing it? What were the consequences?
Obasanjo had his own consequences. I'm not saying it doesn't.
What was the consequences for the Nigerian state for Obasanjo not signing it?
It wasn't.
On my sleep.
All right. Like you said, let's just move on.
But this guy had a very good opportunity.
Forget this guy. You only have that point if these things came into play under Buhari administration. If the opportunities came into play only under Buhari's administration. That's where you have a point. But if the opportunities were there since Obasanjo's administration, and we have 4 successive administrations since to land on this one, and none of them signed it till him, and you are saying it took him too long.
Let me tell you what, one man. If Buhari had not signed this, that would have been first set of things that Tinubu would have signed.
How do you know?
How did I know? Because that's what they presented. That's what they presented to us in 2015. I know.
All right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's any coherence in that.
That's how we repackage Buhari by product for us in 2015. Is that?
No. That's where you really wanted to land. That's where you wanted to land, ignoring all the build up to it. You just want to say it's been repackaged.
No. How come you know how to do good things for 8 years? You waited till the tail end of your regime before you do, because you know the next person will sign. That's just it. You don't say, okay, you want to claim the glory. You don't want those people. Okay,
but the glory was there for 3 previous administrations. Why did they claim it?
About 3 previous
one man. Let me interject. Let me interject. One man, I can see you pushing that. Obasanjo did not do. Obasanjo did not even put forward any electoral law.
Okay, how long has been?
That started it.
All right.
And Jonathan continued. Jonathan administration is the one that brought the what do you call this thumbprint machine, or what do you call it? This
Beavers.
No, not beavers. This
biometric verification now.
This one that you will thumbprint this one that they used in 2015. What was it? This
verification device. I don't know the name.
Yeah, this verification. Yes, they start. Yaradua started it. He started the reform. Then Jonathan continued, and that was what brought about this verification by electronic thumbprint machine, finger thumbprint.
And the constitutional amendments
and in 2000 and before 2019, these electoral law have been written by the Senate under the what's the name of that Kwara guy? Bukola Saraki. But this Buhari, in an effort to reach, did not sign that thing into law.
Yes, that I agree.
Yes,
but the electoral reform had actually been in place since Yar'Adua's space, probably since Obasanjo. Yeah.
So it was Yar'Adua that started this thing. Jonathan brought in this finger recognition machine, fingers thumbprinting machine. Yar'Adua brought that in, and then after Yar'Adua after Jonathan was defeated, Buhari came in, and then under the presidency, Senate President of Bukola Saraki, they made further electoral law, which was to be signed in 2017. But this guy did not sign it, all for the reason that he wanted to rig his re-election, which he perfectly did. He rigged himself in 2019, and then after 2019, 2 years to the end, or a year to the end of his own election, he now said he's signing nonsense into law. We appreciate it, right? We are not saying we don't appreciate it, but look at that selfishness. Look at what he did. If this guy were to have to, if the law allow him to go third time, I'm telling you, one man, he wouldn't sign this thing into law. He wouldn't sign it in the law.
Oga Jolly Coco. It's like
it's the most. Look at all these fights we have been fighting for. What do you call police? What do you call this?
State police.
State police and
police,
all these things that you were reading yesterday that they passed into law. I've not followed it right. Why now? Why now? From the beginning, he started his administration when people have been calling for it. But rather, because of that, this guy was pursuing an agenda, was pursuing Ruga, he was pursuing
water resources bill.
Water resources bill, was pursuing taking land for Fulani herdsmen. What do you call that one?
Ruga, grazing routes.
Grazing routes. It was referring to colonial Gazette. Come on, man. One man, don't praise this goddamn man.
No, I'm not praising him, but there's no bigger critic of Buhari than me. But these bills that he has signed, there are quantum leaps in the Nigerian journey. The ability
we should pray the Senate, the National Assembly, and to be given that credit. Not Buhari. This National Assembly,
the National Assembly signed it into law.
Why no resource control?
But at least he's done it. The next guy can do that.
Okay, Johnny Coco.
Yes,
you just said something very incredible.
No, hold on, Ajale Coco. Are you saying him removing the electricity from the concurrent list and vesting the ability to do railways at the local level and all of these things? I'll look out for the list again if you want me to. Are you saying that those are not laudable things?
Oh, please let's show it to us one man. I want to look at it, please.
They are good. They are good. But let me tell you, for those things to be, effectively implemented, people will have to control their own resources. Where is the resource control? In addition to those things that you said, resource control will empower every state to develop at their own pace, either in a fast pace or slow pace or medium running pace or slow pace, whichever pace you want to run your state, you can run it the way you like. It's the resource control. When you have a resources you can control, you can develop on your own, then you will be able to propel.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko, you have to understand that the resource control is a big ticket item. Because the resource control, it sweeps up from the gold to the oil to the everything, and that's a big ticket item. So I'm not sure that that's something they can slot into a 3-month parting gift.
One man, let me reply Oga Johnny Cook on what he said last. He said that Buhari did not sign the electoral law because he wanted to rig for 2019.
Yeah, that's true, though. That's true.
What you said.
No, that is true.
Yeah. Let me finish. And one man concorded.
Yes.
What it simply means, what you people are telling the whole world on this platform is that whatever that was passed or whatever that has been used, according to the people claiming that Jonathan did something, Yaradua did something, that is whatever that was used was not or passed or was used part of the electoral law or whatever was not effective. He just signed what was effective. Because he knows that if he signed that effectiveness, it's going to affect him, right?
Yes.
So he signed, he is the one that
the bill has been ready in 2016.
Let me finish. He's the one that signed something effective. And as I said before, one man, I said, call Aso Rock. Somebody was saying, look through his manifesto. One man, please do that so that we can sit down and argue on his legacies, just as we did this night.
Ms. Zita, what is effective got to do with it? The law has been ready since 2016 by the Assembly and by the Senate, led by Bukola Saraki. Since 2016, this guy refused to sign it. And he now come to sign it last year. A year before his demise from office. What are we talking about? Since 2006, and you said we want to praise him. What are we praising him for? If we had signed it then maybe we would have this election that we did, maybe it would have been better. It would have been better conducted than the way it was conducted. Maybe we'll have improved on this. 2019 will have been the first one. Will have been the first time to use this what do you call it? Beavers. Will have been the first time, and this time we will have improved better. We have done better than the way we did this time around. So it didn't do.
Somebody was even saying they shouldn't
all
give
of
him
them
the
are very
credit
selfish.
because it's the legislation, and now you are saying he didn't sign it. Somebody was saying it's the legislation. So
Madam
the
Zita,
person saying legislation didn't know
Madam
a straight arm
Zita,
of government.
if Buhari refused to sign it, the Senate, the National Assembly can decide to let it window pass, and the team and they resist again and force pass it. So this guy, the national,
we make a space to discuss his legacy. Get it?
Do you know how many times they were doing back and forth between the legislators? His own party-controlled legislative arm for God. Do you know how many times they are doing back and forth over this this electoral law? Before he was forced, he was actually forced to sign it.
Exactly. It was actually
twisted,
not that he wanted to do it. And we are praising how we see. There's something about this Buhari that there's a corny way. I'm not referring to anybody here, please, so that you don't put me out of context. There's a way Buhari is always rebranded to mean what this man was never. That is exactly what is happening. See, had Buhari not signed this, there are two options. It's either the National Assembly allowed the window allowed by the Constitution to pass, and it's convened again, and they pass the law automatically. And there's no way they will accept Buhari as part of this, because some of those National Assembly members, they are going there anyway, so they want to have their own legacy too. Then the second option would have been for Tinubu to come, and expressly, because Lagos State, some of these things, like all this restructuring you are seeing, were actually started by Lagos State government. It would have been easier for Tinubu to pass. So if this guy now passes this in, it now takes the glory. Oh, this guy is a true Democrat. Whereas he has not displayed all these Democrats in code, all this false democratic intention that is now giving us. This man, I'm sorry to say, this man is a crook. So all those places we are saying, because that is why we need history. That is why we need to document whatever is happening. Don't let give some kind of false credit.
Ola, let me add to what you said. Remember that after even signing it into law, he then called for some section of that law to be.
That was Abubakar Malami.
He made it in his speech when he was signing it. He made a speech with regard to expungement of some section of the law that I am signing it, but I will recommend that some section of it with regards to so thing should be expunged.
But Babashe,
and then Abubakar Malami took it up from there.
Nobody forced him to sign it now.
Huh?
Nobody forced him to sign it.
The assembly pushed him. They pushed hard. You know
that
they were doing back and forth on it.
No, nobody forced this man to sign. He has his own discretion.
In particular.
They forced him.
Sorry. I want to ask a question. Like this.
Hold on. Let's hear from Dewale. We've not heard his voice yet. Dewale, yeah.
I was just trying to counter what Babajele Koko said.
Sorry, mute yourself. Yeah, go on.
Okay, he's an outgoing president, right? He has nothing to lose. He's not contesting for any public office anymore. At the same time, he's talking about legacy. He has no obligation to change the law, but he's just playing politics because he knew this is going to become an headache for the people he's going to leave behind. That's what I was trying to tell about Dale Koko. Nobody forces him to sign into law. He can decide not to sign, then send it back for amendment back to the House. Then they will amend it. But he chose to append a signature on it, and it becomes a law. That's what happens.
No, which of the one are you talking about, Dewale? Are you
The
talking
one,
about the one in 2019 that he didn't sign? That he
no,
signed
the
with
one that it
condition?
was sent back to the House for amendment after he had signed it. The one that they said it should change.
The one that's about 3 years ago, right?
Yeah,
That one that's it.
the current one that is signed, I think they sent it back for amendment. I think it was
The,
this
the current
one,
like electricity and all those
No,
railway.
I'm not talking about electricity. I'm talking about electoral law.
Electoral. Yeah, that was after he allowed the election to pass. He was supposed to sign before the election. And even the National Assembly were threatening that time that if a particular window passed, they were going to force pass the bill. That it was a serious battle. But
Yes,
I think
yes,
they played the politics. So that's what I'm saying, that if Buhari not signed now, the one that we are trying to give him credit for, the National Assembly has some windows that after the thing elapsed, they can now reconvene and pass it without the president's signature.
Pass into law. Yeah.
So the best thing for him to do is to claim the glory and quickly put the pen.
Yeah.
Oh, Buhari has done this.
He didn't want to sign it. He didn't want to sign it.
Fully.
He didn't want to sign it.
One man.
Yeah, Zita.
You see all this person did, this person didn't want to, this was this. I know what is coming. What is going to happen in Nigerian space in the next 2 years. I want the glory to be given to who it is due. That's why I keep saying, please do this. Bring it, let us sit down on your platform, pick it one after the other every day. Verify it, fact check it, argue on it, keep it aside. Let it be in public domain that Buhari touched that one. So that when TINUBU comes, we will see him as a man with the Waji card. One man, take me to the next topic, please.
All right, let me take you to the next topic. But the next topic, I'm going to preface it with a couple of video clips. So hold on. Sorry. Sorry, I was off the screen, wall piece, so I didn't see you there. And thank you for the super chat, Prince. We generated a lot of conversation. But let me take you to this space. I'll preface it with this video clip. Watch this.
If you notice, can you go back to that? If you notice, there is a signature here. But this has been altered. You see, the signature originally was for 67. Now it has, TIPEX has been used to cover this 6. A 0 has been added, and now you see 7. You look at the APC, originally it was 20. Or 22, most likely. 20 or something, right? And then now you see the TIPEX here, a 1 has been added, and now it's 120. So the signatures are there, but these results have been tampered with and then uploaded. And there's so many instances of this. And then also you find that a lot of results are being called as results, authentic results, are being called as authentic results, but you see that they are state assembly results or presidential results. Like for instance, this is the state assembly result, but it's being submitted as the governorship result. And it is this result that is being calculated and announced by INEC. So there are so many instances of this, right? And it's not going to stand because we have our results. We're in the lead with our results, and we're going to challenge this in the court of law.
Two quick questions.
Go ahead.
One, 19 local governments have been collated and announced so far. The two are outstanding. You won in a board of him. The incumbent has won in 18 local governments. I've seen their situation that you're listening already. The next call would be for you to make the call. If you do not make the call, you will issue with a certificate of return. Are you rejecting the results?
I completely condemn the entirety of this election in every clear term. This was a sham of an election. It was a compromise. It was an illegality that has not been perpetrated in Lagos since I've been born. This was an election where entire agents of a party were chased away from their polling units. This was an election where people were standing, and if you came to vote and you were not Labour Party, they were beating you. I've had to pay the bill for over 12 people. One was in concussion, he just woke up today. One's leg is completely broken, he has to go into surgery. And I've been doing this entire morning. I cannot even transfer money again because I'm done transferring just on hospital bills. So I condemn this. I will never call Babajide Sanwo-Olu to congratulate him for this shambolic, this sham of an election, this violence that's literally setting a precedent for war in the next election, because nobody is going to come into elections believing that they will discuss ideas and issues anymore. Because what is it about? It's about who is the most violent.
Second question, you said the police was complicit. Idowu Owowu, the commissioner in Lagos, said every situation they responded to, and the entire security scenario did not prevent voting.
They did not prevent voting.
Did not prevent voting. That's what he said.
That is a big lie. It is a big lie. I thank the army. I thank the DSS. I thank the Navy. I thank the neighborhood watch that came. If these people did not get involved, what you see, what all the videos you have seen will be child's play compared to what the reality would have been. In Ikorodu, people died. In Apapa, someone died. In Shobolu, someone died. So how are you saying that people will be aware that a person has been killed and they will come out and vote? In Nigeria, people were sitting down in their house because they were literally threatening them that if they come out, they will kill them. And they were following people and going to their houses. After you vote, they will follow you to your houses to go and threaten to harm your family. This Lagos deserves so much more. Look at Oyo State. Seyi Makinde won.
Oh, all right, Zita. So that is what's his name? That is Gbadebo wrote VIVOUR, giving all of the reasons why he's going to reject the elections because he feels this one. So hold on, there's still a few more information to give you. So that's Gbadebo wrote VIVOUR positioning himself on the elections. Pretty much following the theme that we heard from Peter Obi at the presidential space. So just to give you some figures, Sanwo-Olu scored over 736,000 votes. Sanwo-Olu scored over 736,000 votes. Wrote VIVOUR, who did impressively because he actually beat the PDP candidate to second position, but he scored 292,000 votes approximately. So Sanwo-Olu 736,000. Wrote VIVOUR 292,000 approximately. So that's over double and extra, but he insists that he's won and he said he's going to set Lagos ablaze. So Sanwo-Olu responds, but his response very short but pungent. So there it is, Zeta. So what are you making then of this rascally youth promising to set Lagos ablaze for reasons of not being declared the winner of an election he did not win? So what are you making of his language? Stern warnings already coming from the APC space. So this election, we were hopeful that it would be over, but it looks as though it's just begun.
What am I making out of what he said?
Yeah, what are you making of how he's positioning himself, given what the statistics and the data show? And they are also back to that space again, going through INEC, IREV, looking for where there is TPEX and asking that the elections should be overturned. Bode George lent his voice to that, calling the elections in Lagos a sham. The Afenifere Fashionati space, they've gone a step further, asking for the cancellation of the Lagos election. He scored less than 300,000. Sanwo-Olu scored in excess of 700,000.
He's the LP guy. His principal is inside the INEC server doing some verification. So he's not going to burn down any Lagos. He will join his principal inside the INEC server where they will be checking the beavers and he explained it yesterday to take the. He said they didn't give him. They gave him appetizer. They take the main dish, so he's in the server. Rose Viva will join him there. That's all. Nothing is going to happen.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this place then. I have fulfilled promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. So this is Buhari now making some of his parting remarks to the Nigerian state. He's insisting that he has fulfilled his promise of ensuring a credible election. Let me give you the opening paragraph just to give you the flesh of what he's saying. It says that President Buhari has expressed satisfaction with Saturday's governorship and state houses of assembly elections, saying he was glad he had fulfilled the promise he made to Nigerians to ensure free and credible elections in the country. So with this pronouncement now, is that now the final bow tied around this electoral space? Because with this pronouncement, a lot of people anticipate that nothing is going to be upturned. What says you about Buhari's comments?
But I said he should be given credit even before he said it. It's not 100% good. It's not perfect. But it's a very good step to the right direction. The result says it all. The outcome, the result says it all. YPP, LP, PDP, APC, people are being thrown out, people are being brought in, even people who did not even campaign, people just, so the result is saying it all. So he's not 100% correct, but he's correct. And then anybody that thinks he's not, it's either you join Vadibo with his principal inside INEC server, or you go to court. So that's what it is.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So Zita, for time, let's go on from you to Fatai, who hopefully is still there. I suspect may not be. Fatai, are you still there?
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Zita. So Fatai, are you there? All right, we don't have Fatai. Dewale, do we have you?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant, Dewale. So good to have you, Dewale. So good to have you. So let me not take you to, because I'm still not. I'm surprised at the lack of the level of outrage that. Sorry, who's that? Are you driving? Dewale, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
All right, brilliant. So I was saying, I'm surprised that I'm not hearing the level of outrage that I was anticipating around this Bayo Ononuga tweet, where he tweeted to say that the Southeast should stay out of Lagos politics, and this is their final warning. So I'm sure you've seen the tweet, but are you as tepid as everyone else in your response to it? Are you saying it's just part of our language, or do you think the punishment should be swift and fast? Do you think TINUBU should actually react to this by firing the guy?
I don't think, Yoruba will always say, that means if you have a dick, you don't have to cut off your head. I don't think, fire him is the right thing, but I think internally they will be able to condemn it and also caution him. You are winning now. You are now, you've won the election, and it's just time you have to tone down the rhetoric. The message, he's not in position to pass that kind of message, across. You have to live above board, and I expect by now you will be thinking, broadly, sending olive branch to other political parties. Him using his platform to send that kind of tweet is not really is beyond that. You should leave it to, just the his Portuguese or the lower people to do so. But as far as I'm concerned, him, being the crucial position in the TINUBU'S campaign, doesn't need to do all that.
He's a senior journalist as well. Do you find it somewhat naive that he will make such a schoolboy error to go and put it on Twitter where it stays for eternity? If he had said it somewhere, he could have denied it, but it's undeniable now. And I feel it will affect his future in politics.
Oh, it won't affect any future. you know, when the campaign was in really ongoing, they've said the worst to each other. I mean, across party lines and all that. But it's just that he was living in the moment. He still hasn't seen himself as, no longer in a party mode. I mean, in a campaign mode. But uh, I expect that by now he will be thinking, nationally instead of still thinking and occupying that position of campaign or spokesperson to TINUBU'S campaign and all that. But I don't think there will be any uh, punitive measure applied that will be so huge that he will be fired, or he's probably gonna issue an apology or some type of, or not even issuing any apology, but just move on. But trust, it's a television station, media houses will latch on to that and trying to. But what is the game? The election is over with. But he should leave about, but he is more than that kind of rhetoric. It shouldn't be passing such. If FFK is the one doing that, of course we know FFK as Agberubo, we all denominate. But someone like Ononuga is just a journalist, not a politician per se. So that's the way I said it. They should leave about, but it's condemnable.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, the resistance being the language that we're hearing rather from RHODES VIVOUR regarding these elections. What are you making of it? All these threats that he's making all over the place, that is going to burn Lagos down, is scored less than half what this guy got, and now he's giving us printouts of our INEC server and calling for hell to be unleashed. So what are you then making then of this sore loser narrative that has now become the template of Labour Party?
I'm of opinion that if this level of harassment and beatings and all that went on during the election hasn't taken place, SANWO will still beat him hands down. But I guess the APC didn't want to leave any chances, and they decided to take law into their hand. However, it has happened and it has happened. I expect him. Of course, he's not a seasoned politician, so he's still talking from that useful exuberance. And some things you don't have to say. You say you're not going to call him, yeah. Except if you're going to challenge the election in the court, there's no point calling Sanwo-Olu in the first place. But then going online and issuing statement about burning down or this entire state will go up in flame. Uh, I think this is his baptism. Let's just put it that way. This is his first foray into uh, politics in the open, not a party politics. So I think it's a learning process for him. No matter what, there's nothing he's going to do. Even if he call upon his followers to go out in the street tomorrow to protest or to start burning things down, I bet half of them would not even bother to do that because they don't even see him as a potential governor of the state at this moment. But politics is politics. Of course, I believe it's a learning process for him, and he's still growing. Party, how old was Sanwo-Olu and Raji Fashola when they became governor? First time, I think Fashola was in his early 40s as well. So he needs to learn quickly. Sometimes there's some things you don't say publicly. Look at Obi. Obi was cautioned at some point, right? It was measured the outcome of the election they favor him. And you could see him at a point, he's outburst. He started crying. That tells you somebody who really pained by the outcome. But yet it was measured because he realized that some things are best kept, inside you than you being ferocious and making statements that could be of no use for you either now or in the future.
But do you think there's actually any basis for a challenge against this result? Because the margin so vast. Sanwo-Olu nearly 700,000. This guy barely 300,000. So what would be the basis of the challenge that if there was to be a challenge? No, no. So Sanwo-Olu actually nearly 750,000, and this guy 290,000. Yeah.
It was a huge margin,
Yes.
really huge. What you could also, the basis for his challenge will be apathy, not allow people to come out to vote. Those other little errors on the report.
Your system is breaking. Your system is breaking heavily. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
They're much better.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm using earpiece.
What? Maybe you're using a wireless system of it. Carry on. It's much better. Yeah. No, it's gone now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the margin of between him and the winner is so huge. So even if he's going to challenge the outcome, he has to narrow it down to maybe certain local government. I think he won just one local government, which is I was even expecting that he would win in.
Your system is breaking.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Have we lost you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Well, a lot more better. Yeah, carry on.
I don't even know why he's doing that. Anyway, I said I was expecting that he will win. Other than a word of him, I expect that he will win at the Lekki areas and all that. But he didn't win, despite that. The INEC new arrangement and all that. Yes, he could challenge those processes, but I don't think he's going to overcome the outcome of the election. Of course, even if the election was fair, and I don't think he will still win the election. It's just a matter of what is being prevalent and what is happening, because people are ready to vote for Sanwo-Olu regardless.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Dewale. Buhari giving himself a pass mark in terms of how the elections has been conducted. He says he has fulfilled his promise to the Nigerian state to give them a credible election. So would you agree, one, that he has given a credible election, but more to it, do you think this pronouncement makes it difficult then for any significant overturn of the election to take place?
Would the tribunal summon Buhari to give testimony for conducting an election? I doubt it.
That would be interesting if they did, though. Would you like to say? I would like to say that, actually. I wouldn't mind saying that.
He's not a principal actor when it comes to conducting an election. So I think Mahmoud Yakubu is the only person that the court will summon if they have to subpoena somebody as a witness. However, of course, you don't expect less from Buhari, because he was the one that put in place the timetable and planned everything from the beginning. So I expect him to give himself a pass mark. But then it depends on who you are asking. Are you asking the losing team or you are asking the winners? If you're asking the winning team, they will tell you Buhari has done pretty well. And if you're asking the loser, they will tell you this is the worst and everyone is going to crash on Nigeria. But in all, it's still the same. Everything still looks the same. I haven't seen any changes per se. The only changes I see happening is the beavers able to, screen all the ghost voters and those scrupulous number they always had, and padded the result at the end of it. Election is no longer available now, so it's strictly by who got accredited, and then we're able to narrow it down to who voted or who did not vote. So on that one, I'll give him a pass mark. But at the same time, this level of, pocket of unrest here and there actually make the election a little bit more tainted. Reason why I said this is this. When the election timetable was announced, the parties agreed that they did not want law enforcement at the polling booth. The argument there was that it will create apathy because people will feel uneasy to come to the polling booth to vote. A sight of military man or police will deter people from. And then right there is the mistake number one. If they are able to harm these officers and all that, it would have been a lot easier, right? During the presidential election, there was no military officers, right? It was free fall. So to me, the party also expect. I mean, they can't feign ignorance or deny that these things will not happen, because when you do election is conducted and there's no security officials on site, then anybody can take law into their hand and do whatever they want to do. So yes, he will give himself a pass for even organizing an election. The fact that it's no longer going to be on the ballot. So yes, it will pat himself in the back. But it also depends on who you are. But to me, he could have done better, because these attacks and pockets of irregularity here and there kind of make the election a little bit more. I won't say it's not credible, but at the same time, it was not something that we want. But we don't. I don't expect less, because this is Nigeria. We always, act out anytime, any day.
All right, and the body language that we're hearing from people like Bode George, etc. Bode George has come out to describe the elections as a sham, and the Afenifere space, the Parfashionati faction, they've gone further to ask for cancellation. What are you making of those sort of noises? Is it time to start to reverse this sort of language, and the loser just to go and regroup for elections to come?
Did you say Parfashionati's faction are calling for cancellation?
No, Pa Adebanjo, not Parfashionati.
Oh, I mean, you don't
No.
expect, you don't expect anything less. You remember when I said depends on who you're asking earlier about the giving a pass mark on this election. Depends on who you're asking. You ask the ones that the losing team, they will tell you this is the worst and needed to be scrapped. Well, the thing is that these are individuals, right? And you don't expect the team that won, to say that they want the election to be cancelled so that they can redo it again, right? So I don't expect anything less from them. But George, this is not his first rodeo. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The vacuum that he wanted to step into, it didn't happen, because I expect that the Labour Party will take Lagos so that he will be the godfather. He will be able to step into that role. But unfortunately, he didn't happen, and that's a disappointment to him. He lost on both fronts, from both presidential and the local, governorship elections. So I don't expect him to come out and say and try to sing praises on INEC or the SANWO camp and all that. But then Baba Banjo is some things that he tried. He was able to, publicly identify with his choice candidates. But I think there's a level you get in life. There are some things you don't have to, be in the front pages at 90-something years old. You don't really have to do that. You can, as a seasoned politician, you can advise behind the curtain and tell them what you need to do. But then he chose to be partisan, and officially his candidate did not win. So I don't expect anything less from him. I don't expect him to praise Buhari or praise INEC, or to me, he's just expected. That's what I'll say.
All right, brilliant. Let me put this on the screen. It's the Nigerian map, Dewale. So let me put this on the screen. So here is the Nigerian map as it's mapped out electorally in terms of who controls which state house. So the blue sections are the APC, the red ones are the PDP, but now we are seeing other colors show through. So these grayed out colors, these are states that are not in contention at the moment. So these are off-cycle states. But curiously, there's a darkish purplish color there in Kano State, which is the NMPC or PP, whatever they're called, so Kwakwanso's party, taking Kano State. But then if you come down here, these green colors, these are the Labour parties taking what now looks like two state houses in the southeast. So what we're seeing now is the reconfiguring of the Nigerian political landscape. Are we looking at an evolution in our political system, Dewale? And are we slowly getting out of that? Because if you look at Kwakwanso taking this Kano State, it's quite strategic, it's quite important, which then tells you that other satellite states within that space, because this is the Talakawa politics are playing out there in Kano State, that are space that Buhari used to command. So if he takes Kano State, there is nothing stopping him from taking Katsina, Jigawa, and maybe Bauchi as well. So are we seeing an evolution in our political journey, and are we evolving out of that space where two juggernaut parties just carve up the country between themselves? Is this what is shaping up, Dewale?
You know, one thing, one I want to draw attention to is the fact that the last presidential election, KB and Sokoto went to PDP, right? And then during the gubernatorial, you now see that both states have gone to APC. What happened? What changes? Now, it could be what that, maybe the incumbent chose to go for Atiku Abubakar because he's from the north. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know. I'm not so sure. But the way it looks now, I come back to the south now, I could see that the Cross River is blue, which is Cross River. I heard that in Enugu, what do you call them? Labour Party took Enugu and Abia State. Now, the way I says it now, it looks like the Labour Party is going to be side by side with PDP. And the possibility of PDP going to an extinct is very, very rife. Now, the APC being an incumbent and the head of APC, Bola TINUBU'S administration, will do everything possible to make sure that PDP is completely dead. Now, if it's able to perform greatly in office, then Labour Party probably may not be, probably will end up becoming a toothless opposition. But as it still stands now, in Kogi is APC. I don't think there's an election going on there. That's why the area is gray out. Edo is PDP. Delta, I was told that PDP is getting Delta. Rivers like.
And sorry, we forgot to add Abga. Abga is in play as well, Anambra State. Yeah, carry on.
In Anambra. Okay, is Abga taking okay. So, but that's just a one state for one party, just only once. And that permutation about Soludo in 2027 is what I'm not even sure. But let's see what happened. And then the Anambra is not contesting an election. Edo is still PDP. But I think the way I look at it in the north is where the big deal is. And in as much as APC still control some of those major states, such as Sokoto, Kaduna, Yobe, even come to the northeast, it still shows that APC is still in control of the north. Now, the Kano issue is the one the same machinery that was working when Kwankwaso was in place. Seems that they are, not satisfied with the Gandrijes and his cohort. So it seems that that's the reason why. Remember, they took the state during the presidential election, right? So
yes,
it's well expected that they would do well during the gubernatorial election. But then if they're able to capitalize on that, maybe they will have more spread. I don't know. But it seems that with this incumbent in place, I'm talking about incoming now, it will be a hard fight because Tinubu is not like Buhari, who sit back and let things go down, or Jonathan. This is a practicing politician. So we'll see how it ends, but the map is already, of course, completely reshaped, and it's a different map, especially here in the south. It's completely a reshaped map, so to say.
How do you explain that El Rufai was not able to deliver his state at the presidential level, but quite a reasonable victory at the state level?
That is what I'm still trying to wrap my head around. What actually took place during that presidential election? Could it be that some voters did not believe in the candidacy of Tinubu and Shettima in the north? Or could it be because of the Muslim ticket thing, there was what played out in a place like Kaduna. That's the question I'm trying to wrap my head around, because I mean, it seems that if apart from Kaduna, which other state in the north, Yobe, Gombe, uh, Bauchi, they were all PDP, right? But I'm also, it looks to me, it also looks that some of those incumbent, perhaps maybe they work for Atiku behind the closed door that you and I do not know, right? It's all about alliance, it's all about making deals and all that. So it could be each one of them. I mean, look at Oyo. I'm expecting what is this called, Makinde, to cross carpet to APC very soon. I'm expecting that because
it's a very handsome win for Makinde. Very handsome win.
Of course.
If you look at that, 65 to 29, so it's a flogging.
You remember when the Kulata brought his...
But that guy performed very well in your state.
That was what they said.
Very well. Everybody saw what he did.
I mean,
came in.
Yeah, go ahead.
They were paying school fees. This guy canceled it. All the salary arrears they were owing, he paid off everything, and every civil servant in that state get paid on 25th, every 25th of the month. That was what he promised before elected into office, and he fulfilled it. The school fees they were paying in secondary school, he canceled. He said they will not pay school fees anymore. He stopped it, and he increased salary workers. He built ultra-modern bus terminal in Challenge. He just built a fuel at their airport. The airport doesn't have a fuel refueling station. He just built
at the airport.
Government job. He did it.
At the airport of Adamawa.
Yeah, at the airport.
Wow.
Fuel refueling station. He just built that, and the road to the airport, he expanded it, and he named it after the governor, the former governor, Olun Loyo. And that man was there the day that they commissioned that road. He honored him in the public, and everybody was, there are a lot of projects, he built some road linking between there to maybe Oshogbo, one major road like this, federal government road. This guy built it and expanded. So the people can see what he did. So people are convinced in his leadership that, yes, this is the man that is really working. So I'm not surprised by this, the outcome of the election in his favor. So just to chip in that, he really worked hard. People saw what he did. So just to contribute.
I marvel at the way the governor of Oyo State was able to manage the electoral process during the presidential election, because that was a gamble. Remember when Kuleta brought that spreadsheet, we always find it hard to place him somewhere. It's like his second coming will be uncertain, because we were always trying to wrap our head around, the formula that is going to use. Remember, Fulani was doing very well, he galvanized, it was right there in the street, even way before TINUBU even went to Ibadan. So, and then the day I saw his deputy in Akure, I was thinking maybe he was going to cross to APC, but then he still remained. He remained in the PDP, but it worked well for him, because I think the Oyos people believe in him, and they listened to him, and they did his bidding, and they rewarded him by voting him handsomely for the second time.
Yeah, and increase the IGR from maybe 1.something billion per month to like maybe almost 4 billion, 3.something billion. So, I mean, the guy, and he doesn't make too much noise. He doesn't brag. He's an easygoing. He's an Ibadan accent spoken guy. He doesn't make too much noise. He doesn't brag. He's just a silent achiever. But people can see what everything, all the infrastructure he was building. He's a fantastic guy. And mark it, that guy might be one of our top contender for president in the future, between him and that governor of Lagos State, that SANWO. I'm saying to you guys that in the future they might be very well ready.
Well, being the next 16, 17,
where
they're in their
no,
systems.
that guy of your state is 40. You know, he's 44 years old.
Yeah, but the SANWO will be in his 60s then.
That's what we be. Yes. So
yeah, but that's a good age now. That's a good age.
Yes.
No, why not now when in his 50s? Why not?
That one will be close to about 70. I mean, look, no, that would be about 70 something years. So this guy, this Oyo State guy, yeah, because Owolu is 57 now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had another 16 to him, that's gonna be it's gonna be 70 something years.
Yeah.
But this guy, this Oyo State guy, is 44. It's going to work. He'll be around 60 years old.
He can't be 44.
No, he's 44.
Are you kidding me?
I am.
I don't think so. Seyi
Makinde is 44. He's the youngest, if not the youngest governor in the whole of federation. He's the youngest in the whole of South.
It's 55.
He's not 55. He's 44.
He is not in 40s. So.
He's the 44. Go and check it. He's around.
I've just checked it. It's 55. Yes.
He's 55. He's 55. How would Seyi Makinde be 44? I can't be 44 now.
Yeah, no, only it's 55.
It's 55.
We are 54 in Professor. I'm sorry.
So it will be in his 60s as well, 60 something then. You know? But I mean, he's still a young chap, he'll do pretty well. But the thing is, I want to draw your attention to Enugu and Abia, where we have the Labour Party holding it down. Now we will see how long they will be able to hold it down.
Do you anticipate that they will carpet cross these characters?
I mean, if you look at the state that surrounds them, they are all PDP. I'm even surprised that Cross River is taking. I mean, APC is taking Cross River. But if you look at the neighboring state of these states, is it Anambra, Abga, Imo, probably PDP, Rivers PDP? What I see is that there's a possibility because how these states need the federal government presence. They need to form an alliance with the federal government, right? So, and they all belong to not just an opposition, but a very, very strong opposition to APC. I see them collapsing to PDP in the future, not APC. That's what I'm saying. And if they decided to hold it down, just like Africa,
because they are traditionally of that politics,
if they're going to hold it down like Africa, that means that region will be having a multi-party in that region. It won't speak well, or it probably won't work well in their favor in the next 4 years, because we will now have region that is more, divided. In the Southwest, we only have APC and PDP. It's even recently that the PDP took Osun State. So, and you still have the Big Apple himself, Lagos. You still have Ekiti, Ondo, combined. So, Kwara on the side as well. So, I don't know how long the Labour Party can hold it down. But if the chairman of the party and the OB and the governors of this state can work together to galvanize, because their performance will be the only reason why people will flock to it. After that, if they don't, that party will go into an oblivion straight up. But we'll see how long.
Do you expect because there's a possibility of some sort of unique and regional politics to evolve out of the Southeast. But for that to happen, do you anticipate that there should, or would you recommend that there should be an alliance between ABGA and Labour Party, or do you expect one to cannibalize the other, that is to consume the other to form one entity, or do you think they will continue to stand alone as two separate entities? So APGA and Labour Party, who seems to now be evolving some sort of stronghold within the Southeast. How do you see that evolving into the future?
I mean, APGA has been like a snail all this while, and it hasn't transformed into that big party. But Labour Party has the potential to spread and to become formidable. So, like I said, if they're able to manage it well, it's possible that they will consume APGA. But I don't see that happening because it seems that region, enjoy having multi-party, multi-dimensional political platform instead of just concentrating and build a platform that is more stronger that to use as, because when you have different platform like this, different parties, across the region, he won't give you the leverage when you want to form an alliance at the national level. Remember, you see, when you are trying to promote certain individual, they will consider the party is coming from and consider the voting blocks and all that. So with Labour Party now are challenging APGA and it's a formidable party in the Southeast, I don't see how that happening, but I foresee Labour Party, if well managed, becoming a strong, formidable party in the Southeast. But we'll see how it spread, because if they're unable in the next election, if they're unable to capture a state like Anambra, which is the home of APGA itself, then that means the party is doomed to rise. That's where I says it, one man. Hello, one man. Anybody there?
Maybe
No. Sorry. I was on the phone. Yeah. So I want to play you a clip, and then take you to Kano State. Dewale, what race?
Gentlemen, my name is Ayo Fayoshe. You know me, and I know you. I'm so excited tonight, celebrating the victory of the PDP, and my friends in the APC. All of you has won your elections. Congratulations. We wish you very happy tenure. But let me quickly say this. I'm so excited, particularly by the loss of Governor Tambuwa's candidate in Sokoto. You see, when a man is treacherous, that's a payback time. He betrayed the party in 2015. He ran back. He betrayed the Ashwadu he went to meet in APC. He betrayed Wike, that sponsored.
All right. So that's Fayoshe, as you know, Dewale, speaking to the elections that's just gone. But the space I really wanted to get to was when he said Tambuwal, he lost Sokoto State. So Tambuwal, of course, he has completed his 2 terms, but he had a candidate that he was really pushing hard, but not over the line. By Nigerian elections, a fairly decent victory by the APC in that space. So 52% to 47%. So taking it completely away from him. So Sokoto falls to APC, and Tambuwal loses out again. So Fayoshe glorying in the nemesis of treachery being vested upon Tambuwal. So that's one. But really the thing is the real loser in this election, has it been Atiku Abubakar, who has lost the whole of the Southeast for Labour Party, for PDP. He has lost a good percentage of the South for the PDP. Also now lost Sokoto State for the PDP, all out of that act of treachery that he did. So is the real loser of this election, has it been Atiku Abubakar, Dewale?
Thank you, one man. Let me answer it as you asked. Are you Fayoshe? Somebody said it earlier on the platform that it's probably not contesting for election again in Nigeria. I don't see really why it would glorify the loss of Tambuwa in Sokoto State. But of course, it seems that Tambuwa, being the Judas Iscariot of PDP, is really glossing over it because he seems to be happy. But then you begin to wonder, I like telling you, what do you mind? Why are you?
LAB.
Why are you? See, you romance APC, you romance PDP, you romance. Who else were you? In fact, it's just I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Yes, your party is not doing well. At the same time, it seems all these folks. Of course, they are friends, and but I think he's happy that someone from the southwest is going to be in charge, and the fact that the principal actor, the person that betrayed Wiki, is the one that is really happy about, shows that he really. But election will go. I mean, come and go, right? A time will come. Now, PDP is going to have. Look at it. APC has really, really decimated PDP completely. Look at the map itself, right? So it's as if PDP is going to be known as as a matter of fact, I won't be surprised when people start cross-carpeting, because it seems now that it's going to be in the next 16 years, APPC will be ruling this country. And look at the map of PDP, for crying out loud, my brother. This is terrible. But he's blowing because I don't think he has any future ambition in terms of public office. But then what he's doing to me, I will amount it to Alatenije because of what he's going to gain, or what is the point? Retire and go home, or go to the Abule and be, settling dispute instead of just, hugging camera, hugging just like Fanika Ode and the rest of the Dino. He has gradually becoming like Dinos,
Yes, that's where he's falling into. Within the Nigerian space, he's falling into that Dino Afanikayode sort of area.
It's really
shameful. Now leave my governor alone now.
I never liked the guy for a second.
Stomach infrastructure.
It was a disaster. Him being
Adewale, let me chip in something. Do you know how the Atiku and his IU leadership in PDP treated Fayose and the Ekiti State PDP recently before the
he himself has benefited from that establishment before.
No, let's forget about he benefited. That one is gone. We are talking recently the way that IU we are talking about the common interest of the party. Number one, IU and Atiku failed to manage the party well. You refuse to yield to the request of the southern part of the party. Then the worst of the worst, these Ekiti state, they dissolve the entire leadership of PDP there. And they knew that Fayose is the one that is the leader, the foremost leader of the party in that state. And they dissolved the executive, the whole party machinery, because it belonged to him. They dissolved them and dismantled it just to get at him. So when you see him doing this at them, you don't want to start calling him names. You do me, you taka me, I taka you. That is what is happening here.
You taka me, I double you.
I double you.
You remember that? You remember taka and double.
So when you see this politician playing this game, and Tambua, the role he played too, the way
but it doesn't need to be holding camera, granting interview, going on social media, doing all this FFK thing. It doesn't need it.
No, don't say it doesn't need it. It's a way of mocking your enemy, political enemy that are trying to destroy you when they fail. You mock them.
65. At 65, he doesn't need it. 62.
Is it 65?
What are you talking about?
62 or 60 something.
TINUBU said that one can go and lick his food. See, this is politics. They will always get back at each other or one another.
Even Tinubu in the new video, Tinubu was mocking that Baba in Lagos. What is his name?
I have a clip. Bode George. Yeah, I have it here. Let me. Yes, I have it here. I have it here.
He had relocated temporarily before. You know where that's resident is. And he came back home. Nobody bothers him. If he decides to relocate again, to where? Maybe to Baeza, it might be to Rivers.
So there it is.
So you guys, oh God, oh God, oh God. Even on the primary election day, he was even doing it to what is it called? Buhari himself. Buhari was looking up like this. He was like, "Let me, I'm intoxicated with winning. Let me enjoy my time. Let me enjoy my moment." This man is a real Agbero man. But then, for how long? I understand you want to do something, but someone need to tell
Do you think they will be able to polish Tinubu, or do you think they should leave him in the manner that they left Trump? That it is who he is that makes. Yeah.
Who will punish Tinubu?
No, polish him.
Polish. No, of course, you will see less of Tinubu now. Most of what you will be seeing are the spokesperson,
presidential spokesman. Yeah.
Now there's a way they usually tutor whenever someone is taking over, especially at the federal level. They will tutor and how they need to conduct in the public. They'll talk less in the public. They'll let their spokespeople handle the public engagement, but you will still see him. But it's just that it won't be in the mode of campaign or in the mode of just a private.
Are you expecting Tinubu to be a bit more, if not a lot more, communicative than Buhari, who we never saw for 8 years?
It will. You can't tame Tinubu. He has shown it during his campaign that this is someone you can't completely tame. He's still going to say what is in his mind, whether it's in Yoruba or in the new way of communicating now. It's still going to talk. But of course, it won't be like Buhari that will just keep mute and stay back in Asoro. But going to your last question, one man, you actually put it certainly. The biggest loser of this, not just this election, throughout this electoral process, is Atiku Abubakar. He lost out. He completely lost out. Now, this is his last card. This man is not coming back again to contest for election, except if the Court of Appeal awarded the winning to him and said he's the winner, maybe. But if not, he's the biggest loser. This is a wound. To me, he's going to be nursing it for a very, very long time. And you see all those his family that were waiting to cash out. I don't know what it's probably going to need to go and start writing his will and put it in place now, because it seems those kids they are going to be out for war with each other. But it shows the desperation. I mean, you can tell he was desperate, fully desperate. Of course, they are all desperate, but he has shown it time to time that he's really desperate to become the president of this country. And unfortunately, he couldn't get it. So to me, he's the biggest loser because it shows that the people didn't want you. And then,
do you think what happened to Atiku is healthy for the Nigerian political landscape? Because if Atiku had won the presidency, given everything that he did in the PDP, with Iyocha Ayu, him stealing that ticket of the South, all of that, if he goes on and wins the presidency with all of that, would that not be the subjugation of the South forever?
No, the only cardinal sin they had committed was the fact that his Fulani is going out and he wants to replace the Fulani. Not that he won't perform. Of course, he had been in the government before. He knows the in and out how government works. But then people just don't want to have him because if the government is changing and southwestern person is the one relinquishing the position, and it would have been a different ballgame. But it was coming out at the wrong time. That is the only sin he committed. Not that he's not capable, not that he's not, he doesn't know how to run the country. But people don't trust him, number one. Number two, don't expect one Fulani man to do and you expect another Fulani man to, be the president. It's just one word. Despite that, it's not even written in the constitution. There's no way it will happen. So yes, he's the biggest loser because all the resources spent just to clinch the tick. I mean, just to become, and all this game plan that he had to just to become president, none of them materialized. So yes, he's the biggest loser. But B is not losing. B is not a big loser because I bet you the man didn't even spend his own money. But the fact that he was able to be at least accepted among some section in the country shows that he gained. Now, if after 4 years he comes back and they say he wants to contest again, people will still embrace him. The momentum may not be like it is now, but of course, it's still plausible. However, as you put it, Atiku is the biggest loser. He is the biggest loser. Not even Showore, not even Adewale, not even Kashiku, not even Kwakanzo. Atiku is the biggest loser.
And quite rightly too. Let me acknowledge Ayo's coffee, which I don't think I have done. He did it just as soon as the session started, as you know he always does. Backed
I
it up
did
with
one day before yesterday. I
yes.
I didn't see it showing. I was like, maybe I did something wrong.
No. Here you are, Dewale. You did do it. I think you did it after. Because only Ayo does it. Once I've acknowledged Ayo, I don't check it again. It was only later that I saw it because So this is Dewale.
There was something I wanted to push out there then, but I was kind of like, wait a minute, did I do something wrong? Because the first time I tried it, my bank kind of stopped the transaction. So
no, I think what it is you have to have money in the account before you're able to do
there's
it.
money.
No,
They're always is a community bank kind of, so they're always overly protective. They want to make sure nothing goes out without them knowing. So they send me like a automated email. I didn't have enough time to be responding back and forth with me. I just pushed it aside. But that night I wanted to push one particular response out. That was the reason why I did it. And I'll be doing it. Don't worry. I'll be doing it from time to time.
So let me acknowledge this. Yeah, so Dewale did do it. That was yesterday, wasn't it?
I think it was on the 18th. That was yesterday. Yeah, actually.
Yes, because he said a day ago. It's showing me a day ago. So that's Dewale joining now. You're there. You know what it is? It's not that people don't want to do it. I think they think it's too involved the process. They say, oh, I don't want to go through the palaver of having to. Yeah. So that's Dewale joining. And I think DOG did it some time ago as well. But it's almost as though Ayo's exclusive preserve is now being So thank you, Dewale and Ayo, of course, who are still the landlord of that space. So thank you. So let me take you to this space, Dewale. So this Rose VIVOUR guy, I wouldn't mind him fading out of the landscape anytime soon because there is there's a British politician rather a British politician. This is going back. Maybe I can find a clip. There's a British politician called Anne Widdecombe, and then there was one phrase that she said about another MP, that off the back of that phrase, that guy's political career just ended. It was just a simple little word, a simple little phrase, but when she said it, it resonated so much with people that, yes, I can see that. And off the back of that phrase, that guy's political career ended. Do you know what she said, Dewale? She said, there is something of the night about that guy. There is something of the night about him. And when she said it, you could see. So
she said it to an opponent, right?
Yeah, she said it to an opponent that there is something of the night about him. And whenever I see this Rose VIVOUR guy, it just takes me to that and Widdecombe put down. There is something of the night about this element called Rose VIVOUR. So he's still preening and peacocking, threatening fire and brimstone, 750,000 approximate votes for SANWO. 290,000 approximate votes for him. But he, like Peter Obi, insists that he's the winner. APC are telling him to caution himself that if he sets Lagos aflame, he will spend the rest of his life in Kirikiri. So what are you then making of this wayward guy of unknown heritage, Dewale?
Oh my, you're such a kid. you know, the sin, I would say the only sin this guy committed is the fact that if that I said it at the Dr. Damage show today. I said, look, you never can tell who will hear something and they will run with it. And that momentum shifted the moment this video clip came out. And and the person that was talking in that video says they're going to capture Lagos, that is the next. And the platform they're using to capture Lagos is Labour Party. And who is the governorship candidate of Labour Party in Lagos? Badibo. So right there and then, it's already been written off. Now, and that fit and his rhetorics and all that also fitting into that narrative as well. That yes, it becomes the puppet or something like that. I don't know. It may be genuine. You may have a genuine interest to turn the state around. I don't know, but it's just that it to some is fit into that narratives, and that is the reason why having all this thing. But it's not helping issue as well. Yes, it is obvious that the APC sympathizers and thugs came out, to disenfranchise people that are not voting for APC. So, to me, I will excuse his outburst, number one, for because this is his first rodeo. But at the same time, it cannot be adding gas into the fire. Lagos is volatile, and you don't expect that is when you are contesting election that Lagos will go up in flame, because of you. There's still plenty time ahead of him, but the APC also should accommodate him. They shouldn't, there's a word you put out there that it won't sound like a threat, but at the same time, you are trying to calm the nerves of everybody. Tomorrow comes now. I know this is already Monday in Nigeria. In Lagos, people will be going about their businesses, right? So they'll put the election behind them. So it's both ways. But I think it can be excused. This is first time contesting for the election in Nigeria. So, but at the same time, he need to learn. He need to learn from his mistake. I will hope and I expect that he will learn from some of the mistake he had made, because his public engagement also is not even helping him, because he had granted interviews and all that, and yet people still don't believe that it's not just it's not a stooge, But I wouldn't want to completely condemn him like that, because if
do you think he still has a political future? Rhodes VIVOUR.
It's going to be tough, but I believe he does. But it's going to be tough in the sense that time heals. People do forget things. I mean, they don't forget, but they move on. Let me put it: people don't forget things, but they move on. So time also heals. So it's possible that he will have a political future, but then that is if he's no longer in Labour Party. If he moved to maybe APC or PDP, or there's another party in town that that are trying to capture the power, but then people will overlook what happens. I believe so, because this is his first time. I want to believe so, but it depends on which side of the party he belongs. If he belongs to the wrong party, they will rub it off on in his face. But if he's in the right party, I'm talking about the party that has the potential of taking the state. Yes, he will have a political future. But I wouldn't criticize him, because look, you've spent your money, resources, time, right, and yet people are not allowed to come vote for you. Of course, you will lash out. You will say whatever you want to say just to get it out there. That's the reason why I said probably you will be excused for that, because you can actually practically go into their house and drag them out. because they are not allowed. In some part of the state, they were not Labour Party voters were not allowed to come out. Not even Labour. Some people they don't care as long as you look like an Igbo person, they are coming after you. So I mean, if you are him too, you will react, and and him be the first time. So yeah, that's why I said his outburst will be excused to some level.
All right, Dewale. I want you to speak on this space next. I have fulfilled my promise of ensuring credible elections to Nigerians. This is Buhari. But before you speak to that space, I want to play you a video clip that speaks to that what you were speaking to earlier on. That Fayoshe is fast turning into a comical figure. So I'll play you that clip, and then after that, then respond to then or give us your reaction to Buhari claiming that he had fulfilled his promises to Nigerians regarding the election. But as you do all that, I'm going to ease myself off and hand over to Thomas. But I'll play you the clip, get your reaction, and then Thomas takes over.
Well, Isaac, it's time to wish Makinde the best. Yes, Makinde, tomorrow na your day.
By the God's grace.
Wole.
By God's grace.
Ẹ̀yin ará Ọ̀yọ́. Kò sẹ́lómi o.
Kò sí.
Mákindé ni o.
Ó ní o.
Ẹ̀yin ará Èkó. Sanwó-Olú ni o.
Ẹ ti rí.
Ẹ dìbò yẹn o.
Ẹ má ṣiṣẹ́ o.
Àwọn tẹ̀ ní ṣiṣẹ́. Wọ́n ní sàkóso.
The great Oṣù.
A ti sọ.
Godfather, you don't know.
Ó lè ti sọ fún yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Pé Mákindé lọ́yọ̀.
Lọ́yọ̀. Ẹ má ṣiṣẹ́ o.
Sanwó-Olú l'Ékòó.
Bó ṣe wù ú.
Straight ni o.
Bó ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run ni ẹ.
Sọ kán jẹ́ kán gbọ́ ọ̀kọ̀
bó ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run ni ẹ.
The both of them, both Isaac and Ayo Fayoshe, they're something else. He's always featured on I think Instagram as well. But then he's getting older. I guess he's no longer, maybe he's not contesting for public office anymore. So now he's a private citizen. He can do whatever he likes. But the way I see someone like Ayo Fayoshe, I don't think he's be able to stay long in the private sector without having any him staying in the private sector for too long. These are the people that I won't say can survive, but they like to be in power. They like to be connected to power, to the authority. So I will see how long it will take before he retrace his step back to partisan politics. It seems that right now his party would no longer accommodate in him. So, and that is why he seems to be. He said he was taking sabbatical from partisan politics. So maybe that's the reason, the excuse why he's doing all these comical videos and granting interview up and down. But then I don't see him, last long in this role. If PDP are the one winning, would he have come out to, making jest and having this video stuff out there? I doubt it. Probably going to be kowtowing and pleading with the what is it called, Atiku, to take him back and try to make amend with the party. But it's just having fun. But then his son, I think his son he was trying to impose his son to become a House of Assembly members I'm a member in Ekiti State. I don't think he won. He didn't win. So, but then he speaks about who Ayo Fayoshe is, and Buhari is saying that he has fulfilled the promises to the Nigeria. Depends on which promises he was talking about. Is it the election promises or security or infrastructure or education or health? Now we can take them one by one and see if he has a pass mark. That's some security. We all know that the one that was happening before the election were politically motivated banditry and all that, kidnappings. But then, be that, him being the president doesn't have the political will to put a stop to it because it was just too many at that moment or at that time. In terms of infrastructure, yes, he did. He did wonder. He continued with Jonathan's master plan when it comes to infrastructure, and before we don't used to have that when the incoming administration would decide to go with what has been laid out before. I mean, by the previous administration. But he did. He continued and he built on it, and he was able to commission some of the project, which is good, which is a great thing. Um, Health, I don't know what we can say about health. It's still in a moribund state, in comatose. Some of them always go abroad for treatment, so I can't speak to that as a pass mark in terms of improving health sector in Nigeria. Education, well, you can see and you can tell by the truth of students traveling out of the country en masse. Especially when the Britain government is now asking for students to come, and it's easier to get a visa, take all your family with you. So it speaks volume about his pass mark on that one. I don't think he will give himself a pass mark. Uh, the Even the election that was conducted, it depends on who you ask. But then the election was also tainted by all these lapses that could have been rectified before the election was conducted. So I think the only area I will give him pass mark is the fact that you know he was not too immersed in the what do you call them, the legislative acts of government. He was not like involved in the running of those part of the government sector. So I would say, well, he let it be, and the what do you call them, the politician hijacked it, and they do what they have to do. And the electoral law, which to me is also a pass mark, if I want to give him a pass mark. But like I was saying earlier, nobody forces him to sign on it. But I guess it was determined to leave a legacy. But a legacy that I don't know if Nigerians are going to remember him for good. Tinubu will, maybe. I don't know. But I don't think Obi will ever say Buhari did well, So I mean, the amendment on that electoral bill should have been amended first before. I think they amended a particular session. I wonder what is it, and he signed another bill. Was it this week or last week? Allows states government to generate their own electricity and distribute. And to me, that is just political. He should have done that at the beginning of his administration or now. Now, what I think he was trying to do there is that it was trying, because the stakeholders in the power generation and all that, I don't know if they've given him a green light, because what was holding him before now that won't allow him to sign, or for the bill to be passed in the first place. Now, on the eve of his ending of his administration, is now signing it into law, and it was passed. That to me is political. Of course, that's what Tinubu wanted in the first place. So we'll continue with that trend. We're trying to help out some of the states that could be able to afford to generate their own electricity. So that he will probably going to claim, give himself credit on that when he becomes a substantive president, and use that as a campaign rhetoric that yes, during his tenure, electricity is stable because states are able to generate, and probably I see even some of those bigger states might even be able to sell electricity to some neighboring states. I know River State is going to invest in electricity. Lagos will, and some of those uh, states that are close to the coast probably will. So that's what I'll say. I don't want to take much space. If anybody want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Adewale.
Thank
Uh,
you.
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Do we have Midwest?
Yeah, good evening. You know, I'm a little bit
Good evening.
busy, but I can say a little thing about your issue. You know, I just thank God for the
Yes.
Lagosians. This
Do
state
do you
governor.
want do you want what you want to talk
Yeah, for the
about, or you
election
just
for
yeah?
electing Saulu. Is a kind of it brought a lot of relief because the tension would have been unbearable and maybe it would have escalated into full-scale tribal crisis. However, the Labour guy is a
But
Yoruba guy. Yeah,
Midwest.
yeah,
The
yeah,
process wasn't smooth. Now the process
yeah.
wasn't smooth.
Definitely,
Are you happy with the
that is
process?
that is Nigeria system for now. You don't need to be smooth. You understand me? So we are still working on it. Everybody understands it's not going to be smooth. So that is just the reality. Yeah. So I am with somebody. I will call you back. I will talk like give me like 3 minutes, please.
No worries. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Yes. No worries. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have Ola?
Uh,
Do we have Ola? I don't think we have Ola. Ola Tilowo fridge. Do we have Solly? Solly is not in the house. I think everybody has gone to sleep. Maybe we just shut down. Ajale Koko. Do we have Ajale Koko? Everybody has gone to. Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Adewale,
I can hear you.
you can hear me. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Fatai, do we have Fatai?
We've
Ah,
all gone to bed.
I think
Maybe we should
everybody has went to
maybe
bed.
we should call it a day then.
Yeah,
Or
maybe we just call it a day then.
yeah.
Yeah. But I want to hear from Midwest. That is
Okay,
just
you
I
can
want
continue with him. I will join you very soon
I
then.
want to quickly contribute something to
I will
something.
join you.
I want
I
to
will
talk to
join
my
you.
friend. One moment.
I will join you
What I
briefly,
want to
okay?
say is me.
yeah, Midwest. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, what I want to say is that I thank Lagosians for doing the rifle thing at the rifle time and saving our little Lagos because the campaign was based on a very bad uh, rhetoric from some guys who was trying to support the Labour Party. So it was not good at all because Nigeria have a very big fundamental problem. And one is that there are issues they don't address since independent, and it's playing out today. Issue of ethnicity, state of origin, and all those kind of things. People feel their territory is their territory, and no outsider should come and rule it for them. And so nobody, though he's not an outsider, but the manner at which he was raised a lot of questions. How can somebody grow up in Lagos, he cannot speak Yoruba language? That is very, I don't understand. It's beyond my comprehension because if you're not fluent in your
I don't
father's
even think
dialect,
Midwest. I don't even think he understand the Yoruba, not talk less of speaking it.
okay. So how did they raise him in Lagos? That's the question now. You raise him, I don't understand. So these are factors that everybody, not only in Lagos, I love it that it happened this way. People from my place also are careless, raising their children in their own place. At the roundabout, take the second exit. And they can't even speak the language. They should pay attention to it now. That look, this thing have a negative effect because it's the worst ignorance that can ever happen to people to be raising their child in their own land and they cannot speak the language for them. I don't know that you understand now. And it's common there within
I
Lagos. It's
understand.
happening
I
within this new
understand.
generation.
I think
So they need to
Midwest
take the fourth exit. Yeah, they need to
is,
address
is
it.
sending some
And
is sending some indication to all of us in the diaspora that we have to start teaching our children how to speak our language because it may be their turn
I
tomorrow.
told one of my Yoruba friend, you know, we do argue about history of Ododuwa and all those kind of things. I said, look, my dear, one day your son in United Kingdom, the Yoruba people will invite him and say, you are not the next king. So you will see the reality of so all this kind of how can somebody come from He's not born in a place, and now he cannot speak the language. So it is time we start teaching our children the language. I just go into the language here, so that we don't create serious problem for them to not be good. We should spend time. Thank you. That's what I want to contribute.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Adewale wants to say something. I think everybody has spoken.
No worries. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe we just yeah. Thank you. I think everybody has spoken. I think we just call it a day. We don't have Ola, we don't have Soli, we don't have Fatai, we don't have almost everybody. We don't have everybody. Thank you, everyone. I think we will join from the next section. To our super chatters, to the happy clappers, to the everyone that has contributed today, the people in the comment section, everybody. We love you. Thank you so much. Peace. I'm out. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. And I will leave you with this. To go to bed, I will leave you with this. Yeah, let's do some fun. Yeah. Thank you, guys. God bless. Thank you.